My name is Su Chung, a 21st century office drone, working myself half to death on overtime. So my boss could keep a few more mistresses, I cranked out work every single day. And then I opened my eyes and poof, I was gone. Not a hospital. Not heaven. A rundown little farmhouse courtyard. 3 mud brick rooms, fenced in, exactly like the place my great-grandma had out in the countryside. My head was tilted against the ground, the left side wrapped in cloth strips, blood dried across my face. Wasn't I just working overtime? Did I just kick the bucket? Am I about to go see great-grandma? The next second, a flood of memories slammed into my brain. It hurt so bad I grabbed my head. I transmigrated into the body of a rural young man named Su Erlang. Erlang, the name basically means dummy. Just like calling somebody Einstein as a joke. The memories told me this body had run a fever as a kid that fried his brain, and he'd been a simpleton ever since. But he was strong and could work, and whenever something happened in the village, he was always the first to rush in. In plain terms, the village idiot. Worse still, this was a famine era. And in a famine, people starved to death. The original owner's parents were proof. That year, a heavy snow sealed off the mountains for months. The harvest was terrible, and half the village died. The couple left their very last rations for their son and went themselves. The kid survived, too bad his brain got cooked. So here I was, parents dead, a vicious aunt and uncle, and a head wound to boot. A hell difficulty start. Just as I was about to lose all hope, a voice rang out in my head. Host crisis detected. Wanderer system activated. Famine error detected. Configuration loaded. Wanderer wilderness survival system binding successful. Devour the essence of plants and living creatures to redeem rewards. Starter pack issued. 1 portion of life spirit liquid, a 10 by 10 by 10 storage space, and mastery of combat arts. Mother Planet still loves me after all. I was just about to pull out the life spirit liquid and drink it when I suddenly heard a splish splashing of water behind me. I wobbled to my feet and shuffled over to the little wooden lattice window of the mud hut behind me, and my eyes went wide. In the corner, a woman whose face I couldn't make out was crouching, fetching water. She set a coarse ceramic bowl on the ground, pulled up her pants, tied her belt, then carefully splashed the water against the dirt wall, picked up a little wooden stick, and started digging at the wet spot. The memories instantly coughed up her identity. Feng Shui, a female sent-down youth. The night before, she'd tried to escape into the mountains under cover of dark, gotten spotted by another sent-down youth, reported to the brigade, dragged back, and locked up. And me, I was the one guarding her. I touched the wound on my head. She'd cracked me with a rock during the search of the mountains. As for why it was bleeding now, the memory was a little hazy. Apparently someone had wanted to grab the key off me, open the door, and have his way with her. Erlang was stubborn as a mule and wouldn't hand it over no matter what, so he got knocked out again. When the guy saw me hit the ground and not move, he panicked and bolted. Who the culprit was, Erlang couldn't remember. A real femme fatale. I watched through the window for a bit. Then my eyes flicked sideways and I opened my mouth. Comrade Foam, what ya doing? This woman really was dumb. Northern walls are 2 feet thick. Digging through one is way harder than just busting the door or window. She jolted in fright, and the stick clattered to the floor. She whipped around to find the Erlang she'd killed, grinning at her like an idiot. You're not dead? I nodded and kept up the dopey smile. She let out a breath. Just a simpleton, easy to fool. Then the next second her face flushed bright red and her voice shook. How long were you standing there? Long enough to apply for a Guinness World Record. Everything I should have seen and everything I shouldn't have. I saw all of it. My expression didn't change. Just got here. She stared into my eyes for a good while, trying to tell if I was lying. Looking at those clear, vacant, idiotic eyes, her heart finally settled back into place. Erlang, I wasn't digging the wall. A snake crawled in. You know what a snake is? A long bug, very dangerous. Big sister wanted to catch it so it wouldn't hurt anyone. You rotten woman. You really think I'm an idiot? Comrade Foam, I didn't catch that. Where'd the snake go? The snake nest. Right, the snake nest. I let out a long, drawn out. Oh, and the corner of my mouth curled up. Next time then. It's almost quitting time, no time now. She didn't get it. But hey, simpletons talk nonsense, totally normal. When she heard, almost quitting time, she got nervous. She quickly grabbed some dry grass to cover the dirt she'd dug up, then sat with her back against the wall to hide the shallow pit. Erlang, catching the snake is our little secret. Don't tell anyone, okay? Okay. Oh, right, Comrade Foam. Did you see who hit me? She raised an eyebrow, remembering how the whole village said Erlang was a simpleton with no memory. Her eyes darted away and she lowered her head. I didn't see clearly. Didn't see clearly, or didn't dare say. I narrowed my eyes and nodded with a smile. This afternoon I'll call my buddies over to help guard. Let's see who dares ambush me then. The buddies I meant were the village kids I usually played with. The only ones clueless enough to bother with an idiot like me. Feng Shui's face stiffened. If everyone came over, the whole village would know she'd try to run. Then it wouldn't be solitary confinement anymore. It'd be a public parade, a struggle session, hard labor. She struggled with it for a long while, then finally dropped her head, dejected. Won't talk? Looks like whoever hit me is somebody with serious clout. Made sense. Otherwise, who'd have the nerve to come force her to do push-ups in broad daylight? Dong, 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 the off-work bell rang. The villagers hoisted their tools and headed back, ribbing me one by one as they passed the courtyard gate. Look at Erling's face. He actually bought it, haha. Erling's scared his wife's gonna run off again. Comrade Feng agreed to marry you? You're treasuring her like that already. She won't agree? Heh, if she won't, we'll freeze her residence permit, cut off her rations, and ship her off to hard labor. A middle-aged man with a head wrap carried his tools into the courtyard. He scanned the cloth on my forehead and the blood on my face and frowned. What happened? I forgot. He sighed but didn't press it. That capitalist princess didn't pull any tricks, did she? Inside the hut, Feng Shui, faking unconsciousness against the wall, twitched her eyelashes and quietly clenched her fist. I grinned. Third uncle, she's been real well-behaved all morning. She unclenched her fist again. Marry him? Puffed. A toad lusting after swan meat. If I put in a little effort, I should be able to dig all the way through tonight. I should explain my third uncle's household. Erling's father's generation had 3 brothers. The eldest uncle was the militia squad leader for the production brigade, best off of the bunch, with all his kids already settled down. My parents didn't survive that winter and left behind their 8-year-old idiot son. Back then, third uncle's family only had 1 kid, so the couple volunteered to take on the job of caring for their simpleton nephew. Of course, not for free. This little courtyard my parents had left to Erling conveniently got transferred in a third uncle and aunt's names. Third aunt's reasoning was airtight. Erling's only 8. We can't feel right about him living alone. Eldest uncle waved his big hand. Transfer approved. As for the nephew, hey, at least he didn't have to raise him. Before long, third uncle's family added a son and a daughter, and you can imagine Erling's situation after that. Dinner's ready. Third Aunt Wang Suolan set the food basket on the table. Watery thin porridge, a small dish of pickles, mixed grain cornbread buns, wild vegetable dumplings. Today must have been some special occasion, because for once there were 4 hard-boiled eggs in the basket. Erling, your eldest uncle finally did right by you this time. He knows you're grown now, so he asked the commune director to give that capitalist princess to you as your wife. He even got the certificate for you. Pick it up this afternoon and you'll have a wife. Aren't you happy? My heart sank. A child of the 5 black categories, like Feng Shui, nobody wanted to touch her, let alone marry her in. Unless the man was also a black category, or a single, no-good rascal. Was eldest uncle really being that kind? Were third uncle and aunt really being that kind? Happy. Happy my ass. What's there to be happy about? Marrying a woman who's ready to bolt at any moment. And who, frankly, smells a little ripe. But I was an idiot. What say did I have? Single dog in my last life, somehow saddled with a wife the second I transmigrated. Who could I even complain to? I reached for an egg, 6 people, for eggs, classic third aunt move. Smack. She slapped my hand away and even carried the whole basket off. Can't you have some sense? Your third uncle worked all morning. You didn't lift a finger. What a waste to feed you an egg. We raised you all these years for nothing. She shoved a tiny wild vegetable dumpling at me. Then she started rationing things out. Third uncle, third aunt, and the 2 sons got cornbread buns plus eggs. The little daughter got 2 veggie dumplings and no egg. Girls are gonna marry off eventually anyway. A family of 6, sorted into 3 tiers. I held this 1-bite veggie dumpling and was speechless. The original owner's standing in this family was really something. Not hungry. Seeing I hadn't eaten, she just poured my bowl of thin porridge straight into her husband's bowl. Not hungry, go feed the pigs. Third uncle kept his head down shoveling food, acting like he saw nothing the whole time. I stuffed the veggie dumpling in my mouth, bitter and astringent, but I forced it down. Then I got up, grabbed the feed basket, and headed for the east end of the village. Brother Erling, wait for me. Third uncle's little daughter Xiao Lian came chasing after me, holding a veggie dumpling. The pigsty was in a mud brick building at the east end, originally third uncle and aunt's old home. 2 rooms. One converted into the pigsty, the other my bedroom. To keep anyone from stealing the pigs, the dividing wall had a half-meter square hole knocked into it. Sleeping in that room at night, that smell, once it got warm and a little breeze blew through, it was basically the same as sleeping in the sty. Only an idiot like Erling could stand it. Anyone else would have cracked long ago. Holding my breath, I dumped the feed into the trough and backed away covering my nose. I really couldn't figure out how this idiot had survived. Living in a place like this and somehow not dying of disease was a miracle. Brother Erling here. Xiao Lian opened her little hand and offered me a dumpling. In third uncle's family, this little sister was the only one without any prejudice against me, probably just the bottom rungs of the food chain huddling together for warmth. I patted her head. Big brother's not hungry, you eat it. Really? She swallowed, then wolfed it down, before sneaking up close all mysterious. Brother Erlong, I'll tell you a secret, but don't say it came from me. Mom said you don't understand anything, so marrying you would be a waste. Tonight, she's gonna have me and second brother trick you into going out to play, and let eldest brother come here for the bridal night. Brother Erlong, what does bridal night mean? My face darkened. Seizing the house was one thing. Now they want to seize another man's wife? This is going too far. So that's why they were being so kind. They wanted to marry the woman in under my name and then do their dirty business. That way they'd never link themselves to a black category, and they'd get a free daughter-in-law. And once I was married, they'd have a legitimate reason to split the household with me and cut all ties with the black categories. Killing two birds with one stone. A real clever scheme. I turned and went inside, taking down from the wall a bow, 5 arrows, and a 1-foot hunting knife, the only thing my parents had left me. As dumb as the original owner was, he'd guarded that bow with his life, because his father had pressed it into his hands as he lay dying, telling him to live well. I took a deep breath and tested the draw. Well maintained, still usable. Brother Erlong, what are you doing with the bow and arrows? Going to hunt wild rabbits. Xiao Lian's eyes lit up. I smiled. No, the corn's almost ripe, and the beasts up in the mountains are getting restless. I'm gonna hunt wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards. I didn't go back to third uncle's house. After having Xiao Lian carry the basket back, I slung the bow and arrows over my shoulder and, going by memory, headed for the brigade's cooperative medical station. These years were the peak of the cooperative medical system, a 3-tier network of county hospital, commune clinic, and brigade medical station, all spread out so getting care was easy. But these barefoot doctors in the village were only good for treating cuts, scrapes, headaches, and fevers. Take a serious injury or major illness to them, and you're just wasting time. Doctor Who, come take a look quick. I'm dizzy, nauseous, my ears are ringing, my brain's buzzing. I feel like I'm gonna die. Doctor Who, dozing off after just finishing his meal, jumped. Erlong, didn't I bandage you up and stop the bleeding last night? Seems like. I can't remember. This idiot. Speechless, he pulled back the curtain and had me lie down. Lie still, let me check. What are you carrying a bow and arrows for? I'm scared I'll suddenly die. This is the only thing my mom and dad left me. I gotta keep it on me. Don't talk nonsense. Medicine's so advanced now, you won't die. Lie still. He set the bow and arrows on the floor and unwrapped the gauze. I held back an eye roll. Forget the not disinfecting. Could you at least wash your hands? You'll turn a non-problem into one. I'll get an infection. If I hadn't still been waiting to drink the life spirit liquid, I'd have slapped him flat. The moment the gauze came off, Doctor Who sucked in a cold breath. The wound that had stopped bleeding had split open. It wasn't bleeding again, but that gnarly gash left him with no idea where to even start. What do I do? They never taught us this in school. My eyes rolled. Doctor Who, is there still hope for me? He opened his mouth. I don't actually know either. But I can't just say I don't know, or I'll never be able to show my face in this village again. Don't move around. I'm not done examining you. He flipped my eyelids, checked my tongue coating, grabbed the stethoscope, then took my pulse. A real all-in on the integrate Chinese and Western medicine approach. Forget whether it was professional, just run through every trick he knew first. Feel like vomiting? Stomach uncomfortable? No, just dry heaving. Dizziness, dry heaving, ringing ears, concussion, or high blood pressure. Lie still, don't move. He tossed out the words, drew the curtain, grabbed a medical book off the desk, and started flipping through it fast. Doctor Who flipped to a page, pointed at the symptoms, and turned to ask me, Erlong, do you feel like your vision goes black or blurry? The corner of my mouth curled, and I quickly jumped in. Yes, my vision goes black. Sometimes I just can't see at all. Doctor Who, am I beyond saving? He sighed silently, set the book down, and slowly stood. Don't be scared. It's nothing. Oh, Doctor Who, I'm a little sleepy. Can I sleep here for a bit? Doctor Who's face changed. He bolted out of the medical station and waved over a kid playing nearby. Monsong, run over to Erling's place. Tell his third uncle to get to the brigade office quick. Say his nephew's not gonna make it. What's not gonna make it mean? It means he's about to die. The little boy yelled as he ran. Uncle Shotsai, brother Erling's dead. That one shout blew up the whole village. Who died? Erling died. I just saw him at quitting time. How's he gone already? The villagers came pouring toward the brigade office, and in no time it was packed solid. It was only after Doctor Who explained that they learned he wasn't dead, just about to be done for. Village party secretary Su Shorin, puffing on his dry pipe, frowned. Little Doctor Who, what's the situation with Erling? Doctor Who tapped his own forehead. Something's wrong with his head. When third uncle's family arrived, he repeated it again, adding, "The wound split open somehow. Erling can't say how either. My guess is he banged into something and hit it right on the wound. Take him to the county hospital, and maybe there's still a chance. But with all the jolting on the road, I'm afraid he won't make it there before. You'll have to decide for yourselves." Wang Zuilon's eyes rolled, testing the waters. "Doctor Hu, there's no chance at all of saving him?" Doctor Hu hesitated a long while, then chose his words carefully. "Given his current condition, even if he pulls through, the man's probably finished." "Erling, my poor child." Third aunt plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing in mourning. "Back when your mom and dad died, you were only 7 or 8, and it was Auntie who wiped your shit and piss and raised you up. After all that trouble getting you grown and married, you'd cruelly abandon your auntie. My poor child." The onlookers started cursing under their breath. Took over Erling's house, beat or scolded him every day, and in her mouth it turns into Erling couldn't survive without her. Erling's been going out to work since he was 10-something, doing all that labor without even enough to eat. If you ask me, his injury got worse from plain starvation. Third uncle couldn't keep face. Black-faced, he roared, "Shut up, the man's not even dead yet." Wang Zuilon wiped away non-existent tears, scrambled up, and went looking for the secretary. "Secretary, you have to get justice for Erling. He was beaten into this state by that capitalist princess. She has to pay. Make her marry Erling right now, or send her to the labor camp and charge her with murder." The secretary puffed away on his pipe and didn't respond. The man was nearly done for, and she wanted the girl married in any way. Wasn't that just ruining her life? But Erling's injury really was caused by the other party. For the moment, he couldn't make up his mind. Wang Zuilon kicked her husband. "Say something, would you?" The eldest son, Su Jianjun, got worked up too. "Dad." Third uncle Su Shotsai was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "Secretary, my eldest brother's already gone to the commune to get their marriage certificate for them. Once they've got the certificate, they're legally husband and wife. What do you think?" Wang Zuilon's eyes lit up, and she jumped in. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe a wedding blessing will turn his luck, and Erling pulls through this." The secretary tapped the ash from his pipe. "Fine, that's settled. You carry Erling home. I'll go have a word with the girl." Erling's eldest uncle was on good terms with the commune director, so getting a marriage certificate was no trouble at all. Once the secretary was far enough away, Wang Zuilon leaned into her husband's ear. "The second he announces it, we split the household with Erling. Can't let him die in our house." Su Shotsai gave an expressionless grunt. "Oh, I'm planning to die on your comm." In the little courtyard, the secretary found Feng Shui and spelled out the stakes for her, plain and simple. He glanced at the scattered dirt along the base of the wall and at the panicked Feng Shui, and pretended he hadn't seen a thing. "Comrade Feng, no production team certificate, no money, no ration coupons. Even if you run, you'll never make it to Yunqing. Going it alone will just throw your life away for nothing. Why bother?" Feng Shui's body went rigid. "Even if I die, I'm going to die together with them." A few days earlier, she'd gotten a letter. Her parents and younger sister had been sent down to Yunqing for reform through labor. It was a backward mountain region with terrible conditions. Her parents were already in poor health. Whether they could even survive a place like that was anyone's guess. You only had to look at her to understand. She'd been a glorious sent-down youth, and the moment her parents got labeled, she got dragged down with them. The villagers steered clear of her, and even the sent-down youths she used to be close with avoided her like the plague. As a daughter and an older sister, she couldn't just do nothing. That was why she'd run last night. Too bad she'd gotten caught. It was all that idiot's fault. If he hadn't chased her down so doggedly, she might have gotten away. The secretary took 2 hard pulls on his pipe. "Why won't you listen to reason, child? A bad life beats a good death. And anyway, even dead you can't leave." Erling's eldest uncle went to the commune and got the 2 of you a marriage certificate. "From now on, you're a person of Su family village. Even if you die, you'll be buried in the old Su clan graveyard." "Huh, what?" "You hit Erling, and now his wound's split open, and he's clearly not going to make it. If you don't agree and Erling really dies, all I can do is send you to the labor camp. Marry Erling, and you've still got a chance at living. You insist on dying, and even I can't help you." Heedless now of exposing herself, Feng Shui stood and strode quickly to the window, gripping the lattice with both hands. "Secretary, Erling's wound splitting open has nothing to do with me. No, I can't say it has nothing to do with me, but the blow I struck wasn't fatal, because this morning." Suddenly her gaze froze, and she swallowed the rest of her words. The secretary followed her line of sight and turned. Several young men with rifles slung over their backs had walked in, trailed by villagers come to watch the show. The middle-aged man leading the militia squad pulled out 2 sheets of paper and gave them a shake. "Surely, the marriage certificate's done." His face wasn't great. He walked up to the window and asked in a low voice, "Comrade Feng, this morning only you and Erling were home. Did he hit it himself, or was it something else? Looking at that wound, it could be from a fall, or from someone hitting him. If someone hit him, that's murder. He looked around the room, his gaze landing on Feng Shue's face. Erling's injury, what exactly happened? Feng Shui lowered her eyes and slowly shook her head. He hit it himself. She paused, then, like she was grabbing a lifeline, looked at the secretary. Erling, is he really beyond saving? The secretary sighed deeply. Doctor Who said even if he pulls through, the man's finished. Feng Shui was silent for a long while, then let out a sigh, as if resigning herself to fate. I agree. Weddings in this era were bare bones. No bowing to heaven and earth, no extravagance. The elders and neighbors witnessed it. The marriage was declared, some wedding candy and cigarettes were handed out, and that was that. The secretary took the marriage certificate from the militia leader's hands and handed it to Feng Shui in front of everyone. She looked at me lying on the stretcher with my eyes shut, and her own eyes reddened, brimming with desolation, despair for her future. She knew that in this life, she'd probably never make it out of this little mountain village. Make a good life together from here on. A scattering of applause broke out, most of it from the kids. The moment the clapping died down, Wang Tzulan spoke right up. Since the two of you are married now, you're an independent household. Third uncle and aunt's family has a lot of kids. We can't be a drag on you newlyweds. The way I see it, from here on we each live our own lives. The secretary and the squad leader are both here, so witness this. Today we formally split the household with Erling. The man was nearly dead, and she wanted to cut ties fast. Erling was unconscious from a serious injury and might be gone at any moment, and instead of taking care of him to keep him alive, she was driving him out. How could there be such a vicious aunt in this world? The onlookers' faces filled with anger, but it was a family matter and awkward to butt into, so they turned their eyes to the secretary one after another. Su Shoren held down his temper. He's your own nephew. Afraid her husband might go soft, Wang Tzulan immediately planted herself in front of him. It's because he's our own nephew that we toiled to raise him for over 10 years. Fed him, gave him drink, did his washing and cleaning every single day. Are we supposed to look after him his whole life? He's got a family of his own now. Can't he show us a little understanding? Secretary, we've still got 3 children of our own. Boo-hoo-hoo. That last line was for her husband's ears. Su Shoren snorted coldly. Shotsai, are you going to stand there and watch your nephew die? You know better than anyone what that mud brick house on the East End is like. In Erling's condition, how long do you think he'd last there? Su Shotsai walked to the wall, crouched down, pulled out his pipe and packed it, and said not a word. His attitude was already plenty clear. I'm not getting involved. The secretary turned to look at the eldest uncle. Sholi, you're the eldest. Say your piece. What do we do about this today? Su Sholi slowly shook his head. It was agreed back then. The third brother inherits the second brother's house and is responsible for raising Erling. This is the third brother's family business. It's not my place to meddle. That one phrase, family business, shut the secretary's mouth. Su Shoren was shaking with rage. You people. The villagers couldn't hold back either. What kind of elders act like this? Erling worked so hard all the time, and the second he's down they want to toss him out. His work points were enough to feed himself. He's been worse off with those two, never even getting enough to eat, and they've got the gall to claim they fed and clothed him. I spit on it. Wang Tzulan jumped right in. Fine. I'm vicious. You're all so kind-hearted. Then you take Erling home. Don't make him suffer with me. That shout struck the whole crowd dumb. Sure, they all shared the surname Su, but after that many generations there was no blood tie left to speak of, and nobody was willing to bring a dying man into their home. What if he died under their roof? Unconscious, me slowly opened my eyes and weakly stood up. Third uncle, third aunt, eldest uncle, are you all planning to have nothing to do with me for the rest of our lives? The voice startled everyone. Wang Tzulan stumbled back a few steps, for words flashing through her mind. Last flare before death. Right? Since you all say I treated you badly, then from now on we live our own separate lives and have nothing to do with each other ever again. In that case, third aunt, give me my things back. Things? What things? We've got nothing of yours here. Hey, what are you doing? I headed into the house without looking back. Oh, I'm planning to die on your comm. What do you want? Pots, pans, and dishes. 40 pounds of ration coupons. 20 yuan. Why don't you just rob us? Don't go in the house. Here, fine, you'll get it. The old house caught fire. 40 pounds of ration coupons and 20 yuan. In an era when a farmer earned mere cents a day, that was a fortune. In Su family village, work points came to about 3 mao a day. A strong laborer working himself to the bone all year, after deducting his rations, took home around 20 yuan. Demanding 40 pounds of coupons and 20 yuan wasn't the least bit excessive. It's not that I didn't want more. Third aunt's family really didn't have that much. With all those kids, every subsidy went to my cousins. This was a figure I'd weighed carefully, the absolute maximum they could grit their teeth and accept. Third aunt walked into the courtyard with the money and coupons, but she didn't hand them over right away. She was waiting for me to die, waiting for the last flare to pass. Once I was dead, the money would be saved. Too bad. That little scheme was about to fall through. Not having gotten the money, I went wobbling back toward the house again. I'm done for. I'm done for. This is the house my mom and dad left me. I want to die inside it. Feng Shui's expression turned strange. Is this the Erling I know? Why does it look like an act? She stared hard at the gauze on my forehead. Was Doctor Who's diagnosis even reliable? Wang Suolan's face changed dramatically, and she hurried to shove the money and coupons at me. Take it. Take it. Take it. Now get the hell out of here. Where are my family's old pots and dishes? I couldn't get the house back for the moment, but I needed the basic gear, or I'd be living on air. Oh, not just me. Us, including a wife I'd gotten on the cheap. Speaking of which, who actually hit me? Why was that rotten woman Feng Shui so afraid of the guy? In these times, the punishment for the crime of hooliganism was no joke. You could end up eating a bullet. She didn't even dare bring it up. Was it really that person? The moment Wang Suolan pictured a corpse on her Kong, she gave a violent shiver and rushed to the kitchen, lugging out a spare set of cookware, then tossed in 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks for good measure. Get out now. Goal accomplished, I called out. Cheap wife, load up the stuff. Let's go. I what you what? You expect a dying man like me to carry it? Feng Shui gave me a long, deep look, then silently picked up the iron pot and followed this toad lusting after swan meat of a husband out the courtyard gate. Once everyone had dispersed, Wang Zuolan blew up at her husband. Su Shotsai, are you even a man? Didn't make a peep. What good are you to me? The more she thought about it, the more it stung. 40 pounds of coupons and 20 yuan was enough to arrange a marriage match for her eldest son. Jianjun, grab the spade and come with me. Mom, where are we going? We're not letting that idiot off easy. That homestead on the east end of the village, we built it. We're getting it back. Su Shotsai frowned. Forget it. Erlung's the only seedling my second brother left behind. After all, he's in that state. You drive them out. Where are they supposed to live? Wang Zuelan sneered. Fine. Then once Jianjun's married, I'll drive the 2 of them out to the wilderness to live. We've only got so much room here. You can't have a son get married and still cram into one room with us. She had a point there. The boy was 17, due to be matched, and once he married, he couldn't very well squeeze into one room with the old couple and his younger siblings. Su Shotsai pointed at the side room on the west. Just clear that one out, problem solved. You've got only the one son, do you? A single mud brick room costs at least 120, plus building a kitchen. Where's the money coming from? You want your son to stay a bachelor? Which matters more, your son or a dying idiot nephew? In those days, building a single mud brick room ran around 100 yuan all told, an absolute fortune in the countryside. I don't care. Erling took the money and the coupons, so he doesn't get to take the house too. There's no such sweet deal in this world. You won't go. We will. Jianjun, Kanjun, come with your mother. We're taking the old homestead back. This time Su Shotsai didn't stop them, only left one instruction before shouldering his hoe and heading off to work. Talk it out nicely, absolutely no hitting. Erling's body can't take it right now. It wasn't that he feared his nephew getting hit. He feared his sons getting tangled up in a manslaughter case. That Feng Shui had the nerve to run off on her own, so she was no pushover. If she latched on and wouldn't let go, took it all the way to the commune, that'd be trouble. Wang Zuelan rolled her eyes. I know. I won't hit him. I'll curse him to death. Seeing her little daughter trying to run out and tip them off, she flew into a rage. You ungrateful money-losing brat, taking their side. Get back here, or I'll beat you to death. Xiao Lian's body stiffened. She hung her head and crouched back down by the wall, tears dripping down one after another. Mother and 2 sons charged off menacingly toward the east end of the village. When they reached the old homestead, 11-year-old Su Kenjun kicked open the door that stood ajar. Erling, you'd better, huh? Nobody here. The next second, his voice cracked. Fire. Big brother, mom, fire. Run. For some reason, a raging blaze had sprung up inside the house, and it spread incredibly fast, swallowing the entire room in the blink of an eye. Erlang, it's not that I won't approve a house plot for you. It's that you already have a place to stay, so you don't meet the conditions. If I approve one for you and not for others, won't the villagers stab me in the back over it? No can do. In the shade of a tree at the edge of the field, Secretary Su Shoran leaned on his hoe and shook his head. Gauze still wrapped around my head. I pleaded my case. Uncle, that spot's right next to the pigsty. Who could stand the smell? And I'm injured. What if I get an infection? The truth was my injury had healed long ago. The whole village knew doctor who had pronounced I wouldn't last. So why put myself through misery? I'd quietly drunk the life spirit liquid. The wound on my forehead had fully closed, My body was strong as an ox, and the gauze was purely to keep up the act. Feng Shui, holding the big black pot beside me, chimed in. Secretary, the pigsty's fine for a short stay, but long-term you definitely get sick living there. Oh, so that's why Erling wouldn't let me put the pot back at the house. This was his angle. Had the idiot wised up? The secretary still shook his head. I can have Su Shotsai lead the pig away and you two fix the place up? Wait, that's not right. Why's your house giving off smoke? I turned to look and grinned. Secretary, I don't think that pig smokes. Uffed. Feng Shui couldn't hold it in. The secretary got frantic. Dry weather, parched conditions. Once a fire spreads, it's over. How are you laughing at a time like this? Hurry, rally people to put it out. I pointed at the three people standing helplessly in front of the house. Secretary, hold off on the fire for a second. Look, isn't that my third aunt and her two boys? How would a house catch fire out of nowhere? Could this fire have been set by them? The secretary's face changed. I'll investigate afterward. Right now, put out the fire first. Then he shouted toward the fields. Everybody stop. There's a fire. Get back and help put it out. The fire was put out. But my place to live was gone too. The roof beam burned through. The roof collapsed. Nothing left but broken walls and rubble. The strange thing was the pig in the sty had vanished into thin air. The pig's gone. Goes without saying. Wang Suilon definitely let it away beforehand. That woman's too vicious. Lucky Erling wasn't inside, or that'd have been the end of him. This time it wasn't a family matter. The fire had reached everyone. The neighbors living nearby were filled with righteous fury, and if they hadn't been held back, they'd have charged over and beaten Wang Suilon already. Wang Suilon and her two sons went white in the face and scrambled to explain. It wasn't us. It was already on fire when we got here. Wang Suilon plopped down on the ground, slapping it and wailing. Which thousand cuts bastard set this fire? Oh, secretary, you've got to get justice for us. Our house and our several hundred-pound-old sow are all gone. Suspicion was one thing, but there was no proof. No one had died in the fire, and with militia leader Su Sholi's wishy-washy attitude, pinning a crime on them wouldn't be easy. As for my attitude, no way. I've got nowhere to live now. You can't sort out who did it, and you won't pay up, so I'll go to the county public security office and report it, and let them investigate. Several cadres, Su Shorin, Su Sholi, frowned in unison. If this got reported up, the whole nature of the thing changed. The culprit was finished, and the brigade would catch flack too. Don't be hasty, Erling, let's talk it over. The cadres muttered among themselves a good while, then settled on a plan. Have Feng Shui and me move into Su Shotsai's house. Wang Suilon and her sons were under suspicion, and Su Shotsai was my elder of the same clan, so if he didn't look after me, who would? Naturally, neither party wanted that, and Wang Suilon sat on the ground and wailed harder. The villagers' eyes were full of contempt as they looked at them. The secretary was about to force the issue when I cut in. Secretary, if third aunt doesn't wanna, just have her pay up. Pay me 30 yuan and we'll call it even. We didn't set the fire, so why should we pay? I turned and started walking off. Erling, where are you going? To the county to file a complaint. When the fire started, the secretary and I both saw it with our own eyes. The only ones on the scene were those three. Hey, come back. Everything's negotiable. Wang Suilon, you want your two sons in prison. I'll pay. We'll pay, all right. Boo-hoo, you murderous, heaven-damned arsonist. As for that lost pig, Wang Suilon glared at her guilty-faced younger son, fit to burst, at least 150 pounds, worth over 70 yuan, the family's main source of income. But all he did was kick a door. How did it catch fire? Money in hand. I spoke up at just the right moment. Secretary, about the house plot. Su Shorin looked at the two of us, one pitiful sent-down youth, one injured idiot, and sighed. I'll make the call. The team will allot you some lumber, and for the mud bricks, and the rest. He looked around. Erling grew up under everyone's eyes. Su family village can't very well have no room for one poor, hard-luck child. Whoever's willing to help, lend a hand. Brigade leader Su Shuyi spoke up first. Erling, your third uncle won't look after you, but I will. There are a few dozen mud bricks at my place. Use them as you like. Accountant Su Shoshin followed. I'll help you get hold of roof tiles. I've got lime at home, for laying the foundation. Leave the nails and wire to second grandpa. But we'll have to trouble the secretary to write up a certificate. No problem. I don't have anything at home. I'll put in a yuan. I'll put in a yuan too. I smiled. People of this era, most of them, were pretty endearing. Thank you, uncles and elders. Wife, hurry up and say thanks. If I die, all this property is yours. Feng Shui froze. Then I added one more line. The debts are yours too. The borrowed money and goods I'll pay back later. And if I die, my wife will pay it back. Feng Shui, never mind. No point arguing with an idiot. Borrowing money and repaying debts is only right and proper, and she was a beneficiary too. We both turned down the offer to stay temporarily at the sent down youth's quarters. The house plot was in the southeast corner of the village. A little over 10 meters away, a small creek flowed gently, and across the water rose unbroken mountains, nestled against hills beside water. We rigged up a simple earthen stove out of loose stones. In the pot was broken corn kernels everyone had pitched in, cornmeal grit porridge. Feng Shui stirred the porridge, now and then frowning and shooting a glance at me sitting motionless by the creek, muttering under her breath. Hasn't moved in ages. He didn't go and die, did he? I hadn't died, and I wasn't doing a thinker impression either. I was redeeming a reward. That sow this afternoon had given me 10 essence points. Killed one domesticated sow. Acquired 10 essence points. Redeem reward package. Redeem. Acquired. Hunting arts. Currently trending paper currency, 10 yuan. I was elated. System daddy, if you're going to play it like that, then I'm about to go wild. So that's where essence comes from. Basic hunting arts. Should I go bag a couple pigs at my cheap uncle's place? Better not. I'd heard he had a gun stashed away. Safety first. I got up and headed back, fixing my eyes on my cheap wife. Comrade Feng, how come you don't run? Nobody's stopping you now. If I don't say anything, nobody'll know. Yesterday she'd been all about digging through the wall to escape. Now that no one was watching, she wasn't running. Feng Shui's eyes dimmed. Of course she wanted to run, but with Erlang in his current state, she bore an unshakable responsibility. And if she ran, she'd be a wanted fugitive. Let's eat. She didn't explain, no point explaining to an idiot, and ladled out a bowl of porridge and handed it to me. I hadn't eaten the whole day. My stomach had long since gone flat with hunger. After eating, I lay back against the big tree like a corpse. Once Feng Shui finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, she brought over a straw mat. You can't sleep like that. Lie on the mat. It was one of the pieces of luggage she'd brought over from the sent down youth's quarters. She didn't stay there partly because that bunch treated her like a class enemy, and partly because she didn't want to be watched. August was hot, and it was cooler under the tree than indoors, just more mosquitoes. I'll make do. You're injured, get some proper rest. I waved a hand, with a pointed undertone. You keep it. You might just need it in the dead of night. What's that supposed to mean? Heh, maybe someone will come looking for you tonight, for a bridal night. Feng Shui's eyes went wide. She looked back toward the village in disbelief, then stared hard at me. Erlang, do you know something? I didn't respond, just leaned against the trunk with my eyes shut, my breathing gradually evening out as if I'd fallen asleep. Feng Shui gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, sorely tempted to give my head a whack, then quietly let it go. A gust of wind swept through and she shivered, fear rising in her heart. By the moonlight she ran to the pile of loose stones and picked up a rock, weighed it, decided it was too light, swapped it for a bigger one and gripped it tight in her palm. Then, still uneasy, grabbed the cooking ladle in her other hand too. The night grew deep, the campfire died out. Everything went silent. Feng Shui's eyelids were drooping. She couldn't hold out any longer, and after a moment's hesitation, she sat down against the tree right next to me. Strange, sitting down beside this idiot, an inexplicable sense of safety welled up in her heart. Maybe it came from this man, maybe from the bow and arrows he'd laid at his side. Within a few minutes her head tilted over, pillowed on my shoulder, and she fell into a deep sleep. Listening to the long, steady breathing by my ear, I opened my eyes, looked toward the village in the dark, and let out a breath. Looked like no one was coming tonight. I turned my head to look at her, with the grime washed off. Her face was fair and soft in the moonlight, sweet-featured. No wonder people had their eye on her. I instinctively glanced over at that straw mat. A woo. A wolf howled in the distant mountains, voicing exactly what was on my mind. Day broke. I opened my eyes and braced against the ground to ease the ache in my back, then felt a weight on my legs. At some point Feng Shui had toppled over onto my lap, curled up against me, sleeping soundly. Lady, you sure don't stand on ceremony. I gave her a nudge. Comrade Feng, you're crushing me. She woke with a full-body jolt, blank for a moment before it registered. Sorry. She scrambled to sit up, but her legs had gone numb, and she flopped back down. SSS, my apologies, did I bump your wound? No, you were lying on my dagger. Dagger? She instinctively reached down to feel for it, then froze all over and scooted back with a yelp, her face going red. You shameless. Hey, that's a case of the thief crying stop thief. This is a perfectly normal morning reaction for a guy, all right? Comrade Feng, not only did you flop onto me in the middle of the night, you also. Feng Shui buried her face in her hands and shoved her head between her knees. Please don't say any more. I let out a heh and stood, taking a deep breath of the morning air. Life is beautiful. I ran off into the woods to relieve myself, then went to the creek to scoop up water and wash my face, planning out the day's work along the way. 4 short-term goals. 1. Secure a steady income and food supply. Can't go hungry. 2. Get the house built as fast as possible. 3. Dig out whoever hit me. 4. Get things squared away with feng shui. Set some ground rules, since we'd have to bunk together for the short term. Morning. Go into the mountains to scout the terrain and set a few traps. Afternoon. Head to the supply and marketing co-op to buy daily necessities, tools, and grain. Tomorrow, start making mud bricks. The original owner had memories of how, so no need to learn from scratch. Oh, right. I also had to register with the secretary as a hunter. In those days, if you didn't take part in collective labor, you got no rations, but hunting counted as collective sideline production. Still earned you work points and rations. You just had to turn in 300 to 500 pounds of dressed meat to the brigade each year. Hunters also had free time. Meet your quota, and when you went into the mountains was up to you. My reason for choosing to be a hunter was simple. Hunting arts, after all. System product must be premium quality. On my way back, I ran right into Feng Shui ducking out of the cornfield, her face flushing instantly as she lowered her head and hurried toward the creek. I raised an eyebrow and hummed a little tune as I made breakfast. Cornmeal grit porridge again, nothing else. About an hour later, I slung the bow and arrows over my back and headed into the mountains. I'm going to wander around and see if I can catch a wild rabbit. You go to work on your own. This afternoon, I'm heading to the co-op. You coming? Be careful. Relax. I won't make you a widow anytime soon. I waved without looking back, which made her so mad she wanted to charge over and kick me. So, is my system a fake? Late summer, the mountains rich with bounty, peak hunting season. This mountain range spanned several provinces, and who knew how many fierce beasts and venomous creatures lurked deep within? The fierce beasts weren't the scary part. It was the venomous creatures. This season, without a few veteran hunters along, going deep into the mountains was dangerous. I didn't dare rashly push inward. Gripping bow and arrows, I observed carefully. Hunting arts wasn't just knocking an arrow and drawing a bow. It was a systematic skill, environmental awareness, animal behavior, wilderness survival, all included. But I roamed around for over half an hour and found nothing. Made sense. This was the outermost edge. Any wild rabbits or pheasants had long since been caught by the villagers. To bag any game, I've got to go deeper. I drew the hunting knife and hacked away the branches and leaves blocking my path, pressing toward the interior. Suddenly, a string of small plum blossom-shaped tracks caught my eye, with a few black droppings beside them. Wild rabbit. Just left these, headed west. The information surfaced in my mind automatically. Hunting arts at work. So this was track identification? Before, when Erlang went into the mountains, he relied on blindly combing the whole place and dumb luck. Now, from the tracks and the freshness of the soil, I could judge an animal's direction and timing, a skill only veteran hunters possessed. Haha, with this I won't have to worry about finding game. My body, nourished by the life spirit liquid, took the rugged mountain trails with no effort at all. A few minutes later, the target appeared, a fat gray rabbit, 3 or 4 pounds, just lifting its leg to mount another rabbit's back. A golden opportunity. You can't do two things at once. Right now their reactions would be at their dullest. Whoosh. The arrow flew a dozen plus meters and pierced the gray rabbit's belly. Just as I was about to knock a second arrow, the one underneath leapt into the underbrush and vanished in the blink of an eye. That fast. Over in just a few seconds? I picked up the rabbit, pulled out the arrow, drained the blood, and with a flick of my mind tossed it into the storage space. Killed 1 wild rabbit. Acquired 1 essence point. Just 1 for a rabbit, huh? I shook my head. Makes sense, a whole pig was only 10. I whittled a few sharp sticks and dug a pit at the edge of the brush, rigging a simple trap. Hope you come back to pay respects to your husband. Of course it wasn't likely. A predator's scent would keep rabbits away for a good while, hours, or even days. But you swing the stick whether or not there's fruit on the tree. After walking a stretch, I smacked my forehead and cursed my own stupidity. In heat like this, the carcass would rot if left out, unless something came by at exactly the right moment. That trap was basically dug for nothing. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A pheasant with colorful plumage and a white ringed neck suddenly burst from the brush, dragging its long tail as it spread its wings and flew off right in front of me. A ring-necked pheasant. I reached out to grab it, didn't even touch a feather. Why was it that when other people got a system and went into the mountains, it was dozens or hundreds of pounds a trip, wild rabbits and pheasants snatched up with ease? But with me it just didn't work. I stared at my own hand. So, is my system a fake? Third uncle and Aunt Neil begging me for a handout. Not happening. The whole village's jaws drop. Also not happening. Turns out my husband isn't an idiot. How wonderful. Even less likely. Looks like theory's one thing and practice is another. I just need to go into the mountains more. It was nearly noon. Time to head home. Phew. Not a wasted trip at least. Got 1 rabbit. I wasn't discouraged. Everyone has a first time. On the way back, I deliberately took a different route from the way in, just in case. Halfway along, a A string of unusually large tracks in a triangular formation. Wild boar? I crouched for a closer look, glanced up at the sun, and an idea formed. Omnivore, keen sense of smell, you can't catch the wolf if you can't bear to part with the child. I bustled about, skewered the rabbit on a stick, and roasted it. Once it was cooked, I tore off 2 of its legs and scrambled up a sturdy big tree. HNNGH, roar. A few minutes later, a beastly bellow came through. Out of the dense thicket burst an enormous wild boar, hulking like a little tank that had crashed into the woods, its body covered in coarse dark brown hide. The most chilling part was the pair of tusks curling up at the corners of its mouth, like 2 unsheathed scimitars glinting cold in the gloom of the forest. It was charging this way at a full gallop, the shrubs along its path snapping crack-crack as it plowed through. Reaching the spot, the boar swept its gaze left and right and snorted a few times, as if checking whether any enemies were around. Who said pigs were dumb? Once it confirmed it was safe, it lunged at the campfire to feast. A flurry of wild blows can fell the master. The opportunity was rare. Forget about vital spots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in a flash, straight at the boar. Killed 1 wild boar. Acquired 15 essence points. Redeem reward package. Redeem. Last time the redemption got me a 10 yuan bill. This time I didn't hesitate. I was short on cash right now. The village was chipping in plenty for the house, but that was a drop in the bucket. Aside from the lumber the brigade approved for free, everything else had to be bought. I had no nest egg and was filling the gap entirely with ready money. So building 1 room cost me a fair bit more than it did others, roughly 120 to 150 all in. I'd squeezed 50 out of that black-hearted third ant, plus 10 from last time's redemption, 60 total, a sizable shortfall. In another month or so it'd turn cold. I had to get the house up within this 1 month. Basic package redemption successful. Acquired skill, firearms fundamentals, currency times 10 yuan. Sure enough, another 10. Assets plus 10. Firearms fundamentals, note, any firearm, usable the moment you pick it up. Good stuff. In this era guns weren't banned. The whole populace was a militia. You could buy air rifles, hunting rifles, and small caliber rifles right at the co-op. Military arms weren't sold, and you had to bring a production team certificate to the public security office to register and log your stated purpose. As it happened, I was planning to get a hunting certificate from the secretary, so I'd be able to carry a gun legally. With a gun, the safety factor of going deep into the mountains shot way up. And as for that guy who cracked my skull, if he dares come again. Haha, get sleepy and someone hands you a pillow, not bad. I drained the boar's blood and tossed it into the storage space, then chewed on a rabbit leg as I headed down the mountain. I didn't run into any more game the whole way, but I did spot plenty of human footprints. Looked like to hunt. I'd have to go deeper. By the time I got back to the village, cooking smoke was curling up and the villagers had all knocked off work. I didn't go straight back to that open-air home of mine. I stopped by the medical station first to see that half-baked Doctor Who. Doctor Who, I'm a lot better after taking your medicine. Take my pulse, see if I get to skip dying. One look at me, rosy complexion, lips with a healthy sheen, and Doctor Who couldn't make me look sick no matter how he tried. So he pulled through? His luck's that strong? He ran through the integrate Chinese and Western medicine routine again, as usual, then forced a smile. Maybe you'd never taken Western medicine before, so the effect was beyond expectation. But don't go banging your head again. Here, let me change your dressing. I pulled back and dodged. My wife's still home waiting on me for dinner. Just give me the medicine. I'll have her change it when I get back. Haha. Doctor Who glanced at the 2 dry cornbread buns steaming on his stove and was instantly put out. Even an idiot's got a wife, and here I am, a skilled technical talent, still single. There's no justice. Fine then. Thanks. Oh, right. Can you write me up a diagnosis, certifying I'm not going to die for now? 2 minutes later, the note tucked into my shirt, I went to the duty room at the brigade office. Uncle Shui, Doctor Who says I pulled through, but I can't do heavy labor from now on. I want to apply to be a hunter, set some traps and scrape by. Su Shui took it and looked it over, frowning. The mountains are too dangerous. Erling, can you handle it? What else can I do? Can't very well starve to death. He hesitated a moment, but still wrote out the certificate. In principle, you turn in 500 pounds of game a year, but never mind. I'll have a word with your Uncle Shoshin and the secretary. He didn't dare finish the rest, afraid I'd go blabbing it around. Hold on to this. Take the certificate home and give it to Feng Shui to keep. Got it, Uncle Shui. Out the door, I waved the certificate around, grinning. A hunter setting traps to protect the farmland counted as work points. No need to till the fields. And turning in dressed meat each month counted toward work points, with the rest mine to sell, to the brigade, to the co-op, to the county state-run cafeteria, whatever. A good hunter's life was way better than an ordinary farmer's. At the very least, he got to eat meat. I'll find a chance to sell that boar, save up to buy a gun. Almost to the house plot, I spotted Feng Shui from a distance making lunch, with a young man circling her, talking nonstop. My steps faltered. I went forward a few dozen paces, and the words drifted over. Feng Shui, I did it for your own good. You're a child who can be reformed. As long as you draw a clear line from your parents and perform well, you'll definitely be able to return to the ranks. But you running off changes the whole nature of it. I couldn't watch you go astray, which is why I reported it to the brigade. It was all for your own good. Feng Shui shot him a sidelong glance, her face full of mockery. Then I really ought to thank you. Thank you for so successfully rooting me here in the countryside. The young man fell silent for a moment. I asked Doctor Who. Erling doesn't have long. Once he's dead, your future isn't necessarily stuck here. Don't worry, Feng Shui, I'll help you. Just say the word, and I'll figure out the rest. Oh, what's your plan? Have her marry you? Use your city residence permit or your family's connections to pull her out. The young man was overjoyed. Then halfway through, it registered. That was a man's voice. Who's there? He spun around in a hurry, and what answered him was a feathered arrow. Whoosh! The bloodied arrow shot in and buried itself several inches deep in the dirt by his foot, the shaft humming as it quivered in the air, fearsome in force. The young man stumbled back several steps in fright. Erling, don't do anything rash. I was just having a few words with Comrade Feng. Just a few words? If this were some desolate spot out in the wilds, you'd be a dead man right now. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. The young man glanced at the arrowhead sunk into the ground, opened his mouth, but in the end didn't dare throw out any harsh words. He turned and fled in a panic. Feng Shui gave a cold laugh, silently set down the kitchen cleaver hidden at her side, stood up, and looked at me. Why are you only getting back now? She looked me up and down a few times, her gaze settling on my head, worry showing in her eyes. Is your wound okay? Go to the county hospital this afternoon and get it checked. Big hospitals are more professional. I shook my head. No, no, no. I trust Doctor Who more. I pulled out the arrow and put it away, then took out the diagnosis note and handed it over. If you want to leave, the only way is divorce. Feng Shui looked down. The paper read, Sue Erling, male, age 19. Severe forehead trauma, now controlled following treatment. Vital signs stable, no danger to life. Signed, Hu Qingshan. Yesterday the wound had split open and he was clearly done for. Today, no danger to life. Doctor Who, that's a dirty trick to pull on a guy. You're really fine? Erling, you should still go to the county hospital and get checked. On the road to the commune supply and marketing co-op, Feng Shui asked it for I don't know which time. She just couldn't shake the feeling that Doctor Who was unreliable and the diagnosis was far too much of a joke. A little annoyed, I shot back. Do you have money? Medical care was cheap in this era. Registration was a few cents to a mao. Common illnesses a few mao to a few yuan. Stitching up a wound just a few yuan. And the countryside had cooperative medical care that reimbursed most of it. But for a poor farmer, you saved where you could. Unless it was serious, you generally didn't go to the county hospital. To my surprise, Feng Shui nodded. I do. I've still got 20-some yuan on me, and some coupons. I shot her a surprised glance. So that was the nerve behind her running. Not building the house anymore? Autumn's nearly here. You want to live out in the wild wilderness without even a toilet. The house matters, but life matters more? Huh. She stopped mid-sentence and stared at me intently. How could an idiot have such clear logic? The old Erling had been muddled all day, forgetting things the moment he turned his head. Now he could clearly express opinions and plan for the future, connecting it to yesterday's events. You're not actually an idiot, are you? You're the idiot. Your whole family's idiots. I retorted sourly. I was an idiot before. Then a certain woman hit me with a rock. The virus shut down, and my IQ retook the high ground. I'm sorry, I was really scared at the time, so? Took one hit and scored a free wife. I didn't lose out. I cut her off and quickened my pace. Feng Shui glared at my back for a few seconds, fuming, then for some reason let out a breath of relief, a glimmer lighting up her eyes as she muttered, he really isn't an idiot anymore. She caught up. Erling, money lost can be earned back, but a life lost. Stop right there. I know my own body, no need for a hospital. Also, from now on call me Su Chung, the Chung in bright future. Changing your household registration name needs a certificate from the commune, then an application at the public security office, and without a legitimate reason, it'll be rejected. When you ran off, how come you didn't apply at the public security office? On the country dirt road, the two of us bickered the whole way. Xianyang commune was a dozen-plus li from the village, and the co-op was the liveliest spot of all. The two of us went in gawking left and right, looking just like country bumpkins come to town, mostly me. First time seeing everything, it was all new, especially the hunting rifles hanging on the wall. No man can resist a gun, even when he's already got one on him. Seeing me staring at the guns, the clerk quoted prices, cool and indifferent. Gong brand air rifle, 35. Eagle brand 12-gauge single barrel, 120. Tiger head 12-gauge double barrel, 240. Shotgun shells, 3 Mao a round. Air rifle lead pellets, 1 Mao 5 a box. I counted the 70 yuan in my pocket. Only enough for an air rifle. Next time, I'd save up and go straight for a hunting rifle in one shot. For now, the top priority was filling my stomach and staying alive. There was a whole pile of things to buy: flour, oil, seasonings, basins, buckets, a water cup, soap, a toothbrush and toothpaste. Feng Shui had her own toiletries. I had nothing. Most of it required coupons, but toothbrushes and toothpaste were coupon-free. In those days, country folk hadn't gotten into the habit of brushing daily. With food and warmth itself penny-pinched, oral care counted as something you could skip. But I couldn't stand it. I pulled out the industrial coupons the village had given me, scrounged a few more off Feng Shui, and bought the essential hardware first: nails and wire. How much? Enough to build 2 mud brick rooms, and then some extra. Better too much than too little. In those days, supply was unstable, and who knew whether there'd be any next time I came. Next, we bought daily and kitchen goods, and finally each picked out a few personal items. Feng Shui stared at the rough, yellowed sheets of straw paper on the counter, wavering over whether to buy them. Money and coupons were both tight. I noticed rope in both thicknesses, and 20 more pounds of white flour, 2 stacks of straw paper. Clods of dirt were everywhere, but wiping with them. I figured I'd treat myself a little better than that. The total came to 55 yuan, 26 of it on wire and nails alone. Feng Shui got a fright. The two of us together had under 100, and over half of it was gone in one shot. With her family in trouble, no one would be sending money anymore. How were they supposed to get by from here on? She tugged at the hem of my shirt and lowered her voice. Su Cheng, that's too much. Return some of the unnecessary stuff. I nodded. Good point. Return some of the nails. 2 rooms becomes 1. We'll squeeze under 1 quilt for now, and figure it out once we've got money. Feng Shui's eyes went wide. That won't do. At this rate, the money won't show up before the kid does. But every cent spent was a cent less. 1 room's fine too. But you have to promise. Relax, I can't promise a thing. Come next year, I'll be sure to make you a mom. Seeing her about to cry, I quit teasing, paid up without further ado, and headed out hauling all the bags. I'm planning to make the other room a kitchen, so the 2 of us still sleep together. I can sleep in the kitchen. That won't work. People who don't know better would think I was mistreating you. Besides, what couple doesn't share a room? Feng Shui caught up and took some of the things from my hands, following close behind, mentally tallying up how many hens to raise so she could sell eggs. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when we got back to the village. After resting a bit, while there was still daylight, I took a sickle and headed for the reed thicket along the little river. Feng Shui was puzzled until she spotted the coil of thin rope in the supply pile, and then it clicked. He was going to cut reeds to weave a straw mat. Sleeping on the ground forever wasn't going to cut it. Doesn't even seem to mind the exhaustion, strong as a calf. Doesn't look like an injured man at all. It seemed his body really was fine. A round trip to the commune was over 20 li, and she'd carried things too. Her arms and legs ached. Never mind me, who'd hauled the bulk of the supplies. Feng Shui rubbed her arm, went to the village well to draw a bucket of water, boiled it, let it cool to warm, poured it into the kettle, and brought it over. Have some water. Thanks. I wiped off the sweat and drank it down in one go, then got back to work. She glanced at the reeds piled up like a small hill. This is about enough, isn't it? Does one straw mat really need this much? This is nowhere close. Way short. For making mud bricks. You usually use dry thatch or wheat straw for mud bricks. Green reeds have too much moisture, poor toughness, and rot easily. They have to be dried first. The few dozen finished bricks the village gave us aren't enough. With the clear weather lately, the bricks will be usable in 7 days. Northern winters are cold, so a wall has to be at least a 4'9" or 6'2" wall. 2 rooms, 6 meters deep, 3 to 4 meters wide, walls 3 meters high. That's at least 3,000 mud bricks. A strong laborer can make 300 a day at most, working dawn to dusk, which means about 20 days before it's built. With ready-made bricks it'd be a week, but we had nothing, so we had to start from scratch. Su Cheng, what do 4'9" and 6'2" wall mean? Wall thickness, 49 centimeters and 62. Anything thinner won't hold up against winter. Feng Shui had 1,000 whys. Then why build it over 3 meters high? Isn't 2 enough? I patiently explained from memory. Too low and it's stuffy in summer. And in winter the smoke from the heated Kong can't rise and vent out the air window. Mild case, your eyes sting and you cough. Bad case, carbon mon. Bad case, you get smoked to death. Oh, we learned this in physics. Hot air is less dense and gathers up top, and the smoke has carbon monoxide in it. Breathe too much and you're poisoned. Suddenly she fixed me with a suspicious look. Su Cheng, How do you know the word carbon monoxide? Erlung hadn't even gone to elementary school. He couldn't read a single character. So how could he possibly know a chemistry term? And the way he'd just been talking, depth, ceiling height. And that brick count, even she couldn't work out. 6 long, 4 wide, 3 high needs 3,000. How'd he calculate that? Was I, a high schooler, worse at arithmetic than an idiot? My hands paused. Then I carried on as if nothing had happened. Carbon monwatt. Did I say that? Not admitting it. Feng Shui narrowed her eyes, then suddenly tossed out, with a look of disgust, standing there in broad daylight stark naked, striking provocative poses. How indecent. Naked in broad daylight. Who? My eyes lit up, and I instinctively straightened up and scanned left and right. Heh. Feng Shui gave a scornful little laugh and stared at me intently. Understood that, did you? So you've been to school. Damn it. This woman really needs taking down a peg, scheming with all her wits aimed at me. I'd gotten careless. Seemed like how to keep up the disguise after transmigrating was a skill in itself. My expression didn't change. Oh, never went to school. I used to hear the sent-down youths going on about it back when I was working. They also said you've got a big, but good for bearing kids. You humph. Feng Shui's face flushed scarlet. She stamped her foot, spun around, and ran off. Heh, little thing, like I can't handle you. The corner of my mouth curled, and I silently reminded myself, remember, you're illiterate. The little creek wound along, the reeds on both banks a full 3 meters tall, no worry about running short. The stuff could weave mats and screens, bind into brooms, serve as kindling. Lots of uses. Villagers used it for building houses too. It was handier than cutting grass off the hillsides. Just as I was getting into the rhythm of cutting, Feng Shui came back, now with a coil of rope in hand. She bundled up the reeds I'd cut and ferried them back to the house plot, trip after trip. The setting sun shifted west, the afterglow stretching the two of our shadows out long. Leaving the supplies piled out in the open wasn't going to do. If they got stolen or rained on, it'd be too late for tears, so I planned to throw together a simple shelter first. Hanging the hunting knife at my belt, I picked a big tree and shimmied up nimbly. Thwack, thwack, crack. The poplar branches dropped to the ground. I picked a few more and cut down the relatively straight ones. In this era, cutting collective forest timber without authorization was illegal, but trees on your own house plot belonged to you personally. Since the secretary had allotted the plot to me, these few trees were naturally mine to deal with. I glanced at Feng Shui working with her lips pursed and shook my head with a smile. Comrade Feng, want a toilet or not? Just say the magic word, and I'll build you one. Feng Shui's eyes lit up. Always ducking into the cornfields and reed thickets wasn't a real solution. What if someone saw? When there were a lot of people around, she had to hold it in and didn't dare take long. If they had one of their own, she could go whenever she wanted and take as long as she liked. She spread the reeds out on the ground, sneaking a glance at me. Didn't figure this guy for the considerate type. Then go ahead and build it. The off-work bell rang, and the villagers headed back one after another, all crowding over as they passed the house plot. Erlung, what are you two doing here? I was clearing the open ground with a spade, shoveling off leaves and stones, and leveling it. Secretary, building the house will take a while, so I'm putting up a thatched hut first. Secretary Su Shorin, puffing on his pipe, brought it up again. Why go to all that trouble? Just stay at the sent-down youth's quarters for now. Living here, there are loads of mosquitoes, and what'll you do if it rains? My hands didn't stop, and I turned him down with a grin. Nah, I'm scared those male sent-down youths will flirt with my wife. Everyone was full of question marks. The secretary shot me a glare. Don't talk nonsense. They're all educated youth. How could they do something so low? This idiot, you can't go spouting things that hurt unity. The local villagers and the sent-down youths were two separate groups to begin with, far apart in habits and outlook, hard to blend together. Under the planned economy, supplies were limited, and when the sent-down youths arrived, they took a share of the villagers' rations. The villagers didn't say it out loud, but they weren't exactly thrilled about it. Xianyang Commune preached collectivism, and anyone judged to be undermining unity got called out by name and criticized at the commune members' assembly, and the secretary and brigade leader were the ones first on the hook. I scratched my head, putting on a not-too-bright face. Secretary, I'm not talking nonsense. This morning the sent-down youth Wu Yuanshan told my wife I won't live many more days, and tried to get my wife to take up with him. What? Isn't that bullying an honest man? Secretary, you've got to do something. That scoundrel really said that? It's true. Don't believe me, ask my wife. The secretary turned a darkened face to Feng Shui. Feng Shui, is what Erling said true? Feng Shui snuck a glance at me, her gaze softening. She'd felt a concern she hadn't known in a long time, and it warmed her heart. It's true. The secretary took a deep breath and turned to instruct the militia. Two of you, go bring Wu Yuanshan to the brigade office. He's out of line, daring to openly harass a woman. And off he stormed, fuming. Once everyone had dispersed, I teased with a smile. See that? This is the upside of settling down in the countryside. Marrying me, you came out ahead. Run into trouble, and the whole village protects you. Feng Shui rolled her eyes. Fine, fine, you're amazing. I grabbed the hunting knife and cut branches, picking the thick ones to bury in the ground as posts, then set crossbeams, lashed them with hemp rope, and laid a roof pole every 20 centimeters, and the frame went up. I reminded Feng Shui, who was weaving reeds. Doesn't need to be too tall. 2 meters is fine. Trim off the extra, especially the reed tassels. They prick your skin and itch. Don't leave them on. Oh, okay. Make it a bit thicker, or there'll be gaps. Following the same method, I put up a small one in the corner as a toilet. No need to roof it. After more than half an hour of work, the 2 half-finished reed huts were up. It had gotten dark. The door and roof would have to wait until tomorrow. We moved the supplies into the shelter, and Feng Shui started on dinner. I took a towel and soaped to the little creek. I'd worked all day and worked up a stinking sweat. It was unbearable not to wash. Feng Shui washed my back, her eyes full of envy. She wanted to wash too. She hadn't in days and was practically going sour. But a woman couldn't wash in the river as freely and carelessly as a man. Wait until deep in the night. But what if someone came? The villagers often washed by the creek too. And there was the fear of running into a wolf coming down from the mountains. Have Suching stand guard. No good. What if he peeked? She agonized over it as she cooked. I came back from washing, tied a hammock between 2 trees, and lay down to test it. Lying down really is more comfortable. I'll sleep here tonight. Hunting arts really was a good thing. Dinner's ready. Coming. Cornmeal grit porridge again, though Feng Shui had added a bit of flour, so it wasn't as thin. Can't keep living on porridge. Let's steam some cornbread buns tomorrow. Okay. Watching her wolf it down, I reached behind my back, pulled out a legless rabbit and a single rabbit leg, and held them out before her eyes. You're in for a treat tonight. Happened to catch a wild rabbit while bathing. Feng Shui's eyes went wide in an instant, her nose twitching, and she swallowed. Meat was a rare thing in those days. Getting it once every couple of weeks was already good. The last time she'd had meat was a month ago, when a few of the sent-down youths pooled money to make a meal of dumplings. Eat up, it won't keep in the heat. I already ate the other rabbit leg. The upside of not staying at the sent-down youths' quarters, eat meat freely. Sweet. Feng Shui smiled, a rare thing, her gaze on me softer still. She took a bite and mumbled, Su Chung, I want to take a bath in a bit. Stand guard for me, would you? I raised an eyebrow. Now there's a nice perk. Seeing my lecherous look, she puffed out her cheeks and threw a punch. No peeking. Or else. As if. I'm not that kind of guy. I promise I'll keep proper watch. Definitely no robbing the post I'm guarding. Around 8 at night, the 2 of us walked along the creek away from the village for about a quarter of an hour, then stopped at a clean spot with easy access to the water. It was near mid-month and clear again, the moon especially bright. I was a little puzzled. Same moon. So how come it was this bright in this era? You could see far without any light, just like the moon in my childhood memories, which I'd never seen again after growing up. Feng Shui gave me a shove. You're not planning to stand guard right here, are you? I grinned. If you insist on it, I could grudgingly accept that. You paw. She kicked me, grudgingly my foot. In your dreams. Get further away. A woo, came a wolf's howl from the distant mountains. Be but not too far. Women in every era are this fickle. I shrugged and stepped back, then stopped and asked, good now. Feng Shui looked at me 2 meters away, where she could still make out my nose and eyes clearly, and gritted her teeth. What do you think? You're the one who said further, but not too far? So how far exactly? She couldn't be bothered to waste words with idiot act me, and walked off a dozen plus meters herself, stopping only once she confirmed she couldn't make out the water's surface, then scuffed a line in the ground with her foot. Don't cross this line. Fine. I carried over a rock and set it on the line, then made a sweeping after you gesture. Off you go. Strange. Why does he seem a little eager? At this distance you couldn't make out a thing, a dark shape at most. Feng Shui eyed me suspiciously for a moment, then turned back to look again when she reached the water. From my spot, I really was just a blurry dark shape. My eyesight's normal. There's no way he can see further than me. Reassured, she turned her back to the bank and took off her clothes. A dozen plus meters away, my eyes lit up sharply. The life spirit liquid had maxed out every one of my stats, eyesight included. A distance where a normal person couldn't see clearly was no problem for me. Outline, posture, hairstyle, all distinguishable. Girls in every era take forever bathing. It was over half an hour before Feng Shui finished, and I'd been tormented for over half an hour too. Physically and mentally both. A teenage body really can't take the teasing. Done, let's go. I hunched over, my voice gone dry. My legs have gone numb. You go on ahead. I'll help you up. Catching the faint fragrance off her, I swallowed. Don't. The more you help, the number they get. You go first. I'll take a moment. Feng Shui, suspicious. Did you cross the line or not? Heaven as my witness, I didn't move an inch. Don't believe me. Look at the footprints on the ground. The soil here was loose. Passing by left marks, and the footprints could prove I hadn't gotten close. She took a look. Sure enough, that was the case, but didn't leave, standing beside me to wait. I took a few deep breaths to press down the restlessness before getting up. Much better, let's go. In this era, there wasn't much entertainment, the lighting was poor, and people slept early, unless they had something on their minds. Wang Zuilin was one such case. That afternoon, she'd seen her nephew buy a pile of supplies, and it pained her something awful. That was all her money. She'd scrimped and saved over 200 yuan from hunting and raising pigs, meant for marrying off her eldest son, and in one go Erlong had swindled 50 out of her, plus she'd lost a pig and had a house burned down. Her own family in such dire straits, and yet the young couple were living it up, especially that sack of white flour, which her family couldn't bring themselves to eat more than a few times a year. Wang Zuilin tossed and turned on the Kong, angrier the more she thought about it, angriest of all at her husband beside her sleeping like a log without a care. She gave him a kick. Su Shotai rolled over and kept snoring. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Why don't you just sleep yourself to death? She was about to kick him again when she suddenly froze, stared at her husband, glanced again at the night outside the window, and her eyes started darting around. They're probably asleep too. Why not? Better to act than to merely want to. Wang Zuilin crept off the Kong and dressed, then sneaked furtively toward the east end of the village. Nearly at the house plot, she peered out from behind a tree. Nobody, no sound. She circled around, walked up directly in front of the doorless reed hut, and looked inside. Empty. Her eyes lit up. Where could they be this late? Before she'd even finished the thought, it hit her, and she turned to look toward the creek. Perfect chance. She strode briskly inside. Huh, where's the stuff? Empty, not so much as a hair. She ran to the other room. Same thing, nothing at all. Beside herself with rage, she grabbed a post and shook it violently, toppling both reed huts, and fled. When the two of us got back, all we saw was a scene of wreckage. Su Cheng, the house. Feng Shui cried out and ran over, looking at the hut wrecked beyond recognition, her eyes reddening, nearly bursting into tears. Who did this? How could anyone be so rotten? I narrowed my eyes and gave a cold smile. Report it. All our grain and supplies are gone. Let the public security office come investigate. Huh? Didn't you say you were worried about theft and hid the stuff in the reeds? No, it's right here in the hut. I looked at her in earnest. Remember, no matter who asks, that's what you say. Don't worry, they won't find it. No matter who they send, they won't find it. Bang, bang, bang. Secretary, open up quick. Big trouble. Erlong and his wife are about to hang themselves at the brigade office. Hurry and go take a look. The shouting tore through the night. Dogs started barking everywhere, and kerosene lamps flickered on one by one. Su Shoren shuffled to the door in his slippers, bare-chested. Who'd you say is dying? The villager pulled him toward the brigade office as he spoke. Erlong and his wife. Not dead yet, but close, about to hang themselves at the brigade office gate. A while ago, they went to the creek to bathe, came back to find their house knocked down and all the supplies inside stolen. Erling says that was their entire fortune, plus money they borrowed from the villagers. He knows he can't pay it back, says all he can do is pay with his life. And that kid's stubborn as a mule. Hurry and go talk him down. Su Shoren flew into a rage. Damn it all to hell, which heartless wretch is driving two hard-luck kids to their deaths? Go notify the militia squad to bring guns and a gong, rouse the whole village, gather at the brigade office. I'd like to see just who's so lawless. Orders given, he bolted off at a sprint. If this drove someone to their death, he could forget about staying on as secretary, and the whole of Su family village would be saddled with the bad name of being troublemakers. From the old elm by the brigade office gate hung two nooses, with a pile of loose stones beneath. The moment I grabbed a noose and went to loop it around my neck, two villagers held on for dear life. Beside me, Feng Shui was being gripped by a middle-aged woman too. She didn't look all that keen on dying, at least not struggling as fiercely as me. What the secretary didn't know was that it wasn't that she wasn't struggling fiercely. It was that she was too embarrassed to act it out, and just couldn't bring herself to say those lines. Let go of me, I don't want to live. It was our carelessness that gave the thief his chance. It's all my fault. I have no face to face the whole village. Let me die. I can't repay the money, so today I'll pay you back with my life for certain. When I'm dead, don't bury me. Chop my corpse up and feed it to the dogs, as my repayment to you fellow villagers. Everyone broke out in a sweat. That method of debt repayment, we really don't dare accept it. But no one doubted my motive. In those days, there were plenty of cases of people hanging themselves out of shame over losing a large sum. In the neighboring commune, an accountant had collected 128 yuan in public funds from over 30 households' grain sales. That night a rainstorm collapsed a corner of the wall, and the rainwater ruined the money. And in his shame, he hanged himself at the village entrance, the cloth bundle still hanging from his neck. The crushing weight of morality and responsibility gets magnified in a countryside that prizes reputation. It was precisely because I'd zeroed in on this that I'd staged this whole scene. The two of us had deliberately made a racket to wake the neighbors, and after a round of weeping and wailing, grabbed rope and made straight for the brigade office, half dragging and half performing, and finally managed to wait out the secretary's arrival. Any later, and I wouldn't have been able to keep the act going. I'd already recited these lines several times over. Enough of this nonsense, Erling. Get down here. The secretary kicked the stones away and pried my arm loose. A grown man carrying on about living or dying. What does that look like? It's just some lost belongings. I'll see to this for you. And your eldest uncle's here. Good. Surely. He recounted it all, then convened a quick huddle with the brigade leader and accountant. In a bit, I'll do the asking. If no one confesses, surely, you take the militia and search house to house. First, let's establish whether it was someone from this village. If so, we handle it internally. If not, we report it to the county. By the rules, the brigade had no authority to search private homes, but on the strength of the secretary's prestige, no one dared say a word, and everyone figured he was acting for the good of the village collective. The brigade leader cut in. I suspect it's someone from this village. An outside thief would have just stolen the stuff. No reason to knock the house down. That's clearly venting a grudge. Secretary, could it be that sent-down youth Wu Yuanshan? We criticized and disciplined him today and docked his work points. Maybe he was sore and out for revenge. Not far off, sharp of ear and eye, I heard it. No. He deserves a beating, but it wasn't him. The footprints at the scene were small, clearly a woman's. I looked at the villagers gathering around, my gaze landing on third aunt in the crowd, looking a bit flustered. Oh, so it was her. Heh, the money for the house is here. Third aunt. Oh, let me say thank you to you. Because of you, every season is warm. Once everyone had assembled, the secretary spat his way through the whole story, then said sternly, Don't think I don't know who you are. I'm not naming you to save you face. Step forward on your own, and there's still room to smooth things over. Otherwise, the moment it's found, you go straight to the public security office. Wang Tsuelon lowered her head guiltily, her palms slick with sweat. Who'd have thought that idiot Erlang was really fool enough to actually go hang himself at the brigade office? The stuff's gone? Could someone else have gone there before me? Whatever. It's no business of mine. I just gave it a little push. Who knew the house would come down? Humph. Search away. My place doesn't have anything anyway. Fine. Won't own up to it. Surely. Take the militia and search house to house. Don't skip the sent-down youth's quarters either. Su Sholi shot me a sidelong glance, his face grim. This jinx. Nothing but trouble in the dead of night. You two come along to identify the items. Sure thing, uncle. Wife, you don't need to come. I'll go myself. I know all the stuff. I trotted eagerly after the militia squad, starting the search from the nearest household. Any here? No. Next house. We searched over 20 households in a row until we reached third uncle's house. Seeing me head into the courtyard, Su Sholi snorted. Nonsense. Is your third uncle going to steal your things? Hurry up, next house. Of course I trust third uncle and aunt. They went to such pains to raise me. But then again, if every other house gets searched and only third uncle's is skipped, what if the villagers say you're covering for your own younger brother? Uncle, I'm thinking of you and third uncle here. The way I see it, we should not only search, but search carefully, so no one has grounds to talk. Su Sholi raised an eyebrow and looked at his idiot nephew in surprise. Even a fool, thinking long enough, sometimes hits on something. The boy's got a point. Plenty of people had their eyes on his position. He really couldn't leave any opening for talk. Ahem, go in and search, be thorough. Yes. I'd lived here for over 10 years and knew the place better than anyone. I pulled a militiaman toward the wheat straw stack in the southwest corner of the yard. Take a look here too, so there's no grounds for talk. A wheat straw stack packed that tight. What could be hidden in it? The militiaman looked to Su Sholi and only came along reluctantly once he saw him nod. As we reached it, I suddenly braced one hand against the stack, lifted my leg, and scratched with my other hand. So many mosquitoes. This guy, the militiaman, was speechless. Look where we are. How could there not be? He gave a few careless pokes, about to just go through the motions, when he suddenly let out an eh. The spot he'd parted revealed a hole, and inside was a big black pot, with bowls and chopsticks, a kitchen cleaver, a ladle with a broken handle, and a hefty sack of white flour. He'd seen that ladle before. It was the one Wang Tsulan had given Erling the day they split the household. Squad leader, found it. At the brigade office gate. Su Shotsai turned his head to look at his wife and frowned. What's the matter with you? Wang Tsulan was panicking, unable to sit or stand still. cold sweat beading on her forehead, every so often rising on her toes to peer toward the village. Married for decades, Su Shotsai could tell at a glance she had a guilty conscience. Could the thief be her? He quietly leaned in and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Did you do it?" Wang Tsulan jumped, glanced left and right to make sure no one was paying attention, then darkened her face and glared at him. "Su Shotsai, how dare you suspect me? I've spent decades of hard living with you, borne you 3 children, and raised that scoundrel nephew of yours. And the second something happens, you suspect me first. Are we even staying married? If not, let's divorce." And she started wiping at non-existent tears. Su Shotsai panicked at once. "Don't cry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have suspected you." But inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it wasn't her. Just then, shouting came from the village entrance. "Secretary, we found it." A militiaman shouted as he ran, repeating it breathlessly when he reached us. "We found the supplies Erlang lost." The secretary was overjoyed. "Where'd you find them?" The militiaman's expression was strange as he swept his eyes over the crowd, finally settling on Wang Tsulan. "In the straw stack at Erlang's third uncle's house." "What? No mistake. No mistake. We were all there when they split the household. The pot, bowls, chopsticks, and that broken-handled ladle. That one set. I remember it crystal clear. Plus a dozen-some pounds of white flour, hidden in a hole dug under the straw stack." "Uh-huh. So it really was a thief in the family." The secretary snorted coldly, turned, and pointed furiously at the Su Shotsai couple. "A fine thing you two have done." Everyone's head snapped toward them in unison, opening up distance. "Su Shotsai, are you even human? That's your own nephew. Erlang got badly hurt, and you threw him out, then burned his house, drove the young couple to live in a reed hut, and still wouldn't let up. What kind of grudge is this? You two aren't fit to be elders. If you ask me, Wang Tsulan put him up to it. The women of Wang family village are all bad seeds." Speaking of Wang family village, the girls married out of that village were all formidable characters, the kind to argue a point into the ground with no reason at all. For 10 villages around, matchmakers generally steered clear, unless a family's circumstances were so poor they had no choice. Of course, that itself was a prejudiced thing to say. Not everyone was like that. Already guilty-hearted, Wang Tsulan went white. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," she chanted, even as she instinctively glanced at her 2 sons. "It wasn't them, was it? No, I never fell asleep. I'd have heard them go out. Whatever it is, I absolutely can't admit it. Slander. This is slander. Secretary, you have to get justice for me. It's definitely Erlang framing me on purpose. Boo-hoo. I've been wronged." She plopped down on the ground and threw a fit. "Bullying me to death. I don't want to live anymore. I raised him all that way. And instead of repaying my kindness, he turns around and frames me." She didn't dare drag any of the other militiamen into it. They had homes and families. Tangle with them, and once it blew up, there'd be no cleaning it up. The best target was that idiot Erlang. Smear him, and he'd have a mouth, but no way to speak with it. Just like that morning when the sent-down youth flirted with his wife, and he hadn't made a peep either. The militiaman sneered. "Erlang never left our sight the whole time. So you tell me how he framed you." "I dug the stuff out with my own hands, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with Erlang, and even now you're slandering him." "Secretary, don't bother with this. Report it. A woman like this belongs in the labor camp." The secretary didn't rush to answer, instead looking at Su Shotsai. They were all of the same clan a few generations back, to push this to the extreme. Seeing him waver, the militiaman went on. "Secretary, what Erlang lost is more than this. There were building materials too, worth over 100 yuan, and the rest we didn't find. Wang Tsulan won't even admit to the theft. So how would she ever account for where the rest went? The sum involved is too large. This is beyond our handling." The secretary started. "Over 100 yuan? Where would Erlang get that kind of money?" "Erlang says he had 50, the rest is Comrade Feng's." The secretary looked at Feng Shui, who'd kept silent the whole time. "Feng Shui, is that so?" Feng Shui was a little dazed at this point. Didn't Su Cheng say no one could find it? How did the stuff end up at Wang Tsulan's? "He had 50, I had 28. We spent 55 shopping, leaving 23. Where does 100 yuan come from?" But she lied through her teeth all the same. "Yes, we spent 100 yuan shopping. That was our entire fortune. Otherwise Erlang and I wouldn't have thought of taking our own lives." Then she glanced at the noose up in the tree. The secretary, thinking she was about to go to a dark place again, raised an eyebrow and barked sternly at Wang Tsulan. "Where's the rest of the stuff? Speak, or I'll send you to the public security office." Seeing it was getting real, Wang Tsulan was scared stiff. "I've been wronged, secretary. I really didn't take anything. I only knocked the house down. I really never saw any stuff." Hearing her admit it herself, Su Shotsai's face changed drastically. "Didn't you say it wasn't you?" Aye. Wang Tsulan stammered. Then suddenly it registered. I didn't steal anything. Su Shotsai, what are you bellowing about? Erling cheated us out of 50 yuan. So what if I knocked his house down? It was just 2 reed huts. Worst case, I'll put them back up for him. The secretary flew into a rage. So that's how it is. You really are a model elder. Where exactly did you hide Erling's things? I didn't steal anything. I only pushed the house down. I'm not the one who stole the stuff. Still talking back. Seize her, send her to the county first thing in the morning. I've been wronged. I really don't know where the stuff is. Just then Su Sholi came back with the militia squad, glanced at the pinned-down Wang Tsulan, sighed silently, walked over to the secretary and the others, and shook his head. We didn't find the rest of the stuff. The secretary took a pull on his pipe and was silent a moment. Sholi, what's your read on this? Su Sholi looked at his utterly distraught younger brother, then at his idiot nephew getting ready to loop the rope around his neck, and his mouth twitched. Let go of me. I have no face to live. When I'm dead, chop me up and feed me to the dogs. Erlang, no more of this nonsense. Seeing the man held back, he said helplessly, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Word getting out is bad for the village's name. Don't let outsiders think our village is full of petty thieves, a laughingstock like Wang family village. The way I see it, we handle it internally, either hand over the things or compensate with money. As for Wang Tsulan, secretary, what do you say? Without punishing her, there'd be no silencing the wagging tongues, but he was only the militia squad leader. He had to defer to the secretary. The secretary made the call. That's settled then. You go talk with Shotsai. As for Wang Tsulan, 3 months of reform through labor and struggle sessions before the whole village. Reform through labor meant doing the hardest, most exhausting work in the production team, with work points far below an ordinary member's, plus regular reports on one's thinking. Struggle sessions were the norm in this era. The landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, and bad elements were the usual targets, and Wang Tsulan counted as a bad element. Su Sholi found his brother and laid out the decision. Useless. Can't even keep your own woman in line. I've smoothed this over for you. Have Wang Tsulan hand over the stuff, or pay Erling 100 yuan, or the villagers won't let you off. Brother, I'll go ask. Su Shotsai ran off to confer with Wang Tsulan, but she genuinely had no idea where the stuff was, so asking was pointless. In the end, he couldn't hold back and slapped her across the face. Brother, we'll pay, but it can't be 100 yuan. Wasn't that 20 pounds of white flour found? White flour 16 cents a pound. 20 pounds is 3 yuan 20, so at most I'll pay him 96 yuan 80. Su Sholi, Dad really didn't name you wrong. Su Cheng, didn't you say no one could find it? How did the stuff end up at Wang Tsuelan's? The house plot. Lying on the reed mat, Feng Shui turned her head to look at me. I was sitting on the hammock counting money, and once done, stuffed it into my pocket, actually placing it into the storage space. I wasn't stingy with praise. I got careless, underestimated third aunt. Her stuff-finding skills are really something. Even hidden that well, she still dug it out. Stop dwelling on it, get to sleep early. Tomorrow I'll go buy another batch of supplies. The secretary said we'll knock off early in the morning and organize people to come help us make mud bricks and lay the foundation. Once the house is up, we won't have to fear thieves. Oh, Feng Shui turned away, then after a bit couldn't help asking. We've still got 23 yuan, plus that 96 yuan 80. That's enough to build the house, right? So we won't need to borrow money from the village. Enough. I still had the 20 yuan from the redemption. Altogether it was just under 142 cents short, and there were 2 pigs in the storage space that'd sell for plenty. One more trip into the mountains tomorrow. With the hunting certificate, I could legitimately hunt down the wild boars and send them to the county to sell, and the money for a gun would be covered. Thinking of a gun, I got a little excited. No need to borrow. Let's spend a bit more on some finished mud bricks. We can move a lot faster. In those days, every household had a few finished mud bricks. Yesterday, the secretary had been soliciting donations. Some couldn't bear to part with theirs and stayed quiet, and only brigade leader Su Shui agreed to give a few dozen. Making mud bricks costs no money. Dig a bit of clay during the farming off-season and you can make them. So giving them away for free stung, but paying for them was a different matter. Trading bricks they couldn't use right now for money, no one would refuse. Such is human nature. No one's obligated to help anyone. When the secretary formally solicits donations tomorrow, head it off. Say we'll pay for them. Also, we can't accept money or goods from anyone, no matter the household. Take it, and it becomes a debt of gratitude. If money can solve it, better not to owe favors. Monetary debts are easy to repay. Debts of gratitude are hard to settle. Feng Shui frowned. I headed off. You won't be home keeping watch. Where are you going? Buying things shouldn't take a whole morning. I crossed my legs. I set a few traps in the mountains this morning, going to see if there's a catch. Keep watch at home. With that time, better to go into the mountains and rack up some essence to redeem packages. Oh, right. The mountains had not just animals, but medicinal herbs too, and herbs sold for money. But damn it, I don't know my herbs. Should have borrowed a book from Doctor Who. A misstep. The two of us chatted on and off. Nights in this era were just this dull. No AC, no TV, no phone. As we talked, our voices grew quieter and faded into silence. Daybreak. In my grogginess, I caught the fragrance of flour. Cracking my eyes open, I saw feng shui steaming cornbread buns, the two-blend kind, white flour mixed with cornmeal. I rolled out of bed and went over to the stove. Inside the pot, using broom corn stalks as a steamer rack, set a dozen-some buns of varying sizes, their light aroma wafting out with the steam, making my mouth water. The morning glow lit up the fair side of her face, the fine down on it clearly visible, like a peach. I swallowed. Where'd the cornmeal come from? Bought it off Annie Lee next door. The co-op's 9 cents a pound. I gave her 10, and she threw in some old dough starter. She pressed a bun and judged the heat about right, then pulled the firewood from under the stove, stuck it in the dirt, and stomped it out. Hunting in the mountains is physical work, lots of trails to walk. Living on flour gruel alone won't cut it. I glanced at the sky in the east, only about 6 or 7. The girls of this era really are something, willing or not. They're all set on making a life work. I trotted eagerly to the creek to wash up, and after breakfast, full of fighting spirit, slung the bow and arrows over my back and went to the brigade office, hoping to borrow an illustrated herbal medicine book from Doctor Who. I was mercilessly refused. I understand you want to gather herbs to supplement your income, but you can only read it here, no taking it out. If you really want one, go ask at the county state-run Native Goods and Sundries Recycling Company. They buy mountain goods, medicinal herbs, and animal hides, and occasionally print and distribute pamphlets introducing herbs and game to hunters. Thank you, Doctor Who. Can I read it now? Sure. Take care not to damage it. I flipped through fast and found that one glance was enough to memorize a page, as if branded into my brain. A memory like this and not sitting the college entrance exam. What a waste. It seemed my abilities had improved across the board. Just didn't know about. I glanced down at my crotch. Maybe I'll go try things out with feng shui later. Ahem. Leaving the brigade office, I took a detour straight for the mountains. Buying things was out of the question. The supplies were all in the storage space. I'd just take them out when I got back. Same old route again. The outer edge had nothing, so heading deeper along the familiar path was the best option. Passing by the trap, I took a look. Sure enough, waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump is no good. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A familiar sound, a familiar place. I held my breath and looked toward it. In the underbrush, a colorful ring-necked pheasant was foraging head down in the rotting leaves. Little thing, today I'm definitely stewing you. I quietly slipped the bow off and took aim at its neck. There's a knack to shooting pheasants. Aim for the neck to kill in one shot. Aim for the wing to keep it from flying far. If you only graze the feathers without piercing through, it'll bolt in fright and be hard to catch again. I had confidence in my marksmanship. While it pecked, I loosed my wrist. Twang. The arrow tore through the air, trailing its fletching. Thwack. Right in the neck. The pheasant didn't even get to cry out. It flapped twice, pitched into the rotting leaves, twitched a few times, and went still. In 2 quick strides I rushed over, hoisted it up, and pulled the arrow. It weighed about 3 pounds. This stuff went for roughly a yuan a pound, so it'd sell for around 3. I drained the blood as usual and tossed it into the storage space. Killed 1 wild pheasant. Acquired 2 essence points to. Pheasants are worth more essence than rabbits? Made sense. Rabbits breed too fast, reaching adulthood in 4 months. And nutritionally, they're far inferior to the rare ring-necked pheasant. I stopped short. Not far off, among the rotting leaves, a plant's 5 little leaves caught my eye. The leaf margins lightly serrated, glossy green, the veins as crisp as if carved on. Isn't this ginseng? Whether you bag any game, beyond skill, comes down mostly to luck. Good luck and a single trip's haul is full. Bad luck and you won't touch so much as a hair for days. The year before last, a half-grown boy in the village went into the mountains with his father, wandered all morning catching nothing, and on the way down took a piss, and pissed out a decades-old wild ginseng root. No telling how much he sold it for, but it was at least over 1,000 yuan, and over 1,000 in those days was something an ordinary family might not save up in a dozen-plus years. Wonder how many years old this one is. Digging ginseng is time-consuming, with all its conventions. Using a pick made from ground deer antler bone, tying on a red cord and hanging copper coins, wrapping it in bark and moss after digging to keep it moist. I'd seen something like it in a TV drama. Seen it, sure, but I didn't know how to do it and had no tools. Let's keep it simple. I pulled the spade out of the storage space and, to avoid damaging the root fibers, dug in a circle 50 centimeters out from the ginseng, opening a big pit in over half an hour. Looking at that clump of earth in the middle, I laid my palm against it. willed it with a thought into the storage space, then willed again, and the loose soil automatically separated from the root fibers and flew off. We don't know how to dig, but we've got a cheat, heh. Harvested 1 wild ginseng root, 83 years old. Acquired 50 essence points. Current total 58. Mid-tier package available for redemption. 83 years old, I was rich. Sell it to the co-op or the recycling company for several hundred. Private buyers on the black market would double that. A few more of these, and the richest man in Sioux family village would be born. But sadly, ginseng has exacting environmental requirements, a matter of chance you can't force, so it stayed just a nice thought. I pushed down my delight. Redeem. If the basic package was that powerful, what good stuff could the mid-tier produce? Mid-tier package redemption successful. Acquired skill carpentry mastery. Ration coupons times 100 pounds. Currency times 100 yuan. 100 pounds of ration coupons, 100 yuan. Help arriving in a snowstorm. Originally, I'd only had the 40 pounds of ration coupons split off from third ant, plus feng shui's 10, minus 20 used on flour, leaving 30 pounds. 2 working adults. 50 pounds of grain would feed them 30 days at most, and it was still a month and a half until the autumn harvest grain distribution, which meant going without grain for half a month. In those days, no coupons meant you couldn't buy grain, even with money. To avoid running out, I could either borrow against future rations from the brigade, or buy coupons on the black market and risk the charge of profiteering, or eat meat at every meal. There were 2 pigs in the storage space, but with everyone else short on grain, doing that before the house was built wasn't realistic. With these 100 pounds of ration coupons, holding out until grain distribution is more than enough. As for the 100 yuan, ginseng can save a life in a pinch. I'm not short on cash for now, so I'll keep it. I decided to hold on to that ginseng root for now. Carpentry mastery, another piece of good stuff I sorely need. The house was handled, but the inside was bare. With this skill, I could buy some lumber and make my own furniture, borrowing tools from the village carpenter. Perfect. In high spirits, my steps even felt lighter. Pressing on inward, in a pine grove I came across a cluster of hazel mushrooms. Caps brownish yellow, stalks thin and tough. Dried, the stuff could keep all winter, and stewed with the pheasant it'd taste incredible. By the time I finished picking, it was nearly noon. Heading down the mountain, I took a different route, scanning as I walked, and with decent luck ran into another wild rabbit. This time I didn't put it in the storage space. I'd registered as a hunter, so I couldn't keep coming back empty-handed. At the foot of the mountain, I loaded the supplies I'd bought yesterday onto my back and took the main road, ambling leisurely toward the house plot. At that time, the villagers had gathered around the construction site, and the village secretary was supervising the foundation work. The site had been cleared, and a foundation pit shaped like the Chinese character for sun had been excavated, 50 centimeters deep and 80 centimeters wide. The pit was then compacted, sprinkled with lime, and lined with mortar and gray bricks. I checked that no one was looking, put the hazel mushrooms in the bucket, sliced a few pounds of meat off third ant's pig and tossed that in too, and carried it back. Wife, I shot a rabbit, stew the rabbit, pork, and hazel mushrooms together. By custom, laying the foundation and raising the roof beam are big days, so we've got to feed everyone today. The secretary's eldest son, Su Aigua, looked into the bucket, his eyes lighting up. Haha, I was wondering why Erlen wasn't around. Turns out he wanted to make us food. Then he added, foolish brother, it's not easy for you newlyweds to scrape together a meal. Save it for yourselves. We won't be eating here at noon. A young man beside him chimed in. You bagged a rabbit? Good for you. Perfect for building yourself back up after your injury. Erlen, your wife already paid for everyone's stuff. We feel bad enough about that. Eating your food too would be downright low. The secretary walked over and put on a stern face to lecture me. You half-wit, that big a chunk of meat, think how much it cost. When other people build, they just steam a few baskets of 2 blend buns, but you go and bring out meat. How are you supposed to keep living after this? Then, gentler, don't worry, before work started we cadres all gave the word. Anyone who dares slack off, I'll be the first to object. You two keep the food, we're heading home. I scratch my head. Secretary, it's hot, the meat won't keep, and the 2 of us can't finish it anyway. Let's just stew it. We don't have much grain, can't manage buns. So how about each family's kids bring a bowl over and share a little? It's the thought that counts. The secretary glanced at the children crowding around drooling and nodded. Fine. He looked around. Erling's being generous and sharing with the kids. But let's be clear first. No portion for any household that didn't pitch in. I looked over too. Third uncle, third aunt, and eldest uncle hadn't come. Eldest uncle's family had Su Qingzhong doing the labor. Third uncle's 2 sons stood outside watching the show, but my little cousin Su Xiaoyan was hugging wheat straw, helping make mud bricks. Once the foundation was laid, you had to wait at least 5 days before building the walls, letting the mortar cure and settle so it stayed stable long-term. The gray brick base, showing above ground, guarded against rain erosion. The upper layer was pure mud brick, joined with mortar, the bricks made from clay or fine riverbed soil mixed with rice straw, wheat straw, and reeds. All right, we wait for it to set before building the walls. We're still well short on bricks, so over the next few days, after work, everyone helped make another batch. Finished, the secretary called for everyone to head home and eat. The children, who'd long been waiting with bowls in hand, eagerly crowded around the stove. The big black pot held a full load of pork and rabbit stew with mushrooms, and I looked just like a cafeteria lady, dragging over a rock to sit beside the pot and ladling it out one by one, my hand not wavering in the slightest. After the satisfied children dispersed, I called out to Xiaolian, who was about to leave. Xiaolian, come back, you're eating here at noon today. Xiaolian instinctively glanced at her two brothers by the roadside, a little afraid. Brother Erlong, she'd done the labor and gotten a bowl, but her eldest brother had just told her to carry it home, or he'd tell their mom she'd eaten it alone. As the bottom rung of the food chain at home, she didn't dare defy anyone's orders. What are you standing there for? Come back. Whoever works, eats. Those are the secretary's orders. I looked at the secretary, who hadn't left yet. Isn't that right? Su Shoren glared at the two brothers by the roadside. Beat it, before I make you. Don't push me into smacking you. The brothers shot me a resentful glare and slunk off. Xiaolian looked down at the bowl of pork stewed with hazel mushrooms, her eyes brightening, and swallowed. She took the chopsticks and cornbread bun Feng Shui handed over and wolfed them down. Thank you, sister-in-law. On the other side, the secretary waved off the bowl I offered him, packed a pipe of tobacco, and started smoking. Erlong, spending the way you do, building 2 rooms won't be cheap. Better to build one first and leave the other room's foundation be. Wait till you've got more to spare. He understood the two of us wanted the house built fast, but with the mud bricks all bought, no amount of money would be enough. One of us a bit of an idiot, the other a city girl, free spending, young people who didn't budget carefully. That was also why he'd stayed behind instead of leaving. Not enough? Plenty enough. Even without redeeming that 100 yuan today, it'd be enough. I'd originally had 139 yuan 80. The lumber from the brigade was free, the nails and wire were already bought, and the rest was mainly gray brick and roof tiles. 800 gray bricks at 40 yuan total. Roof tiles, about 3,500 for 2 rooms at 2 cents each, 70 yuan. Mud bricks and lime, 20 yuan, coming to 130, with 10 left over. Add the earlier 26 for wire and nails, and 2 rooms came to just 156. The lumber was the big savings. Buying it, the beams, purlins, and doors alone would have been 60 or 70 yuan at least. Labor, food, game. I hunted it myself, and the villagers hadn't eaten at my place. All told, it matched my estimate, 120 a room. Feng Shui, who didn't know any of this, looked over too. The secretary's right. Let's build just 1 room first. She'd asked last night whether we had enough money and gotten a yes, but she had zero concept of the quantity and price of building materials, and only realized how much was needed and how expensive it was when she'd just paid 800 bricks worth, 40 yuan. With the money all spent, what would they eat and drink? 1 room. Looks like I really will have to share a room with Su Cheng. The thought made her sneak a glance at me. I waved a hand. No need, we're building 2 rooms. I lowered my voice. Secretary, I found wild boar tracks in the mountains this morning and set a trap. Once I catch it, I'll sell it to the co-op, and the money for the house will be covered. The secretary started. You sure you can catch it? If I can't, we'll talk then. The foundation needs 5 days to set anyway. If I haven't caught it in 5 days, we'll do as you say and build 1 room. Fine then. Su Shoren nodded and turned to leave. Then I called him back. Secretary, I'd like to buy some lumber from the team to make furniture. He glanced at the bare house plot, which didn't even have a table or chairs, and nodded, then shook his head. No charge. After meeting this year's submission quota, the team has plenty left over. We were planning to allot you some for building anyway. Just go to your uncle Shoshin to collect it. Oh, and Lu Yishou in our village does the best carpentry and has the fullest set of tools. Go to him for furniture. Thank you, secretary. After lunch, Feng Shui took Xiaolian to make mud bricks, and I went back to building the reed huts. It was much faster this time. The reeds were all woven, just needing a little tidying, so I only had to rebuild the frames. Restored in half an hour, then nearly another hour to fit the door and roof. Once it was all done, I put the newly bought supplies inside and turned to head for the brigade office. The brigade office was packed inside and out. I was puzzling over it when I spotted third aunt in the crowd, wearing a hat with a placard hung on her chest, 6 big characters on it. Bad element. Wang Sulan. I burst out laughing on the spot and stood outside watching the show. On the platform, the secretary and cadres took turns speaking and cursing furiously. Wang Sulan, Did Erling's house, or did it not end up in your hands? What did the agreement say when you signed it? Speak up. Driving out a gravely injured nephew. Nobody with a shred of humanity could do it. We shouldn't have let you off easy for the arson last time. He didn't even pursue it. And you went and did more evil afterward. Wouldn't rest until you'd driven the man to death. Look at those two sons of yours. The whole village helped Erling build his house, and they stood there with their arms crossed watching the show. Third aunt kept her head down and said nothing. Third uncle steeled himself and stepped forward. Secretary, that's about enough. She knows she was wrong. Eldest uncle Su Sholi got worked up, defending a bad element. Has he got a death wish? Wang Solan was a woman, so everyone had held off on hitting her. A man would have caught a big slap across the face long ago. He pointed at his younger brother. Su Shotsai, this is no place for you to speak. Defend her again, and I'll drag you up here to be struggled against with her. From the crowd came the agreement. Your eldest brother's right. She got this way because you spoiled her. Make another sound, and we struggle against you too. Third uncle immediately furled his banners and stilled his drums, silently turning around, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over me at the back of the crowd, his face instantly darkening. The struggle session lasted over half an hour, breaking up only before work resumed. After it ended, I found accountant Su Shoshin and brought up the lumber, explaining the secretary had approved it. No problem. He readily agreed and led me to the lean-to where the lumber was stored. Pick for yourself. Are 3 logs enough? Enough. Thanks, uncle. A square table, a few stools, a Kong table, a wardrobe. Basically, that was it. The lumber here was all hardwood mixed timber like elm, locust, and oak, thick and long. And by my rough reckoning, 3 logs would definitely do with some to spare. I picked 3 relatively straight ones, free of knots and burls. Good eye. Any of these 3 would be more than enough as a main beam. Su Shoshin called over a few villagers. Hitch up the brigade's ox cart and help Erling haul these to the house plot. This kind of wood was dense. It took 3 or 4 men to carry by hand. A donkey cart would be too much of a stretch, but an ox cart was fine. I followed along to deliver the lumber, gave my thanks, and went to Louis Shou's house. Louis Shou was one of the village's few households with an outside surname, having fled here from disaster decades ago. Without a trade, it wasn't easy to gain a footing in a same surname village. He was originally a carpenter, and also the brigade's transport battalion commander, the carter. He usually drove between the village, the commune, and the county, delivering letters, hauling public grain, ferrying people to see doctors, and sometimes secretly carrying farm sideline products to the county black market to exchange for pocket change, an indispensable technical talent in the village. When I arrived, he was hitching up the donkey cart. Uncle, got an assignment? They've sent down a few more sent-down youths, and the secretary told me to go to the county to pick them up. Something you need, Erling. This was the 5th year of the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement. Sent-down youths came every year, nothing unusual. Uncle, I want to make some furniture. Could I borrow your tools? Make furniture? Sure, hold on. He went inside and brought out a toolbox on his back. When I'm done with my errands, I'll come make it for you. Ji-gang, good timing you're back. Erling wants to make furniture. You go cut the wood with him first. I don't need to teach you how, do I? The man returning to the doorway with a child in his arms gave an and handed the child to his wife. Erling's here. Dad, who do you take me for? I'm not as skilled as you, but I can still cut wood. Brother Ji-gang. Don't worry. Erling, your brother knows his limits. They all assumed I'd come to have Louis Shou make furniture, and for a hard-luck kid like me, no one brought up payment. I didn't explain either, just shouldered the toolbox and said with a smile, Thanks, Brother Ji-gang. I didn't need a helper. In this era, there were no planers or electric saws. Turning a log into boards meant pulling a big saw along an inked line bit by bit. Time-consuming, laborious, and easy to drift off course. Back at the house plot, Lu Ji-gang set up the 2 tall sawhorses, then froze the moment he got a clear look at the timber. Erling, each of these has got to weigh several hundred pounds. The 2 of us can't move them. All 3 were 6 or 7 meters long, 30 centimeters in diameter, 7 or 800 pounds at the least. 2 men couldn't possibly lift them up, and you couldn't very well saw sitting on the ground. Here's what we'll do. You go to the fields and call a few people to help. The brigade leader shouldn't mind. No need. Leave it to me. I rolled 1 log over beside the horses, wrapped both arms around the trunk, heaved with all my might, lifted it, and set it on top. Lu Ji-gang was dumbstruck, rubbing his eyes. Am I seeing things? Brother Ji-gang, let's start. All right. After a silence, he asked, Erling, how do you train up this kind of strength? I don't know either. Forget it. No point asking. What would an idiot know? The 2 of us peeled the bark, snapped the ink line, and started pulling the big saw along it. As I sawed, I amused myself, silently setting it to a tune in my head. Saw the big saw. Pull the big saw. Grandma's house is putting on an opera. First we sawed it into 1-meter segments, then into planks. In about 3 hours we got 16 boards, 1 meter long and 2 centimeters thick, and 6 4-centimeter ones, 2 of the 7 logs cut. I'm done, can't work anymore. Lu Jigang collapsed limp on the ground, gasping, his neck drenched in sweat, while I, by contrast, looked like nothing had happened. Cutting one whole log takes at least a day and a half. Leave the rest, we'll do them tomorrow. He rested a bit and went home. After he left, I put a 2-centimeter board on the horses and got to work with the plane. Half an hour later, a 30-centimeter tall little wooden stool was fresh off the line. Feng Shui, come take a look, see if it's the right height to sit on while tending the fire? No need to call. She'd been watching my every move and had stopped what she was doing the moment the stool was finished. Coming. Su Cheng, are you a magician? She took the little stool and turned it over and over, delighted to no end. The legs were 2 inverted concave-shaped boards, connected by a wooden strip in the middle and reinforced with nails, with a smooth, splinter-free board nailed firmly on top. She couldn't wait to set it on the ground and try it. Just right. Then she ran over to the stove and tried it, grabbing a handful of dry leaves and stuffing them under the stove like a pro, letting out a string of giggles. I smiled along with her. This was nice, emotional payoff maxed right out. I grabbed the plane and kept shaving away shhk. With the experience, the pace was much faster, and a dozen some minutes later an identical stool was born. Xiaolian, eyeing it eagerly, came up excited. Brother, is this one for me? Sure, it's yours. Early the next morning. After breakfast, I went into the mountains as usual. This time, I didn't go deep, circled the outer edge, found no game, then took the wild boar out of the storage space, loaded it on my back, and headed down. First, fix that bug of where the funds come from. Sell the boar at the co-op, then buy a 12-gauge Eagle brand hunting rifle. This pig was at least 200 some pounds. At the state purchase price it'd sell for over 100 yuan. Word that I'd bagged a wild boar spread through the village fast. If they hadn't been at work and unable to leave their posts, the villagers would have run back to watch the show already. A wild boar, several hundred pounds of meat. How long would that last? Each hunter has to turn in 500 pounds of dressed meat a year, so Erlang will probably hand it to the brigade. In heat like this it won't keep, so the brigade should distribute it down, right? Su family village had over 130 households, minus the bones, 200 some pounds meant at least a pound for each family. But one word from the secretary shattered the fantasy. Erlang's short on house money, so he's taking this pig to the co-op to exchange for building funds. He told me yesterday about finding wild boar tracks and setting a trap, and I approved the sale in advance. No meat shared this time. Back to work. Everyone let out a collective, oh, disappointed but understanding. Some were displeased. Secretary, let's keep struggling against Wang Tzulan after work. Wang Tzulan had driven them out and burned the house, forcing the young couple to build their own place and split off. Without all that, everyone would have had a share of this pig. The one who'd cost them their meat was that bad element. Agreed. We have to struggle against her. While everyone else was weeding, only Wang Tzulan was hauling manure to fertilize the soybeans. Listening to everyone discuss how to struggle against her, she wished she were dead. Erlang, you damned wretch, you just wait. On the other side, I found the carter Louis show. Uncle, could I borrow the donkey cart? I want to go to the co-op. The donkey cart's collective property needs a brigade cadre's approval. I know. Here, the secretary's signed note. He took a look. You had a note, should have said so. Wait while I hitch up. Perfect timing. The new sent-down youths need to go to the commune to buy things. I'll take them along on the way. The new sent-down youths had a 3-day adjustment period off work, used to settle in, get familiar with the surroundings, and buy daily necessities. Those from far away used the time to collect packages their families had sent at the post office. Su family village winters could freeze a person to death, so before sent-down youths came, most families either prepared cold weather clothes and bedding or gave them ample money. Cart hitched, Louis Show drove toward the east end of the village, and I followed behind explaining why I was going to the county. Hearing I'd bagged a wild boar, he was first stunned, then laughed. Good for you. Attaboy, Erlang, make us proud. You've got to show your third aunt and that bunch what's what. Make them sick with envy. At the house plot, the two of us hoisted the boar onto the cart. Just as we were about to set off, Feng Shui came over. Erlang, I want to make a trip to the county. I gave a non-committal reply. It's over 40 li round trip. You sure? The donkey cart hauled supplies, not people. No carrying people, conserve the draft animal's strength, was an unwritten rule of the production team. If Feng Shui wanted to go, she'd have to walk, and 40 li was a major challenge for a frail girl. Never mind that the cart only went as far as the co-op, with no reason to go to the county. I want to check at the post office whether there's a letter from my family. I was silent a moment. Okay. The three of us left the village heading north, circled a few hundred meters, and came to a row of connected mud brick houses. I'll go call those sent-down youths. There were 4 new sent-down youths, 2 men and 2 women. Li Lisin from Songcheng looked at the other one, introducing himself in surprise. The capital? Zhou Jingshan, weren't you from Tianjin? Zhou Jingshan smiled awkwardly. Close enough, close enough. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the girl from Tongcheng, seemingly very concerned about her opinion. But the one surnamed Tang looked straight ahead and didn't respond, frowning the whole time as if something were on her mind. Ear-length short hair, a slightly babyish round face, young, fair tender skin paired with big eyes of crisp black and white, regular features. She gave off a sense of peace and stability under heaven. The other girl, Wang Yan, wore a small floral print dress and dressed fashionably, her gaze landing on Zhou Jingshan now and then. No, on Li Lisin. From the conversation it emerged that she and Li Lisin were a couple. Lisin, I asked the veteran sent-down youths. The commune co-op doesn't stock a lot of things. Let's go to the county co-op instead. It's better stocked. Sure. Zhou Jingshan, you too coming? Me. Feels like these 2 clowns' thought processes are more brain-dead than mine, the idiot. They'd just come from the county yesterday afternoon, and today they wanted to go to the county again to buy things? What were they doing yesterday? Why not finish shopping before coming back? 40 li round trip on foot was 6 hours at the least. Asking for misery in this kind of heat. Zhou Jingshan asked the one surnamed Tang first. Tang Xiao, are you going? Tang Xiao nodded. Then let's go together. Louis Shou was speechless too, and out of kindness reminded them to bring dry rations. They wouldn't be back before noon. The freshly arrived sent-down youths had full wallets and refused, planning to go feast at the county state-run cafeteria, and in those days eating out cost both money and coupons. Ordering a staple food required paying ration coupons. Clearly this bunch was used to spending freely in the city and hadn't yet realized how precious money and coupons were in the countryside. A farmer would rather go hungry a meal than eat out. Louis Shou shook his head and said no more, driving the cart on toward the commune. After about an hour, 2 of the sent-down youths couldn't hold out. Li Lisin, supporting his girlfriend Wang Yan, said, Uncle Lu, could we rest a bit? We really can't walk anymore. Lu Yishou nodded helplessly. And they still want to go to the county like this? I gave a subtle curl of my lip, pulled 2 cloth strips that had bound the bedding out of my pocket, sat Feng Shui down by the roadside, handed her the strips, and pointed at her calf. Wrap these on. It'll feel better. Otherwise your legs will inevitably ache by the time we're back and forth. On a long walk the leg muscles stretch and jostle repeatedly, prone to fatigue and cramps. Puttees restrain the excessive jostling of muscles and blood vessels and cut oxygen use, so you can walk dozens of li without tiring easily. Especially important for villagers who often go back and forth to the county, and for postmen. Feng Shui looked at me, her gaze going hazy for a moment. What about you? It's fine. I'm used to it. Gross weight 210 pounds. Dressing percentage 68 at the least. Grade 1 pig. Grade 1 gross weight unit price 48 cents. 100 yuan and 80 cents. Here's the purchase slip. Go collect your money. The purchasing clerk pressed on the pig's spine and hind legs, gestured a few times, wrote out a voucher, and handed it to me. I was bewildered. Dressing percentage 68. How can you tell that just by looking? Louis Shou tugged at me. Let's go. On the way he gave me the lowdown. Commune purchasing clerks are all experts. One touch, and they estimate it dead on. Pressing is to gauge fat thickness. Measuring is to feel the build. A small frame, sturdy hind legs, and a broad back mean a high dressing percentage. A big frame means more lean meat and a lower dressing percentage. In those days everyone's belly was short on oil, so people loved buying meat with thick fat. Lean meat was actually out of favor, and sometimes fatty meat cost more than lean. Got it. Same as the oil peddler. Nothing to it but practiced hands. Every trade has its master. Money collected, Lu Yishou drove the cart on toward the county with us, grumbling inwardly. Damn rotten luck. These green melon seeds are dead set on going to the county, when they could have just turned back at the co-op. But nothing for it. I promised the secretary I'd take them shopping. Can't very well ditch them halfway. Stopping and starting, we finally reached the county near noon, and the group split up. Lu Yishou took the sent-down youths to the co-op, and Feng Shui and I went to the post office. Feng Shui first asked whether there was a letter for her, and after getting a no, spent 5 cents on letter paper in an envelope and wrote a letter. I watched the whole time without asking who it was for or what she'd written. She explained on her own. A friend told me my family's situation before. I want to ask them to find out about my parents and sister. I only know they were sent down to Yunqing, but not the exact address. With an address I could write to them. As she spoke, she buried her head lower, and a tear fell onto the letter paper, her shoulders trembling slightly. I opened my mouth, raised a hand, and rested it on her shoulder, not knowing how to console her. No one knew what her family would face after being sent down. After a moment's silence, I spoke anyway. No one's watching you now. You could. I won't stop you. Feng Shui wiped her tears and shook her head. It's no use. I was too impulsive before. Without an introduction letter, I can't go anywhere. In those days, long-distance travel relied on trains, and without an introduction letter, you couldn't even buy a ticket, sneak aboard, and get questioned. You'd be sent back to your place of origin, and it'd hurt your file too. Her status was already sensitive. Another mistake would most likely get her sent to reform through labor, and she didn't dare run. She'd be put on a wanted list. My eyes flashed. Has someone threatened you? Seeing she didn't answer, I pressed quietly. Was it Su Sholi? Feng Shui turned her head in surprise. Why do you suspect your eldest uncle? Wasn't it him? Isn't he the one who hurt me that day? Feng Shui shook her head, her expression even stranger. So that night you slept gripping the bow and arrows. You suspected your eldest uncle meant to do us harm. I didn't respond, but the meaning was plain, yes. I always felt this cheap uncle of mine was up to no good. If he disliked the original owner so much, why go to the trouble of arranging a wife for him? Wasn't that just dropping your pants to fart, an utterly pointless extra step? Someone came over, and the two of us stopped talking. With the letter written, I didn't rush off, but asked the post office staff where the public security office was. On the way, Feng Shui grew uneasy. What are we going to the public security office for? I shot her a sidelong glance. What do you think? Su Cheng, forget it. We're no match for him. Reporting it is pointless. She hurriedly grabbed the hem of my shirt. I'm a black category child. You're an idiot. Nobody would believe a word from either of us. How do you know without trying? No need to try. It definitely won't work. I stopped in my tracks, pulled her to a deserted spot, and stared straight at her. The two of us are grasshoppers on the same string now. The attacker won't let me go, and he won't let you go either, the witness. Only the dead keep a secret forever. I just want to know the truth so I can guard against it. I'm not going to go fool around throwing my life away on him. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. But if that man strikes again, I can protect myself. What about you? No one can stay glued to your side. Tell me, who is he? Feng Shui's body went rigid all at once, recalling what I'd said that night. Maybe someone will come looking for you tonight for a bridal night. And after hesitating a moment, she finally let it out. It's Commune Director Wang Chunlai. It wasn't that I didn't want to say before. It's that with my status, no one would believe me if I did, and he threatened me. If I dared talk, he'd send me to prison on a murder charge. Later, after we left Third Aunt's courtyard, I found a note tucked in among the cookware, saying if I dared run, he'd issue a wanted notice. Her voice dropped at the end. I don't want to and can't die here. I still have to find my parents and sister. Commune Director Wang Chunlai? The director was the commune's #1, the equivalent of a town mayor plus party secretary in my era. In this peculiar time, the commune director's word was law. Absolutely not someone to provoke. 3 tiers of management: commune, brigade, production team. The director answered directly to the county. The secretary and team leader all had to obey him, and villagers who felt wronged had no higher channel to appeal. Going to the county to report required first getting past him for an introduction letter, and one wrong move could get you labeled and struggled against. Even a law-abiding citizen couldn't outfight him, never mind a black category child like Feng Shui. No wonder she'd kept her lips sealed. No wonder he dared be so brazen, openly showing up in broad daylight. But I'm not the type to take things lying down. Come at me again, and I'll kill him and toss him into the storage space. Dump him in the mountains to feed the wolves. I narrowed my eyes. Come on, to the public security office. Huh? Didn't you say we weren't reporting it? Not to report it, to register and file the paperwork to buy a hunting rifle. I had the brigade's hunting certificate on me. Once I filed it at the public security office, I could legally go to the co-op to buy a gun. Adding the pig money, I now had over 280 yuan on me, enough for either a single barrel or a double barrel. The double barrel had the edge. It loaded 2 rounds at once, so if the first shot was off, you could immediately follow with the second, giving a high margin of error against mobile game like Wild Boar. The slightly longer barrel made for a steadier trajectory, an effective range of about 50 meters, plenty of power, suited to hunting boar, roe deer, and other medium to large game in the forest. The single barrel had short range and insufficient power, fine for wild rabbits and pheasants, but run into big game and miss a vital spot on the first shot, and you're in trouble. I decided to buy the double barrel. After filing the paperwork, I went to the county co-op. Far better stocked than the communes, cities had a higher economic level than the countryside. Residents earned more, factory apprentices made 10 or 20 yuan a month, graded workers over 30, and getting into a state-run factory meant an iron rice bowl. I scanned around. There were even a few small-caliber rifles hanging on the wall, but one ask revealed they could only be used for athletic competition. Hunters couldn't buy them. Can't. There's no such thing as can't, or where would all those private guns come from? With no connections, I didn't fuss over it. Pulled out the certificate and 240 yuan and bought a Tiger Head 12-gauge double barrel, plus 40 rounds of ammunition at 3 mao apiece. Outside, Feng Shui was puzzled. Su Cheng, where'd you get all that money? The pig sold for 100, plus the few dozen left. Stretching it to the max, that's only 100 some. Those supplies, I actually hid them. Third, and didn't steal them. Her eyes went wide, with a look of so this is the kind of Su Cheng you are. But that's still not right. Even so, it's not enough to buy a gun. She counted on her fingers several times over. A balance of 160 some, but I'd just spent 252. No, no, no. You left out 120. The money I got from redeeming packages. I glared at her. I say there's enough, so there's enough. Who's in charge at home? Not waiting for her reaction, I turned and went to the Native Goods and Sundries recycling company next to the co-op. Doctor who had said they printed and distributed pamphlets on the features of herbs and game to hunters. Hello, comrade. I'm a hunter from Shenyang Commune. Here's my certificate. Do you have an illustrated guide recording the features of medicinal herbs? The staffer behind the counter glanced at it and handed the certificate back. An illustrated guide? Even we employees don't have one. And you, a mere hunter, want one. What are you dreaming about? Damn, no is no, but what's with the lousy attitude? Don't forget you're in the service industry. Just as I was about to fire back, I caught sight of a slogan on the wall. Verbally abusing or beating customers is prohibited. Why does a place put up a warning slogan? Because this kind of thing happens often, like no public urination or defecation. Fine, hold it in. Then I'd like to learn what things you buy here. Where can I see that? He raised a hand impatiently. Out the door, turn left, there's a notice. Herb names, specifications, the prohibited list, it's all there. Read it yourself. Why, thank you so much. I thought I'd get to see pictures, but at the notice board I realized I'd hoped for too much. A faded sheet of red paper, all words. Looks like I'll have to go mooch off Doctor Who's book again. With no choice I read it carefully and memorized the contents. Luckily my memory was good. Seeing Feng Shui staring straight at me, I thought oh, and said as if nothing were amiss. Feng Shui, I can't read. Read it out for me. A moment ago she'd actually thought I could read. Turns out I was just looking for the fun of it. To support national construction and revitalize collective goods. Roots and rhizomes. Ginseng, dried. The rhizome neck whole and unbroken. The body not hollow. Astragalus 0.45 yuan per pound. All herbs must be dried and washed clean, with impurities, mud, sand, and insect-eaten or rotted parts removed. Hunting prohibited. Sika deer, musk deer, pangolin owl. The notice says ginseng's been scarce lately. Third-grade ginseng's been adjusted from 46.8 to 56.8 per pound, and second-grade and above are priced after appraisal. Ginseng's price was tied to appearance, age, and weight. The root I dug had good appearance and age both, beyond the third-grade range. I turned my head to look at the recycling company. Not short on cash for now, deal with it when I am. Let's go to the state-run cafeteria. We'd agreed to meet up with Lu Yishou and the sent-down youths there. After dozens of li and all this back and forth, my stomach had long since gone hungry. After walking a stretch, Feng Shui suddenly smacked her forehead and glared at me. Su Cheng, where'd you put my luggage? The bedsheet, the bedding, and clothes. And underclothes. Why did he keep only my luggage? Could it be? The neighboring Hongqi brigade had had an incident of stealing women's clothes. Over half a month, 5 households had underclothes hung out to dry go missing, later found under the bachelor Li's bed. He was made to wear a placard and paraded through the streets, sentenced to 3 years reform through labor on a hooliganism charge. You'd better not go stealing other people's clothes. It's against the law. My face went flat. Fine. From now on I'll only steal yours. Feng Shui flushed red with embarrassment. You. Seeing the odd looks from people around, including 2 members of the Smallfoot detective squad, with red armbands and wary faces, she took a deep breath and pressed down her emotions. Hurry up, it's the Smallfoot detective squad. The Smallfoot detective squad was a teasing nickname. The formal name was the Neighborhood Public Order Joint Defense or Women's Public Order Group, mostly made up of retired women workers and residents committee activists, named for the fact that many of the older women had had their feet bound. Supervising public morals was one of their main duties. Cursing in the street, littering, outlandish dress, they handled it all. And one work focus was catching conduct problems. Young men and women alone together in a corner, cohabiting without registering. None of it escaped their eyes. They had a very broad reach, and getting caught meant a round of criticism and education for sure. I was taken aback. Smallfoot Detective Squad. Whose name is that? Where I'm from we colloquially call them the Neighborhood Anti-Squad. I dropped the joking and explained in a low voice. I'll give you back the clothes later and the sheets and bedding once the house is built. It's not that I don't want to give them to you, and not that I'm taking your clothes to secretly do something nasty. They were stolen by third aunt, and she didn't return them. So how would they come back to your hands untouched? How would you explain that? That's why I only brought back the supplies bought at the co-op earlier. Those things all look the same, won't draw suspicion. Oh, Feng Shui suddenly understood, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I waved a hand. It's fine, thanks for the heads up. What do you mean? I can't be wrongly accused for nothing. The state-run cafeteria mainly served people on business trips or passing through. For ordinary common folk, eating out was a luxury. With supplies scarce, the cafeteria sometimes also bought wild delicacies and game, at prices slightly higher than the recycling stations, but they needed them only irregularly. You could only make a bit extra if the timing happened to line up. Almost at the cafeteria, I spoke up again. All right, I'll give them back to you when we get home, and I promise I won't do anything nasty with your clothes. With a living person right beside me, there was no need to take out my feelings on clothes. Feng Shui had ignored me the whole way, only giving a humph as she walked in. It was a joke. Was that really necessary? I scratched my nose and followed her in. Louis Shou was under a locust tree smoking his pipe, watching over the donkey cart and the sent-down youth supplies. Erlang, business done? Whoa, even bought a double-barrel hunting rifle. Doctor who said I can't do heavy work for a while. Wrote me a certificate to be a hunter. Gotta do something. Good. Marriage really does make a difference. You've learned how to run a household. He looked into the cafeteria and shook his head repeatedly. Whatever you do, don't learn from those city kids. A single meal eating up nearly 5 yuan, better than what we eat at New Year's. No amount of money's enough to burn through like that. 5 yuan. In those days, white flour was just 16 cents a pound. 5 yuan could buy over 30 pounds. Pure white flour, a grown adult's monthly ration. And in this day and age, even cadres couldn't eat white flour at every meal. Uncle, have you eaten? I'm not hungry. You two go ahead. Got it. Can't bear to spend the money. In this era, most people thought this way. Going hungry one meal won't kill you. I took Feng Shui into the cafeteria. The state-run server's attitude was about the same as the recycling companies, eyeing us sideways. What'll you have? All permanent workers holding iron rice bowls. That verbally abusing or beating customers without cause is prohibited. On the wall wasn't hung up for nothing. Feng Shui had meant to follow Louis Shou's lead and eat once home, but with over 20 li still to go that afternoon, she couldn't hold out. I'll have one steamed bun. A steamed bun was 5 cents plus 2 liang of ration coupons. Plain noodles 12 cents plus 3 liang, and adding meat more than doubled it. I nodded. 3 bowls of plain noodles. Feng Shui was taken aback. Weren't we agreed on a bun? How'd it change to noodles? Never mind. Whoever earns the money calls the shots. She turned her head and scanned the few sent-down youths, only then noticing they'd split into 2 tables. Wang Yin, Li Lisin, and Zhou Jingshan at 1, eating roast chicken at 2 yuan a bird, pork stewed with vermicelli, and white liquor. Tang Xiao alone at another, silently eating plain noodles. The fare at the 2 tables was worlds apart. Feng Shui and I exchanged a glance and walked toward Tang Xiao's table. As we passed, the 3 of them smiled and called out a greeting, then went back to their drinking. Zhou Jingshan turned, saw us sit down at Tang Xiao's table, his expression awkward, and gloomily downed a mouthful of liquor. He'd meant to have one extravagant gathering before going down to the countryside. But Tang Xiao wouldn't give him the face, refusing to pay or accept help no matter what, ordering a single bowl of noodles and sitting elsewhere, making it look like they were ganging up to bully her. Did you two finish your business? Tang Xiao squeezed out a smile. All done, and you? My family prepared things before I came. I just tagged along to get familiar with the surroundings. Familiar with the surroundings? Recalling these clowns' behavior, I held back and said nothing. She was the type who answered one question with one sentence. A few exchanges and the mood would turn awkward. Luckily, the noodles arrived soon, and we finished the meal without anyone raising another topic. Zhou Jingshan's table was only halfway done, drinking and shooting the breeze. I reminded them, don't take too long, get back late, and it'll be dark. Zhou Jingshan seemed drunk, waving a flushed-faced hand. What's the rush? The cafeteria's open until 2. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I turned and walked off. As long as you're not afraid of being eaten by wolves, drink till midnight for all anyone cares. In this era, the countryside and mountain villages weren't peaceful at night. Wolves and wild boar often came down from the mountains to forage after dark. Boar ravaged the crops and even barged into the village. Wolves howled in packs and raided chickens and ducks. Careful you don't get carried off by a wolf was a parent stock phrase for scaring children, and a real risk too. So as the harvest neared, the brigade would organize night patrols, carrying brass gongs, torches, and hunting rifles, banging the gong and lighting fires to scare off beasts at the first sound. I told Lu Yishou the situation. His face fell. Outrageous. They still think they're in the city. I'll go have a word with them. He stood up with his noodle bowl, took a couple of steps, then turned back with a smile. Erlang, thanks for thinking of your uncle. I'll give you back the noodle money when we're home. Uncle, Now you're treating me like a stranger. Brother Jigang helped me pull the saw all afternoon yesterday, and you ran around helping me sell the pig. Asking you for money on top of that. I'd feel too bad. Haha. All right, then your uncle won't stand on ceremony. Louis Shou went in to chew out the sent-down youths. Just then, a woman came stumbling out clutching a girl of 5 or 6, her face full of panic. Xiaoman, wake up, don't scare mama. Help, is there a doctor? Someone save my child. The cafeteria manager followed out. Quick, get her to the hospital. He scanned around, his gaze landing under the tree's shade. Young comrade, could we use your donkey cart? Sure. I led the cart over and saw the child's face was bluish-purple, her lips dark purple, her hands weakly clutching her throat. What's wrong with the child? Suddenly the girl's eyes went wide, her body lost all strength, her head lolled, and she went still. The mother let out a wail and fainted dead away too. I quickly asked the manager, did she choke on something? The manager was scared stupid. I had to give him a shove before he came to. Yes, choked on a peanut. I wasted no more time. Lifted the child from the unconscious woman's arms, wrapped both arms around her waist to tip her body forward, made a fist with one hand placed 2 finger widths above the navel, wrapped the other hand over the fist, and rapidly thrust inward and upward into her abdomen. Once, twice, 3 times. Seeing me grab the corpse from behind and keep working at it, the manager was aghast. Stop at once. Put the child down. The onlookers crowded in too, pointing and talking. Has this guy gone mad? The child's already stopped breathing, and he's still at it. Call the neighborhood anti-squad. Take him to the public security office. I paid no heed, shoved away the manager who rushed at me, and kept thrusting. The crowd pressed in tighter and tighter. Li Lisan and Zhou Zhengshan, having come out of the cafeteria, were already cracking their knuckles, itching to deal with me. Feng Shui came over. Su Chengyu. Before she could finish, cough, cough, an extremely faint cough, plink, a peanut the size of a child's fingertip rolled onto the ground. Wah, a clear, ringing cry rang out, leaving the onlookers dumbstruck. She's alive. I wiped off the sweat, handed the ceaselessly crying child to the manager, and checked the woman's breathing, just fainted. I'm not a professional doctor. I stood up. She's fine for now, but to be safe still take her to the hospital. Young comrade. Thank you. I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Warm applause erupted all around. I waved a hand. It was nothing. The person was saved, but how to explain it was a problem. A mountain village idiot couldn't possibly know the Heimlich maneuver, and in this era folk first aid was still stuck on crude methods like backslapping and throat digging. Troublesome. But then again, a young life. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. I looked at Li Lisan and the 2 others with a sober face. Finished eating? Finished. The 2 looked awkward. A moment ago they'd wanted to beat me up, then the ending took a sharp turn. Turns out the guy was saving a life, and they were the clowns. The manager instructed the staff to take the mother and daughter to the hospital and called out to our retreating backs. Young comrade. What's your name? I waved without turning back. Just a passerby. On the way back, everyone kept looking at me, enough to give me the creeps. I shot Feng Shui a glance. Out with it. Feng Shui made a hollow gesture with both arms. That thing you did. How do you know that kind of rescue method? That little girl had clearly stopped breathing, and you actually brought her back? What miraculous medical skill is that? She wasn't dead, just temporarily in shock. As for how I know it, I learned it from Doctor Who in the village. Feng Shui was stunned. Doctor Who? That quack. Then, realizing it wasn't right, she coughed a few times and changed the subject. Didn't figure you had a talent for medicine. I rolled my eyes. What did poor Doctor Who ever do to you? Sure, he really was a quack, but he made a great scapegoat. That guy was a bottle less than half, full sloshing around loudly. Unwilling to admit he wasn't up to snuff. If someone really went and asked, he'd own up to it without a second's hesitation. Heh, I really am a clever little devil. Louis Shou had a moment of realization, then asked offhandedly, Erlung, is your head wound any better? I touched the gauze. Much better. The wound's closed up. New skin'll grow before long. Wrapping this thing in the dead of summer was really hot, but I couldn't take it off right away, or there'd be no explaining it. The 3 sent-down youths, having had a drink, were much more cooperative, stopping and starting. We made it to Sioux Family Village by past 5 in the afternoon. After dropping the youths' things back at their quarters, Louis Shou said, Wait while I return the donkey cart, then I'll come make your furniture. No need. Uncle, you tend to your own business. I can manage. I've seen the villagers do it. The stuff isn't complicated. 2 straight days of running around had worn him out badly. All right then, these old bones of mine can't take it either. He decided to rest for the night and come back tomorrow. After he left, Feng Shui held out her hand. Where's my luggage? There are a lot of people around now. I'll give it to you tonight when we bathe. Who said I was going to bathe? Running around all day in this heat, and you won't wash? Feng Shui felt slighted and grumbled. Nobody said I wasn't washing. At the county public security office, Director Zhao Jinghua had rushed back from the city and urgently called a meeting. Comrades, it's now confirmed that the ruthless bandit and enemy agent Sun Jiqiang, who's been roving through several provinces, has entered our province and very likely intends to slip into the mountains through our county and flee across the border. Higher-ups have ordered the immediate formation of a special action squad, mobilizing the militia of every commune and brigade for comprehensive deployment. We absolutely cannot let him escape from our jurisdiction. Do we have the confidence? We'll resolutely complete the mission. The moment they heard enemy agent, everyone shouted in unison as if shot full of adrenaline. Zhao Jinghua pointed at the map and laid out the plan. The focus is the several communes of Nanshan, Kingsongling, Xiangyang, and Daling. As he was speaking, a public security officer came in and whispered in his ear, "Director, you're wanted at the hospital." Zhao Jinghua's face tightened, then relaxed. "Understood. I'll head over when I'm done here." Night fell. The house plot. I hammered in the last nail. The 8 Immortals table is finished. Feng Shui, is dinner ready? Bring it over to try out. Coming right up. A moment later, she brought over 2 bowls, cornmeal grit porridge and 2 blend cornbread buns again, except this time with an added dish of pickled vegetables. The pickles were a gift from the neighbor next door. I kept waving my hand, no, no, while at the same time holding out the bowl, leaving the neighbor auntie blinking in confusion. Feng Shui picked up a few strands to taste, her eyes lighting up. Tastes good. Why'd Auntie Hua suddenly give us pickles? What do you mean suddenly? I traded 2 little wooden stools for these. Seeing her baffled, I explained, the countryside's poor, deals don't run entirely on money. It's all about bartering. This evening I took 2 stools over to Auntie Hua's place for a chat, praised her pickling skills, and then Auntie Hua sent them over? If you wanted pickles you could have just said so directly. Why take such a roundabout way? You don't get it. This is called the ways of the world. What if she didn't want to give them, or couldn't at the moment? How awkward would that be? This way, she got my stools, so sooner or later she'll make it up with pickles or something else. It's called the courtesy of reciprocity, and nobody loses out. Feng Shui stared straight at me, her face full of curiosity. Sucheng, just how much do you actually know how to do? About an hour after finishing dinner, the 2 of us walked the now familiar route to the little creek. Passing the shallows, I ducked into the reeds and pulled out that black cloth bundle. Here, give it back to you. Feng Shui gave it a glance, and, seeing no trace of it having been opened, breathed a sigh of relief. How embarrassing for a woman's things to be seen. Let's go. At the usual spot, I took it upon myself to sit on the rock far from the bank. You wash first. Okay. With her back to me, she took clothes out of the bundle and stuffed them into a basin, set the bundle by my feet, and carried the basin toward the bank. I watched that retreating figure, reciting "See no evil," and then my eyes went wide. Sucheng, oh Sucheng, you've fallen. No, she's my wife. What's wrong with a look? The master once said, review the old to learn the new. Without reviewing, how could I discover the spots I missed last time? Right, listen to the sage. Just as I was watching with relish, my ears suddenly twitched. A faint sound of footsteps came from the right. I was instantly on alert. A beast came down from the mountain. I quickly raised the hunting rifle and whipped around. Don't move. Ah. Clang. A scream in the dark, something hitting the ground. A hard look revealed it wasn't a beast, but a person. Tang Xiao backed away, trembling. Who's there? In the creek, Feng Shui scrambled into the water, leaving just her head showing. Sucheng. Erling, who is it? She could tell it was a woman's voice, but was still on edge. It's fine. Carry on. It's Comrade Tang from the youth's quarters. I looked at the terrified Tang Xiao. Don't be scared, Comrade Tang. It's me, Erlang. I brought my wife to bathe and thought you were a beast. Didn't scare you, did I? It's fine, I'm fine. Tang Xiao let out a long breath, crouched to pick up the dropped enamel basin, clothes, and soap. Sorry, I'll move somewhere else. Don't go anywhere too remote, Comrade Tang. The corn's forming kernels, and keen-nosed beasts will come down the mountain. Be careful. Tang Xiao wavered. The youth's quarters had a big communal sleeping platform, zero privacy, and the other female youths just wiped down with towels, but she'd walked all day and was itching all over. She'd heard there was a creek here and wanted to come wash properly. She looked toward me, just a blurry dark shape, then looked at the water's surface, equally indistinct, walked to the bank, turned back again. A dozen plus meters, couldn't see a thing. Maybe. She fell into a quandary. Just then, a wolf howled in the distance, and Tang Xiao gave a startled shudder. In the creek, Feng Shui noticed her unease and hesitated a moment. Comrade Tang, why not wash here? Su. Erlang, back up a bit further. There are a lot of beasts in the mountains, better to be careful. Tang Xiao took the out and nodded. Okay. Then, still uneasy, She glanced once more in my direction, and only fully relaxed once she saw I'd retreated until my figure melted completely into the night. I sat on the rock with my arms folded, muttering under my breath, "Review the old to learn the new. The ancients truly don't deceive me." Once the two of them finished washing and came ashore properly dressed, I stripped in a flash and plunged headfirst into the water. The cool water pressed down the heat in my core, much better. Damn, young people really can't take being provoked. No good. The house has to speed up, get built sooner, achieve goal number 4 sooner. Soaking in the creek, I swam at ease. Away from the clamor of the city, no boss forcing me into overtime in the middle of the night. A bit of hunting, a bit of farming. This life's pretty sweet too. With the hunting rifle, tomorrow I can go deep. Both previous trips I cut it close getting back. Tomorrow I'll bring dry rations and a canteen, in early and out late. Bow and arrows along too, better safe than sorry. I just thought of the rifle. Bang, a gunshot exploded in the night sky, not far off. I jolted and swam quickly for the bank. Suchung, it's not us. It's the village, looks like the direction of the youth's quarters. Not looks like, it is the youth's quarters. Not long after the gunshot, flames sprang up in that direction, burning fiercer and fiercer, reddening half the sky. How could there be a gunshot at the youth's quarters? There were plenty of people in the village with privately stashed guns, but the youth's quarters absolutely couldn't have one. It was strictly forbidden. There's a fire? My things are still inside. Tang Xiao panicked, instinctively looking at me. Then suddenly her eyes went wide. You, why aren't you wearing clothes? Feng Shui turned back. Hurry and put them on. And quickly covered her eyes. My face went flat. I ran to the bank and threw on pants and a tank top any old way. Sins upon sins. Let's just call it the courtesy of reciprocity. Quick, grab your things and head back to the village. When something's wrong, the village is safest. There's the militia. The three of us hurried to the village entrance and found a fair number of villagers holding guns, but not a single militiaman. Standing at the very front was the secretary's eldest son, Su Aigua. Brother Aigua, what happened? He first leveled his gun and aimed, then lowered it once he recognized us. Erlang, what were you doing out this late? Went to the river to bathe. He swept his eyes over our soaking wet hair and nodded. Someone robbed the youth's quarters, made off with several dozen pounds of grain, set fire to the place, and wounded one of the youths. The youths say he fled into the mountains. My dad and the brigade leader took a team after him. Know who it was? No, but it's definitely not someone from our village. Robbed the youth's quarters? Who's bold enough for that? In this era, the whole populace was a militia. You'd have to be done caring about your future to dare openly rob and commit arson. Besides, the youth's quarters wasn't a bank. It was the end of the month. Nobody had much money on hand. Was it worth taking such a desperate risk for that little bit of stuff? While my mind was running wild, the secretary came back with the militia squad. Didn't catch him. He ran into the deep mountains. At night, the mountains are crawling with beasts. Chase him further, and even with guns, there's no guarantee of coming back in one piece. He gave the order. Militia squad. Every household put up one more laborer, patrol outside the village in groups of 5. Sholi, send someone to the commune to report tonight. As for the youths, he paused. With the youths' quarters burned down, they couldn't live there for a while, and rebuilding meant reporting up for an allocation, which was hard. In the end, it'd still fall on the brigade to cover. The only option now is moving into the village. Sent down youth placement had always come in 2 forms: build independent quarters or scatter them among commune members' homes. But no one wanted a stranger in their house. Rations were tight, the youth's work points were low, and the village had reached a tacit understanding. Living in was fine, but you had to pay rent. Otherwise, a family couldn't very well feed a sent-down youth for free. As secretary, I'll lead by example. Our brigade has 15 youths. I'll claim 2. Brigade leader Su Shui, after hesitating, said, I'll claim 2 as well. Accountant Su Shoshin chimed in. 2 for my household. The gazes turned to the militia squad leader. As everyone looked over, Su Sholi's mouth twitched. 2 for me too. 4 cadre families took in 8, leaving 7 to be parceled out to other villagers' homes. The secretary had someone call the youths over to choose for themselves. Secretary, I've got no money. Could I stay at Su Erling's place for now? Stay at my place? Are you nuts? Can that even be called a home of mine? I looked toward the voice. It was Tang Xiao. My money and rations all burned at the youth's quarters. I'd like to borrow some grain from the brigade. I can't pay rent, and Erling's place probably doesn't count as a house, so I'll just make do with a floor pallet and move out once the youth's quarters is rebuilt. My mouth twitched. What do you mean my place doesn't count as a house? Who do you look down on? Fine, you're so good with words. I'm definitely saying no. When youths went down to the countryside, the state issued 3 months' rations as a settling-in allowance. This new batch of youths had just gotten their first month's grain when it burned, so they'd have nothing to eat for the coming month. With money you bought at the co-op, Without it, you could only borrow from the brigade, writing an IOU to be deducted from work points at the autumn harvest. The secretary estimated, the team doesn't have much grain either. I can only lend you 20 pounds of coarse grain. 20 pounds was the bare minimum. Not enough to eat your fill, but enough not to starve. For lodging you come to my place. Given the special circumstances, no rent. Erlung and his wife are still sleeping out in the wilderness. What are you tagging along to stir up trouble for? No thank you, secretary. I think outside is just fine. It's cool. The secretary and I both. Erlung, your wound hasn't healed. You don't need to patrol. Go back and rest. Thank you, secretary. I glanced at the house plot beside me. I don't have to patrol, but living at the village entrance is no different from standing guard. Well, I'll just have to sleep with one eye open. Over the next half hour, a dozen some youths found host families one after another. Unlike Tang Xiao, they still had money on them, so they wouldn't go hungry short-term and planned to ride home tomorrow asking for support. Back at the lodging, I gathered dead branches and lit a campfire. The firelight could drive off beasts and keep ill-intentioned people from daring to approach. Staying up late was my strong suit. By the firelight, I got to work on the carpentry. There was a little tail trailing behind me. I laid out the ugly truth first. My houseplot's got no room. I have to keep it for drying mud bricks. So if you want to stay, you can only stay out on the open ground. The pot you can borrow, scrub it clean when you're done. You can't use our toilet. Men and women are different. We only have 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Sharing breeds germs. So figure something out yourself. The secretary said you couldn't speak words that hurt unity, but I could make harsh demands to scare her into backing off. I had a lot of secrets. Feng Shui was easy enough to fool, but another person would be hard to keep in the dark, and besides, this didn't get in the way of me eating meat. To my surprise, harsh as it was, she actually agreed. Okay, and I can even give you a few pounds of rations each month. But could you teach me to hunt? I and Feng Shui, who was assisting, both turned our heads in surprise. Why would a woman want to learn hunting? Feng Shui was puzzled too. The mountains are dangerous. Even male laborers go cautiously, never mind a woman with a weaker build. These skinny little arms and legs aren't even enough to get stuck in a beast's teeth. Tang Xiao's eyes dimmed, and she sighed. Answering the call. Each family can only keep 1 child in the city. My family has 3 kids. My eldest brother joined the army years ago. I worked at a textile mill, and my younger brother just finished high school. The neighborhood office came every day to do the persuading work, wanting my brother to go down to the countryside. Later, my parents pulled strings to have my brother take over my job, and I came here. They mailed me a batch of supplies before going down, and even showed me the receipt, but I've been to the post office twice to ask, and there's been nothing, and there probably won't be anymore. I might never be able to return to the city in this lifetime. How can I get by without learning some skill? The settling in allowance won't last to next year. The autumn harvest grain distribution was by work points, and with over a month still to go, even if she earned a full 10 work points every day, how much would she be allotted? Never mind that her grain was robbed, and she'd borrowed 20 pounds on top. Those 20 pounds were probably this year's last rations. What would she eat and drink the coming months? Already in despair, but thinking of how I'd sold one wild boar for 100 yuan, she felt she still had a chance. Can't get big game, but surely I can catch a rabbit. I hear the co-op pays 3 to 6 yuan for a live rabbit. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe the package is still on the way. Go check again in a few days. Didn't you write your parents a letter? Ask them, in case it went to the wrong address. I comforted her offhandedly while working. Besides, the mountains are dangerous. Just now, even those militiamen with guns didn't dare go deep, and the outer edge was long since hunted clean by the villagers. I'm a novice myself, can't teach you much. If you want to learn, find an experienced hunter in the village. Worst case, just find someone to marry, you won't starve to death. Marrying for a meal was the norm in those days. There was no shame in it for the sake of survival. If I could latch onto a rich woman, I wouldn't do a thing either, but unfortunately these days it's all about the poorer the more glorious. Tang Xiao, far from comforted, was instead quite angered. What kind of thing is that to say? What do you mean find someone to marry? Shoo, quiet. I made a silencing gesture and suddenly turned to look outside the village. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A wild pheasant flew out of the cornfield outside the village. I was taken aback for a moment, then quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Comrade Tang, you think you're up to it. Why not go catch that pheasant and bring it back? Tang Xiao looked at the pheasant that vanished in an instant, speechless. How am I supposed to catch that? Can't I just set a trap? Good question. The forest's so big. How do you guarantee it'll definitely walk into your trap? That's exactly why I'm asking you to teach me how to set traps. Fair point, but I don't know how either. I spread my hands. How about you teach me, and I'll give you 10 pounds of grain a month. You really don't know? Thanks for thinking so highly of me. But do you know why I'm called Erling? I tapped my own head. Ran a fever as a kid that fried my brain. Don't believe me? Go ask around. Everyone in the village knows. Tang Xiao, you're treating me like a 3-year-old. Where's the idiot in any of this? The roar of engines. In the dark of night, a jeep and a military truck drove into Su family village, breaking the silent village's quiet once again. The militiamen sent to deliver the message had reported the matter to Xiangyang Commune. The moment Commune Director Wang Chunlai heard it, he immediately recalled the news passed down from the county that afternoon. The enemy agent and ruthless bandit son, Jiqiang, very likely intended to slip into the mountains through this county and flee across the border, with each team's militia required to assist in defense. He'd planned to convene a meeting first thing in the morning to lay out the arrangements. Who'd have thought trouble would strike that very night? Could this be the work of that enemy agent? If he really escaped through my commune, I won't avoid being held to account. Wang Chunlai didn't dare slack off, dispatching the state-run Farms Militia Company to Su Family Village to investigate, and at the same time placing a late-night call to the county public security office. This can't be hidden, and reporting it might even earn some merit. When the public security office rushed over in the night, the commune militia company had arrived first, assembling the youths to ask about the attacker's features. About 1.70 meters tall, a square face, wore a gray cloth shirt, carried a semi-automatic rifle. Though there were discrepancies, the militia leaders exchanged looks and basically confirmed it was the ruthless bandit Sun Jiqiang. The moment the public security office arrived, they reported immediately. The criminal investigation captain looked into it a bit more. Secretary Su, you're certain the man fled into the deep mountains? Yes, we chased 4 or 5 li, lost his trail at Heishan Hollow. The captain pulled out a map and studied it by flashlight, then asked the youths one by one what had been stolen. A bundle of scallions, a jar of lard, 60 pounds of cornmeal, a small pot. Money? Did he take money? No, it's the end of the month. None of us had much money on us. As for aiding the enemy, we'd rather die than do it. The captain walked over to Director Zhao Jinghua. Director, the suspect's aim is to cross the border, and getting out from here means crossing over 100 li of mountains. He doesn't know the routes, so it'll take 15 to 30 days at the least, and he has to stock up enough food. That explains why he robbed the youth's quarters. 60 pounds of cornmeal is enough for a month. Let's bring the military dogs and organize a mountain search. Zhao Jinghua frowned, always feeling something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on the key point, and ended up following his subordinate's suggestion. Seal off the stretch from Xiang Mountain to Huyun Ridge for now, no entering the mountains until the suspect is caught, and notify every team along the way to step up patrols. Set up a temporary command post in Su Family Village. I'll direct personally, and Captain Li will lead the search and capture. Come again? Seal off the mountains. At the house plot, I was dumbstruck on hearing the news. Secretary, did they say when it'll reopen? Probably not in the short term. Su Shoren shook his head. I'm not here about the mountain closure. The public security office is going to search the mountains tonight, but the forest is too vast, and they're short on manpower. So they're going to temporarily conscript a batch of people from the commune and brigades. The whole populace is a militia. Everyone has to go. You're within the conscription range too. Get ready, assemble to collect weapons and gear, and go into the mountains with the main force. I raised an eyebrow, instinctively touching the gauze. Secretary, the wounded have to go too? Su Shoren was speechless too, and took 2 pulls on his pipe. The public security office needs hunters familiar with the mountains to lead the way. Your uncle recommended you. But I'm injured. Doctor Who's certificate says you're already out of danger. He'd meant to use my injury to decline for me, but Su Sholi had said I was fine. In this era, conscripting hunters carried a strong political task character. It wasn't simply helping out. A firm refusal meant criticism at the mild end, and at the worst end getting labeled and noted in your file, with the extreme case being suspected of colluding with the bandit and hauled off to the commune for investigation. Erlang, once you fail the political review, it's real trouble. I narrowed my eyes. I understand, Secretary. Once the secretary left, I shook the drowsy feng shui awake and explained the situation. I have to go into the mountains with the main force. Can you use a gun? No, never handled one. I drew the hunting knife from behind my back and handed it to her. While I'm gone, try not to be alone. Don't have any contact with that man. And if you run into trouble, shout for the villagers or find the secretary. I looked at Tang Xiao to the side. Keep Comrade Tang with you for company. If you really run into danger with no time to call for help, just cut with the knife. I'll cover anything that comes of it. The hand gripping the knife trembled, Feng Shui's pupils shrinking sharply. You mean, he conscripted you into the mountains on purpose? Erlang, can you not go? Your wound. Already choked with tears. There's no refusing. I shook my head, and to put her at ease, lifted a corner of the gauze. Relax, it's fully healed. Feng Shui's eyes went wide, staring fixedly at my forehead, smooth as ever, not even the skin broken, not the slightest trace of a wound. He'd indeed said the wound had closed during the day, but he hadn't said it had healed this cleanly. Since it was healed, why keep the gauze on? At that thought, she froze again. Su Cheng, your injury wasn't fake, was. Halfway through it registered, and seeing Tang Xiao awake and looking over, she immediately changed tack. I mean, your gauze fell off. Wrap it again so it doesn't get infected. Wound split open. Clearly not going to make it. Damn Doctor Who, a quack after all. Once the gauze was rewrapped, I turned to leave. From behind came Feng Shui's call. Be careful. I didn't look back, just waved a hand, my peripheral vision sweeping over the house with its just-laid foundation. Looks like the construction's going to be delayed. Heishan Hollow. Criminal Investigation Captain Li, leading the public security officers and guided by the militia, came to the spot where the ruthless bandit Sun Jiqiang had vanished. Flashlight beams swept everywhere across the pitch-black forest. Is it here? Yes. Nobody move, don't disturb the scene. The reason for going into the mountains in the dead of night was that the odds of catching him were better. The suspect had run so far he had to rest, and waiting until tomorrow when he'd recovered his energy to give chase would be like fishing a needle from the sea. Captain Li observed for a good while, without finding any useful leads. The footprints disappeared at last before a patch of thick, dead leaves. He braced his lower back and rose, asking Su Sholi, "Did you get a clear look at which way he went?" "It's precisely because we didn't that." Su Sholi pointed behind him. "That's a depression. The village calls it Heishan Hollow. We saw the suspect climb the steep slope from afar. By the time we chased up the slope, he was gone, and we followed the footprints to here and lost his trail completely, then had no choice but to turn back. Bring the military dogs over." The two dogs sniffed at the footprints and bolted off into the dense woods. Captain Li's eyes lit up. He'd assumed the scents would be too muddled at night for the dogs to be of use. Who'd have thought there'd really be something to it? "Keep up." The guy didn't go. By the moonlight, I crouched beside the footprints and observed, reaching out to measure their depth. This string of prints was slightly deeper than an ordinary person's, which could be read as carrying a heavy load. But a normal person walks heel first, so they should be shallow in front and deep behind. These, however, were deep in front and shallow behind, as if the force had been applied deliberately. Besides, carrying 60 pounds of cornmeal, plus scallions in a pot, into the mountains was a foolish thing to do. Animals are sensitive to smell, and anyone who dared light a fire to cook in the mountains would end up in a beast's belly before their own was filled. Hunters going into the mountains brought cold food and rarely lit fires. Cooking smoke was a death warrant. That fugitive had roved through many places without being caught. Surely he couldn't be ignorant of even this much common sense? Did he really not know, or was he pretending not to? The men chasing the suspect came back dejected. Captain Li was taken aback to see me crouched beside the footprints, then turned to instruct Su Sholi. "Keep the militia in line. Don't let them straggle. Wouldn't want to be hunting for people too, on top of not catching the suspect." Su Sholi strode over to lecture me. "Erlang, everyone else went to give chase, and you hid in the back gold bricking. Let me catch you at it again, and I'll thrash you." I rose slowly, my gaze landing on Captain Li. "Uncle, I figured you'd all come back, so I didn't move. Wanted to save a little energy." Su Sholi was furious. "Shut it. Casework isn't about what you figure. And during official duty, there's no uncle. Address me by my title." I obliged readily. "Sure thing, Officer Plant." Note: Shotsai/Sholi plays on names. Here he mishears, or puns. See note below. Su Sholi was taken aback and raised a hand to discipline me. "Hold on." Captain Li cut in and strode over, full of hope. "Young comrade, did you find something?" I looked at Su Sholi. Officer Plant told me to shut up. Captain Li shot Su Sholi a glare. "Captain Su wants to run a one-man show? I wouldn't dare. Young comrade, go ahead." A sweep through the woods had turned up only a few items of clothing the suspect had discarded, and the dogs were spinning in place like headless flies. Letting an enemy agent escape the jurisdiction meant inevitable accountability, all the more so since he might be carrying important intelligence. No lead, however small, could be abandoned. "Then I'll say my piece. Speak freely, no harm if you're wrong." I asked about the search, and on learning they'd only found clothes, grew more certain. "I think this is a diversion. Not being able to find his trail very likely means he went back down the mountain the way he came." Captain Li hesitated. It made sense, but a misjudgment meant no second chance, and time didn't allow for trial and error. The deputy captain came over. "Captain Li, let's still split into teams and search the mountains as agreed. The method's clumsy, but it's the only one, and even if he really did go down, he can't get away. The teams below are all deployed and patrolling. The most important thing now is to confirm whether he's in the mountains, and that doesn't conflict with this young comrade's guess." Su Sholi, having been put in his place, hurried to agree. Captain Li waved a hand and looked at me again. "Do you have any other findings? Or evidence to prove your point?" The footprints on the way in were a mess, and it was night. Hard to find leads from the traces. There's nothing to be found along the trace angle, but it can be proven indirectly. Captain Lee, send someone down the mountain to interrogate the youths and confirm whether the suspect actually robbed the money on them. Captain Lee's pupils dilated. You're saying they didn't tell the truth? It's a guess, but not one out of thin air. I heard the few newly arrived youths discussing going to the county tomorrow to ride home for money. They just came down, they're not short on cash. Yesterday afternoon, they ordered 5 yuan's worth of food at the county state-run cafeteria, rich as can be, so having their supplies burned wouldn't leave them short on money in the short term. Unless. Captain Lee slapped his thigh hard. Damn, unless the money was robbed. Money's no use in the mountains, so why rob it? There's only one answer. Lure the tiger from the mountain. He went down. With all the public security strength up in the mountains now, the county was left empty. Not good. He means to take a train south. Deep night, Sioux family village. The youths were once again hauled out of their bedding and interrogated separately. About 10 minutes later, Captain Lee came out cursing. Director, Su Erlin called it. Their money was all robbed by Sun Jiqiang. Over 500 yuan plus ration coupons. Zhao Xingguo's face fell. Why conceal it and not report? Sun Jiqiang forced them to press their fingerprints on a confession admitting they were enemy agents, and threatened to turn it in if they dared talk. One youth refused and took a bullet, so the rest gave in. This man's meticulous. That shot was both a deterrent and a deliberate way to alarm the village so they'd give chase. But I can't work out how he'd get to the county even if he slipped down the mountain quietly. Sioux family village to the county is over 40 li, 6 hours on foot. Wouldn't being spotted midway undo everything? Like now. We've caught on to his motive, so searching along the route would come up empty. Zhao Xingguo's face changed sharply, and he gritted his teeth. 2 hours ago, our office's military truck made a trip back to the county to requisition supplies. He very likely sneaked onto it. So what do we do now? Zhao Xingguo checked his watch, 2 in the morning. The only southbound train soon is a single one. Passing the county at 7:30 in the morning, there's still time. He definitely can't buy a ticket through proper channels, so he can only go through the black market near the train station. Back to the county at once, deploy at the black market and the station. In those days, buying a train ticket required an introduction letter, which Sun Jiqiang couldn't possibly have, but the black market sold them. Rail capacity was strained, train tickets were in hot demand, and a handful of people relied on insider staff reserving hot tickets to scalp on the black market, an evil that no amount of banning could stamp out. To avoid tipping him off, everyone changed into plain clothes. A thought struck Captain Lee. Director, that Su Erling has very keen powers of observation. Why not have him take part? My men are all demobilized soldiers, good at fighting but a bit lacking at cracking cases, and he's an ordinary civilian to begin with. Without that fierce military air, no need to disguise him, and he's not likely to draw Sun Jiqiang's suspicion. Zhao Xingguo refused outright. Nonsense. This is catching a ruthless bandit. If something goes wrong, how do we answer to the people? Just have him be a lookout to pin down the location, not take part in the capture. That bunch of ticket scalpers at the black market are crafty as can be. If our man gets made and spooks Sun Jiqiang. Zhao Xingguo hesitated a moment. Go ask him. If he doesn't agree, don't push it. I pointed at my own nose, incredulous. What did you say? You want me to be a lookout at the black market? That's right, Comrade Erlung. Rest assured, we won't have you take part. Before he could finish, I was nodding eagerly. Serve the people. It's what I ought to do, I agree. Captain Lee swallowed a bellyful of words. How was he to know I'd been fretting over not being able to find where the black market was? And now that I had an above-board chance to make contact with ticket scalpers, of course I wouldn't refuse. Give me a moment, I'll let my family know. I found Feng Shui and gave a few low instructions, then picked up an iron hammer, found a scrap corner of board, and pounded away bang bang bang, leaving Captain Lee bewildered. What's this for? A moment later, I handed Feng Shui the board studded with a dozen some big iron nails and turned. Captain Lee, let's go. Since it involved a secret, the public security office didn't explain to the village, just took me away directly. The village immediately buzzed. Why'd they take Erling away? No more searching the mountains? It wasn't Erling who did it, was it? Rubbish, what a kind-hearted kid. Then why take him away right after interrogating the youths? It couldn't really be Erling. Commune Director Wang Chunlai watched the departing vehicle, his eyes flashing, and glanced at Feng Shui and the crowd. This youth beside her isn't bad-looking either. His gaze then shifted to the house plot with its just-laid foundation. Secretary Su, what's the story with this house plot? Building started without approval. Building a house required first applying and reporting to the commune for approval, the whole process taking a month or so. So there was an unwritten rule of build first, approve later. The commune tacitly allowed it, but if someone got strict, it was indeed a violation. Su Shorin wiped a cold sweat as he explained the situation. Oh, understandable under the circumstances. Have you submitted the paperwork? If not, good thing I'm here. Go fetch it and I'll approve it directly. Save your brother the back and forth. Su Shoren was taken aback. There's a windfall like this. All right, I'll go get it right away. No rush, it's too late. I'll make do for the night at your brigade office. Bring it over first thing tomorrow. Su Shoren suspected nothing and agreed repeatedly, going to arrange lodging for him. As he left, Wang Chunlai swept his eyes over Feng Shui and Tang Xiao once more, a heat stirring within him. Not far off, Feng Shui, as if sensing something, turned to look and instinctively gripped the hunting knife tighter. Once the public security people left, the villagers who'd been at it half the night went off to sleep, but Feng Shui had no urge to. That look in Wang Chunlai's eyes as he left had been full of ill intent, and now at the village edge there were only the two weak women, her and Tang Xiao. Recalling my parting instructions, she set about rigging the trap. The house plot's outer ring was rows upon rows of half-dried mud bricks pressed close together, with only a 2-meter-wide passage leading inside, deliberately left by me. Feng Shui dug a 40-centimeter deep pit in the middle of the passage, laid the nail-studded board face down into it, then set rotted branches across the opening and scattered dead leaves and weeds over them. Comrade Tang, come help carry the board. What are you doing this for? Guarding against a thief. The two of them piled boards on either side of the pit. This way anyone wanting to come in could only cross over the trap in the middle. The nails were for securing roof beams, a good dozen-some centimeters long. Step on those for real. Tang Xiao yawned over and over. You're not resting? You sleep first, I'm not tired. Tang Xiao walked toward her bed, a hardboard, and out of the corner of her eye caught my hammock. Feng Shui, you sleep in the hammock? Don't talk, he's coming. Coming? Who's coming? Tang Xiao followed her gaze. A figure had appeared at the village entrance, sneaking furtively this way. There really is a thief. Her drowsiness vanished entirely. She grabbed the kitchen cleaver, fear drawing her unconsciously closer to Feng Shui. Who is he? What does he want? Feng Shui didn't answer, slowly drawing the hunting knife. When the figure reached the front of the passage, she said sharply, Don't come any closer. In the moonlight, Wang Chunlai revealed a genial smile. Don't be nervous, Comrade Feng. I'm here to help you. He pulled out 2 documents. This one is your political assessment material. I sign it and send it to the county, and I can help convert you into a Sioux family village commune member. Take off the black category label, and from then on you can openly visit your family with an introduction letter in hand. Seeing Feng Shui lower her head, he looked toward Tang Xiao again. Comrade Tang, the others from the youth's quarters were taken away by the public security office, so rebuilding is sure to be shelved, and building a house for you alone isn't realistic. But considering your situation, I can personally support you with a batch of money, coupons, and supplies. Also, he waved the other document. The commune has a quota for recruiting workers back to the city, and once you've completed 2 years down here, I can take it upon myself to approve one for you, though. He dragged out the second half, a lewd smile appearing on his face, his eyes sizing up the two of them, the meaning self-evident. Tang Xiao folded her arms and backed away. In your dreams. Get lost now, or I'll call for people. Wang Chunlai put away his smile. Think it through. Without my approval, you'll never get back to the city. You'll be stuck in this mountain gully your whole life. Without supplies, whether you can even survive this winter is in question. 20-some below will freeze you to death alive. Tang Xiao broke down crying outright, roaring in a hoarse voice. I stopped wanting to live long ago. Get lost, get lost. The silent Feng Shui raised her head, a flash of resolve crossing her face. Come on over, then. Tang Xiao turned in disbelief and stared fixedly at her, gritting her teeth, exasperated at her giving in. Feng Shui, I never thought you were this kind of person. Doing this, can you face Erlang? Feng Shui's face was expressionless. The village forced me to marry him. I have no feelings for him, and I never once thought of staying in the countryside. I want to go home. I want to see my parents. I'm not like you. I'm a black category child, and without taking off this label, I can't go anywhere. Even if I die, I want to see my parents and sister one last time before I do. For the sake of my taking you in, I hope you'll keep my secret. Tang Xiao gave her a long, deep look, then turned her face away, eyes red. Aye. Thank you. Feng Shui gave her thanks without waiting for her to finish, and beckoned to Wang Chunlai. Come on. Wang Chunlai stuffed the documents in his pocket, rubbed his hands in excitement, glanced left and right to confirm no one was around, and stepped forward. 1 step, 2, 3. At the 5th step, crack, his right foot suddenly sank into the ground. As his body pitched over, a searing pain shot through his right foot. Something had pierced clean through the top of it. Wang Chunlai's heart-rending shriek pierced the night sky. Feng Shui gave a cold laugh, walked to the corner, and picked up the hunting rifle, angled it at 45 degrees toward the village, and pulled the trigger twice in a row. Bang! Bang! The recoil left her arms numb and tingling. Feng Shui dropped the rifle, snatched up the long wooden strip, and gave Wang Chunlai a vicious thrashing, shouting as she beat him. "Somebody come quick! Catch the molester!" Tang Xiao watched, stunned, then laughed through her tears and smacked her own forehead. Oh no, how did I forget about the trap? In the urgency, she'd clean forgotten there was a trap in the middle of the passage. No wonder Feng Shui had wanted him to come over. So that was the plan. "I'm sorry, Feng Shui, I misunderstood you." And she grabbed a wooden strip and joined in. "Somebody come, catch the molester." Su family village was destined for a sleepless night. Under the repeated shouting, the neighbors woke first, and all the able-bodied young men of the village came pouring over. After hearing what happened, the secretary flew into a rage, but seeing Wang Chunlai beaten to within an inch of his life, he grew anxious again. The man was the commune director after all, with deep backing, and how things would unfold once it was pushed up the chain was hard to say. But the village's young men couldn't stand it, and right then and there cracked their knuckles, set on hauling him to the county to file a complaint. "Secretary, this dog has bullied his way right up to our doorstep. Say something." Su Shoren gritted his teeth. "Damn it all, let's go for broke. Have Doctor Who bandage him, don't let him die, and leave it unexplainable. Lock him up at the brigade office for now. Send him to the county public security office first thing in the morning." He looked at the pit, baffled. "Erlung's wife. Why did you dig a trap on the house plot?" "Secretary, the one who injured Erlung before was Wang Chunlai. At the time I was locked in the room, Erlung was clutching the key and wouldn't let go, and Wang Chunlai, in shame and anger, knocked him out with a gray brick, then fled in fright when he saw the man go still. He threatened to send Erlung and me to the labor camp. You know my class status, and Erlung's situation too. We were afraid no one would believe us if we spoke, so we didn't dare make it known. When Erlung left, he instructed me what I'd instructed her before leaving. Wang Chunlai might seize the chance to repeat his old trick. No one would believe our word, but with Tang Xiao as a witness, there'd be no problem. This was a good chance to bring him down. I'd left her a hunting knife for self-defense, a loaded hunting rifle for defense, and to signal an alarm, and a nail-studded board to rig a trap. It had all gone as I'd anticipated. Wang Chunlai had come, sure enough. Su Shoren's face was grim. He quietly pulled Doctor Who aside. "Doctor Who, have you got that kind of medicine that makes a man not work down there after he takes it?" "Doctor Who. Secretary, abusing private punishment is against the law. I'll get a matchmaker to set you up with a wife. Leave it to me. I guarantee he won't even notice and just." The county. In this era when everything took coupons to buy, money alone didn't necessarily do the trick. The same pound of grain cost a bit over a mao with coupons, several times that without, which spawned a crop of ticket scalpers, active around the co-ops, state-run cafeterias, and train stations. What Sun Jiqiang had robbed was local ration coupons, worthless paper once he left the area, so he needed not only train tickets, but also national ration coupons. And ticket scalpers holding national coupons were mostly concentrated near the train station. Before the operation, Captain Li laid out the features in detail. Sun Jiqiang, male, 38, about 1 meter 70 tall, square face, a scar on the tiger's mouth of his right hand. He'll most likely be disguised. Your task is just to play an ordinary citizen buying tickets. Here's 20 yuan of operating funds. Put your own safety first in everything. Don't act rashly. The corner of my mouth curled up uncontrollably. I took the wad of small bills and the black double-pouch sack, then nodded with a serious face. "Rest assured, leader, I guarantee I'll complete the mission." So the black market isn't only at the train station. Profiteering by imperial decree. This is a job I can get behind. Apart from ration coupons, I was short on every kind of coupon, so this was a perfect chance to buy some. The sky was faintly light, and there were plenty of people about on the streets. An auntie carrying a bamboo basket sidled up and said in a low voice, "Buns, eggs, want any?" She lifted a corner of the basket to reveal golden yellow buns. No need. She didn't press, striding quickly toward her next target, clearly a veteran, dragging it out wrist, catching a joint defense officer's eye. A few minutes later, a young man leaning against a utility pole, a blade of wild grass in his mouth, eyes scanning the passers-by, caught my attention. I walked over and said quietly, "Got tickets?" His eyes lit up. He sized me up to confirm I wasn't a public security officer. "I do. Ration coupons, cloth coupons, industrial coupons, all of them." "Got national ration coupons?" "National industrial coupons." "Yeah, ration coupons 4 mao, industrial coupons a yuan each. How many you want?" "Pricey. A pound of white flour's only 16 cents. I'm out for a while this trip, need a lot." "How many you got?" 40 pounds of ration coupons, 5 industrial coupons." I paid without hesitation, but didn't leave right away. "Can you get more?" "This isn't enough." "Where are you headed?" "Going to Yunqing to see my father-in-law. The more coupons the better. The wife's kicking up a fuss at home every other day, nothing for it." I lifted the double pouch sack to show him. See that? The spendthrift woman gave me 30 yuan, 20 left. If I don't buy enough, I'll get an earful when I'm back. The young man's face was full of contempt. Brother, you're way too henpecked. I put on a face full of lament. Nothing for it. Who told her to be a sent-down youth? Educated and good-looking to boot. I can't bring myself to hit her. And I even wiped at the corner of my mouth, playing the psychology of a toad who'd gotten his bite of swan meat to the hilt. Look, can you get them or not? If not, I'll go ask elsewhere. In an instant, the money already in hand stopped smelling so sweet to the young man. I definitely can, follow me. He bragged as he walked. All my peers in the whole county put together don't have as many coupons as me. What they sell is worthless local coupons, no comparison to national ones. Don't believe me? Go ahead and ask around. If you can buy tickets anywhere else near the train station, I'll write my surname Zhang upside down. Looks like Captain Li was right. The ticket scalpers were all linked up, a whole area belonging to one system. So finding one and digging deep would let me feel out information sideways. For real? You can produce 100+ pounds in one go. Forget 100. I can get 200 or 300 pounds. The young man led me through a winding maze to the mouth of an alley, where a man with a center-parted hairdo stood digging at his ear. Xiaobo, who's this? Brother Chow. Zhang Xiaobo whispered a few words, and the man sized me up with a glance. What other coupons you want? Ration coupons, oil coupons, cloth coupons, industrial coupons. The deal done. I played my last card. I've got an older cousin, worried I wouldn't be safe on the road. He's planning to follow me in secret. Before I finished, my gaze sharpened. Not far off, a kid of 13 or 14 was leading a burly, hulking man this way. The man was about 1.70 meters, square face, long-sleeved shirt, and as his arms swung, a faint scar showed on the tiger's mouth of his right hand. What about your cousin? I made up nonsense offhandedly, unfazed. Oh, scared I'd go hungry. He secretly packed me a basket of flatbread. Named Su Dalong, a towering 5 feet tall, full beard. We got separated, you seen him? A towering 5 feet tall. What kind of joke is that? Brother Chow waved impatiently. Haven't seen him. Hurry along. With this many people around, it's easy to catch a joint defense officer's eye. I turned away with a face full of disappointment, and not far off slipped into a small alley. In the alley's blind spot, a middle-aged woman was heating buns on a little coal stove, the very woman who'd hawked them to me earlier. I was startled too. Auntie, if I said the earlier buns got cold and I wanted hot ones, would you believe me? This black market near the train station was a mixed bag of dragons and fish, because you could disguise yourself as a traveler coming and going and not easily draw suspicion. Sun Jiqiang, ticket bought, pressed down his straw hat, and was about to head for the station when he suddenly caught sight of a man at the alley mouth glancing furtively all around. This person had crossed paths with him earlier while buying tickets. Again, he grew wary and quickened his pace to open up distance. Several steps on, finding the man hadn't followed, he relaxed, but turned his head and froze. In the alley, a middle-aged woman was loading steaming buns into a bamboo basket. Gurgle. He, who hadn't eaten in a long while, swallowed. So he was buying food. He didn't dare go to the state-run cafeteria for fear of being recognized, and had been fretting over where to deal with eating. Well, isn't this convenient? He scanned around, saw nothing amiss, turned, and walked over. How much for the buns? The young man was just paying. The woman took the money, glanced up at him, then glanced outward again. No coupons needed, 2 mao each. Sun Jiqiang didn't haggle, just pulled out 10 yuan. I'll take them all. Sun Jiqiang. The young man heading outward beside him suddenly grinned and threw a sudden punch. Bang! Caught off guard, he was struck on the temple, staggered and fell, stars bursting before his eyes. Before he could react, I drove my fist into his head a few more times. Bang bang. Sun Jiqiang's eyes went wide. You fight dirty. He rolled his eyes back and passed out. The auntie went white with fright, abandoned her things, and bolted. Murder. I worked my wrist, mastery of combat arts. Every move and stance feels branded into the muscle. Not bad. I started searching him. The youth said he had a semi-automatic rifle, but it was too big a target to bring onto a train. Still, how could a ruthless bandit not carry a weapon? Sure enough, I searched out a pistol. Pity he's still alive, can't embezzle him. I shook my head with regret, grabbed him by the collar, dragged him to the main street, and blew the whistle I'd kept ready in my pocket. Tweet, tweet, tweet. The public security officers came at the sound. People with guilty consciences scattered the moment they saw the officers, and the officers didn't stop them. Catching an enemy agent mattered more than catching profiteers. Captain Li stared dumbstruck at the unconscious Sun Jiqiang, then looked up, dazed. You did this. I shrugged and handed over the pistol. Haha. Mission accomplished without disgrace. Captain Li, do we give chase? Chase what? Isn't the man caught? Those profiteers, or we look pretty useless. We were pretty useless. Hours of thrashing around in the mountains, a pack of professionals like headless flies, finally seeing through the scheme only thanks to someone else's pointers, meaning to make merit during the capture. But before they could lift a finger, the man had been subdued without the slightest effort. A ruthless bandit who'd roved through several provinces, not even getting a chance to draw his gun. This was no hunter, plainly a hidden master from beyond the mundane world. Captain Lee laughed. Erlung, you've rendered great service. I'll help you apply to the higher-ups for a commendation. A commendation? Heh, that's exactly what I want. The amount of money doesn't matter. It's mainly the honor, the best proof of one's political stance and personal character, the equivalent of an extra talisman. Most important is the credibility. If Wang Chunlai dares come again, this idiot's word won't go unbelieved. That point is crucial. I gave my thanks and pulled the coupons I'd just bought out of the double pouch sack and handed them over. Captain Lee, these are the coupons that 20 yuan bought. I'd already gotten to know the scalpers and had also exchanged for 10 yuan's worth of oil, cloth, and industrial coupons, enough for a good while. The money was about spent, with a dozen some yuan left. No matter, I'd go back to hunting in the mountains, and there was still a valuable old ginseng root in the storage space. Good, well done. Come back to the office with us first, and after breakfast we'll arrange a car to send you home. Sun Jiqiang was hauled off to the county public security office. The anxiously waiting Zhao Jinghua patted my shoulder and said good 3 times in a row. Well done, young comrade. But don't be so reckless next time. This is a ruthless bandit, with multiple lives on his hands. Understood. Thank you for your concern, leader. Mainly I felt the chance couldn't be missed. After breakfast in the cafeteria, Captain Lee personally drove me back to the village. On the way, he curiously asked where I'd learned my track reading skills. My parents died early, and I learned to hunt from the village's old hunter when I was very small. An old hunter? Brother Su's too modest. An ordinary hunter doesn't have this kind of skill. You're a natural born for this line of work. Pity there's no quota right now, or I'd definitely recommend transferring you into the office. On the surface, I smiled and chuckled, but inwardly, I had a different thought. Reading tracks relies on hunting arts. Taking down Sun Jiqiang relies on combat arts. Anything else I really can't do. Besides, I've got no interest in being a public security officer. I was a beast of burden my whole last life. Can I enjoy myself a little this time around? The two of us chatted idly on and off as the car bounced along towards Su family village. At one point, looking ahead, my gaze froze. Captain Lee, please stop for a moment. Captain Lee had noticed the anomaly too, and pulled over. Not far ahead, Secretary Su Shoren, with 2 militiamen, Feng Shui and Tang Xiao, was driving a donkey cart along the road, with a person tied to the cart, Xianyang Commune Director Wang Chunlai. A cadre like Wang Chunlai exists in every era, gripping power and resources, turning straight to force when enticement fails to get what he wants, then threats afterward. But this time he'd kicked an iron plate. Tang Xiao and Feng Shui hadn't given in, and instead lured him into a trap. Having gotten the situation clear, my face was full of remorse, and I rambled on. If I hadn't gone to assist with the case, you wouldn't have suffered something like this. I'm sorry, I'll never push myself forward again. Leave contributing to the people to others. We're just ordinary common folk. In truth, what I regretted was not having directly killed Wang Chunlai and tossed him into the mountains to feed the wolves. Before leaving, I'd left Feng Shui a few backup measures, never expecting he'd really go, and in that way. What's the point of keeping scum like this alive? Pity the decision wasn't in my hands. Captain Lee's face was full of awkwardness, not having expected that his sudden whim to take me away would cause his family such great harm, and his anger flared. Rest assured, Erlung, the county public security office will give you an account on this. Come back with me to give a statement. We'll handle what follows. We won't let him off. The 2 militiamen and Su Shoren exchanged glances. How is this public security officer angrier than we are? What did Erlung go into town to do? Why is the criminal investigation captain personally driving him back? Su Shoren thought further. With the criminal investigation captain stepping in, this case stands a chance. Otherwise, it'd really be hard to define. Wang Chunlai had backing. His wife's brother-in-law was the head of the county agriculture and workers department, one of the core leaders of all rural work in the county. Captain Lee knew his background too, and went straight to the director after returning to the office. In this era, handling cadres went by discipline first, then state law, and by procedure it had to be reported to the county party committee first. Zhao Jinghua was livid after hearing it, immediately establishing a special case team and opening a file. I'll call the county party committee right now. Captain Lee withdrew to take statements. Zhao Jinghua dialed a number. Instructor. Jinghua? Wasn't Sun Jiqiang caught? Up all night. You ought to rest a bit. Neither of us is the strapping young lad of those days anymore. The concern in the old chief's tone made him smile. Zhao Jinghua told the whole thing in detail. This isn't the first time. If those two female youths hadn't taken precautions in advance, I really wouldn't know how to face Erling. Instructor, Wang Chuanlai's wife's brother-in-law is the head of the County Agriculture and Workers Department. I'm not doubting you. I'm just afraid. Afraid of what? Handle it however it ought to be handled. I've been fretting over the lack of a model case. Deal with it severely. I'll have the Revolutionary Committee comrades get involved in the investigation too. The nerve of him. Back in the day, I'd have put a bullet in him myself. Zhao Xinguo broke out in a sweat. No wonder they call you Assault Squad instructor. Other instructors mainly handle ideological work. You, on the other hand, just charge in toting a submachine gun. At noon, Feng Shui and the others, having given statements all morning, finally left the public security office. As they left, Zhao Xinguo found me and consoled me in a low voice. Rest assured, he won't bother you again. At least this many. He held out his palm and flipped it over. I was taken aback. 10 years. At least. He's a cadre, and abused his authority more than once. Severe handling per policy. I knew he'd pulled strings, and thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Director Zhao. Toiling a whole night, and a whole morning on top of it. I'll have someone send you back. It's fine. I'll head back with the secretary and the others. Back home, after a simple lunch, I lay on the hammock and slept like a log, straight through to the next morning. Comrade Tang, didn't the secretary agree to let you stay at his place? How are you still here? I'd earlier set 4 goals. Make money, build the house, catch the person, and win Feng Shui over. The first 3 had taken shape. Though Wang Chunlai came a step late, that goal counted as achieved too. As for the 4th, it was a bit hard with this 3rd wheel around. I had to drive her off. Those youths had all signed confessions under threat to their lives, with no direct consequences caused. So they got administrative penalties and reformed through labor within their units, and would be released before long. The County Party Committee and the Sent-Down Youth Office had approved the government funding the rebuilding of the quarters, during which the youths temporarily lodged in commune members' homes. The one politically correct Tang Xiao had been claimed by the secretary. Looks like there's an upside to being clean. Going off to bathe happened to spare her a calamity. Tang Xiao was taken aback. Why hadn't she gone? She didn't know either. The secretary's place clearly had better conditions, yet she just didn't want to go. Thought about it a long while without figuring it out, and gave a reluctant oh. In Feng Shui's heart, though, a realization rose. Why else? Staying here feels safer. Just like herself, going from the initial dread to the peace of mind now. As long as Erling was around, there was no need to worry about anything else. He'd arrange it all. At that thought, she looked at the reed toilet, the wooden stool by the stove, the bluestone foundation, and blurted out, Tang Xiao, our conditions here are crude. We don't even have a place to sleep. You'd better go stay at the secretary's place for now. Then, a little embarrassed, she lowered her head to help me pack the dry rations and canteen. Threat resolved, I decided to begin my career as a professional hunter. Feng Shui handed me the canteen and the cloth bundle holding cornbread buns and pickles. Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back for dinner tonight. I slung the rifle over my back and turned to head up the mountain. The foundation needed a few more days to cure. The mud bricks had Feng Shui and the villagers helped to prepare, and the half-made furniture was enough for now. The urgent task was getting money. This time I didn't take the old route, switching to a less traveled one. About a dozen some minutes in, I slashed away a tree branch blocking the path and was about to pass when my gaze sharpened. A snake about a meter long, grayish-brown on its back, was coiled among the branches and leaves, its triangular head reared high, tongue flicking ceaselessly, hissing SSS, fixing me with an eerie stare. A Chongdao pit viper, deadly venomous. I swallowed, my right hand quietly tightening on the hunting knife. SSS. The viper arched the front of its body and shot at my neck in an instant, at a tongue-staggering speed. Strike the snake at the 7-inch mark? No time for that now. A moment's hesitation and I could get bitten, and without antivenin death was certain. Luckily my body, remade by the life spirit liquid, reacted fast enough. I lurched to the side, a flash of the blade, and the viper was cleaved in 2 at the middle. The 2 snake halves hit the ground still rolling and writhing. I wiped at cold sweat. Damn, if I hadn't reacted fast I'd have checked out right here today. I lopped off the snake's head and flicked it aside, slit open the belly, and took out the gallbladder. This stuff had great medicinal value, clearing heat and detoxifying, dispelling wind and damp, selling for at least a yuan plus at the co-op, and worth even more sold to an old Chinese medicine doctor for medicinal liquor. I'll go ask Doctor Hu if he wants it. I'd had my eye on that medical book of his for a long while. Let's see if I can trade a snake gallbladder for borrowing rights. Killed 1 pit viper. Acquired 2 essence points. Current total 19. I tossed the snake's body where it lay. People here basically didn't eat snake unless desperately short on grain. Found it revolting, and as a northerner in my last life I was the same. A morning under hunting arts boost bagged 2 rabbits and a pheasant, a harvest of 4 essence points. Near noon, I washed my hands by the creek, sat on a rock, and gnawed at dry rations. 2 pheasants and 2 rabbits. Won't sell for much, just keep them to eat. That earlier pheasant was still in the storage space. I could improve our meals nicely. Oh, right. Next time in the county, I'd ask the state-run cafeteria whether they bought pheasants. Chicken stewed with mushrooms was a rare delicacy, and the leaders had a taste for just this. Might sell for a good price. Though the brigade leader said I could be exempted from the 500 pounds of dressed meat I owed each year, I still planned to turn in the full amount. Not turning it in would make the villagers green with envy once I started bagging game often. Turning in the full amount was to plug the villagers' mouths. The envy bug is everywhere, and I couldn't leave any handle to be grabbed. Human nature can't withstand testing. Me eating meat while others eat cornbread buns. It'd be a wonder if no one reported me. Once was fine, but do it often and, put plainly, everyone's belly is short on oil. You eat meat, so why can't I? Packed up and ready to go deeper. Just as I crossed the little creek, a few small black pellet-like balls caught my attention, goat droppings, with figure-8-shaped hoofprints scattered beside them. Soil half dry, hoofprints clear, still damp mud in the depression, no more than an hour, and more than one. I grew excited and followed the hoofprints in pursuit. About half an hour later, I finally found the herd. On a bare rock slope in the afternoon sun, 5 grayish-brown wild goats were nibbling grass among the rock crevices, the lead old goat's horns thick as a crescent moon, chewing while sweeping a wary gaze around. 3 kids circled the nanny goats. Various ways to eat mutton surfaced in my mind: boiled in soup, red braised, grilled, with a beer on the side, 20 skewers, and 2 big kidneys. But then I fretted, quite a few goats. How do I net them all in one go? Fire the rifle once, and the rest would surely bolt. I'd keep 2 at most. I pondered a moment, first loaded the rifle, then took out the bow and arrows, even my breathing, and crept closer. 50 meters, 40, 30, 20, any closer, and the buck will spot me. I set the rifle gently by my feet and drew the bow on a kid. The lead goat had the highest vigilance. Shoot it first, and the others would scatter. The correct approach was to pick off the old and weak first. Wound a kid, and the old goats most likely wouldn't immediately flee. That brief interval was the opening. Whoosh! The arrow flew, not caring whether it hit. I instantly dropped the bow, grabbed the rifle, took aim at the panicked lead goat, and fired. Bang! I swung the muzzle to aim at the nanny goat fleeing with 2 kids. Bang! Blood spattered from the nanny's belly, and she fell wailing. Out of bullets, I grabbed the bow again and rushed over, drawing it once more along the way. On the slope, looking at the 4 goats, 2 large, 2 small, the corner of my mouth nearly split to the back of my ears. One had gotten away, a pity, but this was already no small feat. Without multiple people coordinating, it was basically impossible to keep a whole herd. Bled and tossed into the storage space, I checked the harvest. Acquired 32 essence points. Current total 51. Mid-tier package available for redemption. The 2 kids contributed 12 points, the 2 adults 20. 1 adult wild goat already matches an old domesticated sow. Wild really does give more essence. Redeem. Mid-tier package redemption successful. Acquired skills First Aid Mastery and Herbalism Mastery. Currency times 200 yuan. My first reaction, Doctor Who, bye-bye to you. On second thought, no. I still had to keep borrowing books from him, or there'd be no explaining where my medical skill came from. First Aid Mastery covered emergency handling of trauma, poisoning, and sudden ailments, stopping bleeding with herbs, setting bones, treating snake and insect bites, the whole gamut of accidents a hunter might run into. Herbalism Mastery's core was identifying and using herbs, habits, growing environments, distinguishing and storing, all understood. In that moment, I felt like an old Chinese medicine doctor steeped in it for years, knowing everything. Come to think of it, was the system giving me these 2 related to my having just been ambushed by the pit viper? The last prize, 200 yuan. I put the money to my lips and gave it a kiss. Love you, heh. It directly solved the money shortage. The next 2 hours my luck seemed used up. I ran into nothing, not even a single valuable herb, though I did gather a few dozen pounds of worthless wild mushrooms. Everywhere across the mountains in the rainy season, fetched no price at all. Time to head back. I checked the sky. Can't always judge time by the sky. What about overcast days? Goal number 5. Save up to buy a watch. They 3 rounds and 1 sound. Bicycle, watch, sewing machine, radio, was the standard for gauging a family's circumstances and an important reference in a woman's choice of spouse. Feng Shui married in with nothing, but she'll definitely eat her fill. Tonight, I'll let her eat chicken. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A bird's call came from afar. My spirits jolted and I ran toward the sound. A creature covered in grayish-white plumage, shaped like an oversized pigeon, was pecking at food. A hazel grouse? As the saying goes, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. The flying dragon isn't the dragon of myth, but a kind of wild fowl, the hazel grouse. For now it wasn't yet a protected animal, so I made my move without hesitation. Dragon meat. A great name like that surely isn't empty boasting. I've got to give it a taste. For the little guy, I used bow and arrow. I drew and aimed. WHFF. But who'd have thought it since danger the instant I loosed, spread its wings and flew up a tree, leaving only a few feathers and an arrow stuck in the ground. Damn. Unwilling to give up, I shot again and missed once more. The hazel grouse flew off into the distance. Cluck, cluck, cluck. No wonder it's called a flying dragon. Truly clever. I shook my head helplessly. Well, no such luck on the pallet. Just as I was about to leave, my peripheral vision swept over the brush where it had vanished. Standing in the flat grass was a finger-thick, brownish-yellow stalk. Gastrodia. Before, I definitely wouldn't have recognized it. Now, I'd heard its purchase price at the recycling station. First grade 4 yuan a pound, second grade 2 yuan 8, 4 pounds of fresh gastrodia dried down to 1 pound. Feels just like the old days digging sweet potatoes with great-grandma. I took out the spade and dug. One ribbed potato after another came out of the soil. If not for the different shape, I'd really have taken them for potatoes. Harvested 1 gastrodia. Acquired 1 essence point. Harvested 1 gastrodia. Acquired 0 essence points. In nearly an hour, I cleared out the wild gastrodia entirely, harvesting 47 essence points in all. Sweet. Just too short of redeeming a mid-tier package again. At the foot of the mountain, I took out a cloth sack and loaded in 2 rabbits, a ring-necked pheasant, and that old goat of at least 150 pounds. Wonder how much dressed meat it'll yield. I'd gone up the mountain in the morning, and night's shadows had already fallen by the time I came back. Shouldering the sack, I walked briskly toward the brigade office. Erlang, Uncle Shoshin, I bagged a goat today. Help me weigh it. I lifted the goat out like I was showing off a treasure. Su Shoshin froze, then strode quickly to the doorway and swept a glance around, exasperated like steel that won't become iron. Erlang, are you daft? With your home situation, you're still bringing it to the brigade. What did your Uncle Shui tell you? Hurry, bag it up, and take it back to give to your wife. Uncle, it's hot. It won't keep. Won't keep. Then take it to the commune tomorrow and sell it. Foolish boy, if you don't save a little money now, however will the two of you get through the winter? Uncle, it's fine. I can earn money. Uncle, look, I also dug up a sack of gastrodia, and there's rabbits and pheasant too. On my insistence, brigade leader Su Shi finally agreed to accept the submission. With the heat keeping the meat from lasting, he decided then and there to distribute the goat. Skinned and boned, the 156-pound goat yielded 69 pounds 9 liang of dressed meat. Goats have slender limbs, lots of bone, and little fat, so their dressing percentage is far below a boar's. Getting over 40% was already good. Before distributing the meat, the secretary gave a speech. Everyone knows Erlang's situation. He bagged game and turned it in without the slightest hesitation, thinking of everyone. Put a bit more care into his house. After work, if you've nothing urgent, bring your tools and help make mud bricks. Also, the villagers stared at the goat meat on the door plank, rolling their eyes. That's how Cadre's speeches go. Says he won't say much, then can't stop rambling once he starts. A dozen some minutes later, the parched Su Shorin gave a big wave of his hand. Distribute the meat. I closed the medical book I'd traded a snake gallbladder for from Doctor Who, handed it to Feng Shui, and went over to help. 137 households, 702 people, 69 pounds 9 liang divided per head, was under 1 liang each. This awkward figure stumped the cadres. I bailed them out. Feng Shui and I won't take any. We've still got rabbits and pheasant. The secretary didn't stand on ceremony either. Make a note. The team owes Erlang's household 2 liang of meat, to be made up when we slaughter the New Year's pig. Su Shoshin asked again. At 1 liang per person, there's 1 person too many. How about one of us cadres withdraws first? I cut in, my face full of curiosity. Secretary, can people who've made mistakes eat meat? If they can, it's perfect for my third aunt to nourish herself, save my third uncle from spending money buying it again. The secretary, brigade leader, and accountant all froze at once and indicated in tacit understanding. Of course not. People who've made mistakes can't eat it. Oh, what a pity. Feng Shui barely held back a laugh. This guy Su Cheng is too wicked. The two of us carried the game back to the house plot amid the villagers' praise. Boil some hot water to pluck the pheasant. I'll go clean the rabbits by the creek. Aren't we taking them to sell? 2 rabbits and a pheasant could fetch several yuan. Meat with the fur and skin on goes bad overnight, and the co-op won't take rotten meat. We're not short on money for now. This gastrodia is all first grade, about 100 pounds, and can dry down a 20-some at 4 yuan a pound purchase price, far more valuable than pheasant or rabbit. Feng Shui looked at the wild pheasant, both pleased and worried. How are we ever going to finish eating all this? They worried about not finishing the meat, while at third uncle's house, they nearly came to blows over a few liang of it. Su Shouzai, you're nothing but a wimp. Your woman gets bullied like this and you don't dare make a peep. Are you even a man? Wang Tzulan was livid. These past days she'd done the most exhausting work and still got scolded at every turn. The whole village got a share of the meat, but she alone was deliberately left out, told that someone in reform through labor wasn't fit to eat. Fine, not give her any. Her family got a share and she could still eat some. But on the way home her younger son said the team's not giving her a share was instigated by that vicious nephew. Well now, I haven't even settled accounts with him yet, and he's bullied his way onto my head first. That thousand cuts wretch. I toiled to raise him, and not only is he ungrateful, he harms me. Seeing her husband crouched on the threshold smoking silently without a word, she got angrier, her little mouth spewing as if dipped in poison. Su Shouzai, you spineless good-for-nothing. Marrying you is 8 generations of rotten luck. You won't even look after your own nephew. Su Shouzai turned his head to glance at his tattling younger son, his mouth twitching. What a filial little one. But thinking it over, his wife had a point. Erling getting to live a good life was off their blood. The savings of several years swindled away in large part. This couldn't just be let go. Stop talking, I'll go find Erling. When he ambled over to the house plot, I was smoking the rabbit meat and Feng Shui was stir-frying a full pot of chicken, the aroma drifting far. Su Shouzai swallowed, turned his head away with tremendous willpower, and walked straight toward me. I get cursed up and down and the two of you are having a fine time. Erling, give the money back, and I won't pursue the past. I'd seen him long ago, just hadn't acknowledged him, and turned blankly. Third uncle, what money? What past? Could you be a bit clearer? Su Shouzai forced down his fury. When we split the household you borrowed 20 yuan. When the house burned third aunt lent you 30, and a few days ago another 100, 150 in all. Not far off Feng Shui's movements paused, and she looked up in astonishment. True to form for third uncle, the compensation money all turns into loans the moment it comes out of his mouth. I was nearly laughed into a fit. Returning the money's fine. Third uncle, take out the IOUs. So your wings have hardened, and you dare talk back. Back when you were in that state, your third aunt took pity on you and lent you 40 pounds of ration coupons and 20 yuan. The coupons count as a wedding gift, but the money has to be repaid. Your younger brother's getting matched, and that won't work without money. The house business has nothing to do with your third aunt, and that 30 was lent out of pity for you too. Those things your third aunt really never saw, you can't pin it on her unjustly. He swept a glance over the nails, toothbrush, and rifle, puzzled inside. Where'd he get all this money? Wait, what matters now is getting the money back. We're uncle and nephew by blood. I trusted you so I didn't make you write IOUs. You can't welch the moment your life gets good. Want to overturn the verdict? In your dreams. Third uncle, when we split up, third aunt said with her own mouth that from then on we'd have nothing to do with each other for the rest of our lives. If we have nothing to do with each other, then we're strangers. Why would you lend a stranger money and not even have him write an IOU? When did this idiot get so glib? Su Shouzai looked at Feng Shui in surprise. She must have taught him. City folk are full of schemes. The earlier money swindling was probably her instigation too. Wait, could those things have been Xiaolian hiding them in the straw stack to deliberately frame Zuolan? That girl listens to Erling most. Which means their stuff was never lost at all, and this whole scene was just to swindle money. I have to go back and ask for sure. He didn't wrangle further and rushed home in a frantic hurry. Zuolan, are you sure you didn't take Erling's things? Su Shouzai, I didn't take them, did not take them, the money's all been paid. In the state I'm in, what would I be keeping that stuff for? Don't be hasty. I suspect Erling's things were never lost at all. He laid out his guess in detail. How did dopey Erling suddenly get so glib? Feng Shui definitely taught him. Wang Tzulan blew up on the spot, slammed down the ladle, untied her apron, and stormed off toward the house plot in a fury, cursing as she went. You shameless slut of a fox, you ill-intentioned black category bitch. You surnamed Feng, get out here. Did you put Erling up to harming me? Give back my money and things, or we'll die right here at your place. In over a year down in the countryside, Feng Shui had never seen a scene like this and was simply dumbfounded. When did I ever harm you? Don't talk nonsense. Apart from this feeble explanation, she didn't know what to say, looking helplessly at me, wronged beyond words. I'm no good at cursing in the street either, but I'm considerate. I picked up truth and racked a cha-cha, pressing it straight against Wang Tzuolan's forehead. Want to die, do you? Sure, I'll grant your wish. Wang Tzuolan went mute like a chicken grabbed by the throat. The villagers who'd rushed over at the noise were terrified. Erling, don't do something crazy. Crazy? No, no, no. I grinned at her, my fingers settling on the trigger. A dummy ought to do dumb, foolish things, right, third aunt? See you next life. Bang. Wang Suelon's body went rigid all at once, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, a stream of liquid flowing out from under her. Yeah, that's it. I backed off a few steps in disdain and put away the gun, then turned to look at Feng Shui. Did you learn that? You have to win people over with reason. Feng Shui, mouth agape, nodded blankly. Then it registered, and she patted her chest in lingering fear and rolled her eyes. You scared me to death. The villagers who'd rushed over breathed a long sigh of relief too. They'd really feared this foolish boy would do something crazy and shoot someone dead. Then even being in the right he'd have caught a bullet. Erlang, what's going on? I knew perfectly well, but didn't expose it, shaking my head blankly. No idea. Third uncle came to make me return money. I didn't agree. Then third aunt came cursing. Return money? You borrowed money from them. I scratched my head, all innocence. No. Third uncle says the arson and the theft weren't third aunt's doing, and that money wasn't compensation but a loan, and wants me to repay 150, plus take back the things given when we split the household. These two are really no good. Got it. Seeing Erlang bag so much game today threw them off balance. Don't worry, Erlang. The brigade will see justice done for you. And the secretary's here. Perfect. The villagers chattered out the whole story to the hurriedly arriving Su Shoren. Secretary, you've got to deal with this. Su Shoren glanced at the fainted Wang Tsulan and swept his eyes over the crowd. Where's Su Shotsai? People parted to make way, revealing Su Shotsai hiding behind. His face pale, he'd come right on his wife's heels, meaning to argue it out. But the moment he saw me press the gun to Wang Tsulan's forehead, he bolted in fright, and only dared come back once there were more people, though he hadn't dared show his face. The secretary snorted coldly and instructed the militia, bring him over. The militia squad's direct superior, Su Sholi, was ill. He'd taken to his bed after Wang Chunlai was caught, and the militia was now directly commanded by the secretary. Su Shoren pointed at Su Shotsai in fury. A fine job you've done, a real model of what an uncle should be. Can't keep your own woman in check and still argue a point into the ground with no reason. The pair of you ganging up to bully your own nephew. Back in the day, you'd have been struck from the clan register for sure. If not for the sake of your eldest brother, for the sake of one shared ancestor, I'd have sent Wang Tsulan to the public security office long ago. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Can you change or not? If not, I'll have the Revolutionary Committee help you change. Su Shotsai, unable to withstand a beating, changed countenance dramatically. Secretary, I've been wronged. It's Erlang's wife framing us. Don't believe me. Just ask. Where would Erlang get all that money? Building a house, buying a gun, and all sorts of daily goods? None of it cheap. At his words, the secretary and villagers grew puzzled too. 100 in hand plus 100 from the pig was only 200. Couldn't buy this much stuff. Erlang, your money? I wasted no words. Went into the reed hut and brought out a cloth bundle, opening it to reveal a ginseng rootlet. A few days ago, I dug up a high-year wild ginseng in the mountains. This is the rootlet I kept, the ginseng I sold to the county recycling station. Dr. Hu, Uncle Lu, and Feng Shui can all attest. Before going up the mountain that day, I borrowed a medical book from Dr. Hu and learned to identify ginseng. Uncle Lu drove the donkey cart taking us to the county. Feng Shui and I went to the recycling station together, and I even memorized the herb purchase prices. Ginseng, dried, the rhizome neck whole and not hollow. Astragalus 4 Mao 5 a pound. Enough. The secretary's brow relaxed, and he cut in with a smile. It's not that I suspect you of harming anyone. Just feared you'd go down a crooked path profiteering. Since it's money from selling ginseng, there's no problem. Su Shotsai, what else have you got to say? Secretary, you can't take his one-sided story. Right. Call Xiaolian over and ask, you'll know. Erlang put her up to hiding the things at our place. The secretary and villagers were full of contempt. Husband and wife ganging up against their own nephew isn't enough. They're dragging their daughter in too. Erlang's word isn't credible, but your whole family's word is? I didn't indulge him. Secretary, this can't be sorted out clearly. The two of us will carry a stain our whole lives. And from now on, third uncle and aunt will keep seizing on chances to pick at us. To avoid disputes, better to report it. First thing tomorrow, we go to the county public security office and ask the comrades to investigate whether third aunt stole it or we framed her, and the truth will out on its own. And the arson business has to have an explanation too. It's been so long. The investigation won't turn up any leads, and no leads proves we didn't frame her, which naturally means Wang Tsulan did it. The things were searched out at her house, and she admitted with her own mouth to knocking down the reed huts. Besides, if you didn't do it, why'd you pay compensation? Seeing me so justified and confident, Su Shotsai felt inexplicably guilty. Could I have guessed wrong? If it wasn't Erlang's doing, I'll have dragged my wife into it. Sure, everyone in the village said she was bad, but he felt she knew how to run a household and keep house, which was why none of the neighbors had dared bully their family. Third uncle, do you have a guilty conscience? Who's got a guilty conscience? Report it then report it. We didn't steal anything anyway. Su Shotsai broke free of the militia, called his eldest son to hoist his wife up together, and went to the brigade office to find Doctor Who. These people are truly vicious-hearted. The wife lay their ages, and not a soul saw to her. Don't be afraid. Erlung, we'll all testify for you. Saying Erlung framed them. What rubbish. Who frames someone at the cost of their own life? Just a hair more. 2 slower steps from me, and Erlung would have been gone. The secretary knew the matter couldn't end amicably too, patted my shoulder with an encouraging look, and went home. The crowd dispersed. Feng Shui knit her brow in worry. We're really going to report it. Where the supplies were, the two of them knew perfectly well. She feared the public security office would really dig up leads. Thinking of something amusing, I gave a heh-heh laugh. Relax, it's all in hand. Hurry and eat, and after we're done boil the gastrodia and set it out to dry. Drying gastrodia means first washing the dirt off the skin, then steaming it in the pot. After dinner, I scrubbed the big iron pot clean and filled it with water. Still need a steamer rack. I found a few small wooden strips, planed them into even slats laid side by side, used a rope against the pot rim to draw a circle, sawed off the excess, pulled out every other slat to leave gaps, and fixed 3 crossbeams. A simple wooden steamer rack fresh off the line, fitting the pot just right. One pot steams about 20 pounds. You watch the pot, I'll go make a drying rack. It's called drying, but it's really air drying. Steamed gastrodia has to be placed somewhere cool and ventilated to avoid direct sun, and can't be laid on the ground either. Damp causes it to reabsorb moisture and mold easily. Best on a bamboo sieve set on an elevated frame. We had no bamboo sieve and no herb rack, but it was no challenge for carpentry mastery me. Make the wooden frame on the spot, substitute reed stalks for the bamboo sieve. How long does it steam for? Feng Shui was a little embarrassed. Making home-style meals was no problem for her, but she knew nothing at all about steaming medicinal herbs. Compared to me, she felt that as a high school graduate she was nothing. Where did he learn all these skills? Seems like there's nothing he can't do. I recalled as I pulled the saw. About 20 minutes. Remembering there was no clock, I added, if it's hard to gauge, poke it with a chopstick. When no thick liquid runs out from inside, it's about done. From washing to getting it all steamed and set out, the two of us were busy for nearly 3 hours. Done. I raised an eyebrow at her. Want to go bathe? Feng Shui nodded lightly. Working in the cornfield by day had her sweating, and then she'd cooked and steamed gastrodia after coming back. How could she sleep without washing? What puzzled her was that I, a born and bred villager, was so particular too. Bathing, changing clothes, and brushing teeth every day. Washing hands with soap before meals and after using the toilet, all utterly out of step with the other villagers. She'd meant to school me on the importance of personal cleanliness, had even drafted her spiel, only to find I cared about hygiene more than she, a woman, did. On the way, seeing her turn to look at me now and then, I felt inexplicably guilty. Crap, I'm not found out, am I? Can't be. I never tested my eyesight in front of her. Feng Shui, why do you keep looking at me? Feng Shui hurriedly moved her gaze away, a faint blush rising on her cheeks in the moonlight. I was thinking, since you borrowed the medical book, you might as well learn to read while you're at it. The county Xinhua bookstore sells textbooks, and I can teach you. You've got to be kidding. I'm a proper college student. Why would I need you? A mere high schooler. Seems like a lot of college students' grasp of basics isn't as solid as a high schooler's. Not bad. A perfect chance to fix my literacy bug. No need to buy any for now. I can borrow from a village elementary school student. A commune's number 1 is a local emperor on his own turf. Leaning on his agriculture and workers department head brother-in-law, Wang Chunlai had thrown his weight around plenty over the years. The moment he went to jail, the aggrieved victims came forward one after another with reports. You don't know until you look into it, and once they did, in short, he couldn't avoid eating a bullet. After the case was cleared up, Zhao Xinghua prepared to bring Captain Li and 2 subordinates to present me a certificate of merit, commending my performance in capturing the enemy agent Sun Jiqiang. This title was no ordinary thing, not granted without major meritorious service, requiring the approval of the city bureau and county party committee, plus a newspaper notice and a broadcast. By rights, just catching a fugitive wouldn't be so dramatic, but Sun Jiqiang was a big fish enemy agent who'd roved through several provinces, and he'd been caught by me when provincial experts had judged he meant to flee abroad and everyone else was at their wits' end. That was major service. As the several of them drove up nearly to the village, they ran right into our group. Captain Li got out first. Erlang, you all heading out? I was taken aback too. Captain Li, HM? Director Zhao came too. Zhao Xinghua got out with a hearty laugh. Sun Jiqiang's already been taken away by the higher-ups. The case is closed. So naturally we've come to commend you, the meritorious hero. Seeing everyone filed up with double-pouch sacks, he assumed we were going to the commune on business. Looks like we've come at a bad time. No, 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 you've come at exactly the right time. Saves us a trip. I told the whole thing and pointed at third uncle and aunt. These are my third uncle and aunt. The arson and theft my third aunt won't admit to. Says I framed her, and now we need you to step in and investigate. Oh, I see. Zhao Xinghua gave a non-committal reply and turned to look at the secretary. Secretary Su, we came this time to commend Erling for assisting in capturing an enemy agent. We'd meant to notify the commune first, but with Wang Chunlai in jail and the new leadership not yet in post, we only notified Company Commander Yang. Company Commander Yang was the commune militia company commander come head of the Joint Defense Public Security Office. Put put put. A walking tractor came wobbling up, and before it had even stopped steady, a uniformed middle-aged man jumped down and ran over. Director Zhao, Su Shouzai, and Wang Tsulan didn't understand what was going on, but keenly sensed something was off, unease rising in their hearts. The foolish nephew seems quite familiar with the county public security leadership. How are we supposed to file a complaint now? Assist in capturing an enemy agent? When was this? Why didn't we know? A commune member being commended was a face-gaining event. Su Shorin immediately had someone call the off-work members back to assemble at the brigade office. Letting me gain face was one part, but mainly there had to be people to cheer the leaders on. Soon the villagers returned one after another. Su Shorin said a few words, explaining the county leaders had come to commend Erlang and yielded his spot. Zhao Xinghua cleared his throat. Comrades, the robbery of the youth's quarters has been cleared up. It was the work of an enemy agent and ruthless bandit who'd roved through several provinces. And in the search and capture, Comrade Su Chang played a decisive role. The County Party Committee and County Public Security Office have decided to confer on Comrade Su Chang the honorary title of Public Order Activist, with a reward of 100 yuan cash, 100 pounds of ration coupons, and sundry daily goods. Everyone applauded. Everyone, Su Shorin included, was stunned. Public Order Activist carried extremely high recognition. Its value lay not in the material, but in the political identity endorsement. No obstacles to joining the army. Priority hiring with a good post arranged in town recruitment. Priority consideration in selecting commune cadres. Priority 2 in being recommended as a worker peasant soldier student to university. And you'd be absorbed into the Joint Defense Public Order ranks. Able to take part in deciding village affairs, semi-released from labor and still earning work points. Wang Tsulan and Su Shouzai broke out in a cold sweat all the more. How are we supposed to file a complaint now? Forget filing. We'll be lucky if the foolish nephew doesn't go after us. After presenting the certificate of merit and a heap of items stamped with the character award, Zhao Xinghua looked at the two of them. All right, you two just said you wanted to file a complaint, didn't you? The pair shook their heads like rattle drums. No, no, no. Erling is our own nephew. How could we report him? We were joking. The crowd burst out laughing. The foolish nephew they threw out has made something of himself. Those two are probably sick with regret down to their guts. Our Su family village has gained big face all across the county this time. After a few pleasantries, Zhao Xinghua and the others took their leave. I pulled Feng Shui, who wanted to go back to work, back to the house plot. She was a little put out. What is it? Let's be clear first. I'm not going to praise you. Why not? Feng Shui let loose a machine gun barrage of complaints. That was a ruthless bandit, an enemy agent. He had a gun. How dangerous. What's an ordinary citizen like you butting in for? Catching crooks is the public security office's job. What are you sticking your neck out for? Earlier when I said I was going to town to assist with a case, she'd assumed it was just petty thievery, never imagining it was an armed, ruthless bandit. I bumped her with my shoulder. Hey, your ideological awareness is lacking. Feng Shui glared at me, furious. Oh, you're the one with high awareness. High awareness. Go risking your life, you. I explained with a smile. It's not what you think. I just went to be an informant, no danger. Oh, what oh? Come on, help me run the lines for the foundation. We're building another room. Still building. You've got money to burn. What else am I supposed to do? You're not willing to squeeze under one quilt with me. Feng Shui jumped, hurriedly scanning left and right, and only relaxed seeing no one around. What nonsense are you spouting? I planned the layout for 3 rooms from the start. The third just had to be added on at the side. In this era, many households had 2 or 3 rooms. One is kitchen cum living room, with the stove built to connect to the heated com, the 2 sides as bedrooms. My building a 3rd room wasn't for privacy. It was meant to be a storeroom. Winters here were long and cold, and after the autumn harvest you had to stock firewood, coal, vegetables, and grain for the winter. Firewood and charcoal especially were consumed in huge amounts, and inadequate stores could even endanger your life. The third room could also serve as a bathroom. Measured and lined out with wood ash, I dug the foundation. Feng Shui didn't go to work either, hauling water and mixing mud beside me to prepare mud bricks. The villagers knocking off at noon were surprised. Erling, you're putting up another one? Yes, uncle, as a storeroom for winter supplies. The villagers weren't surprised. Erling had money in hand now. Before, every winter he'd gone to third uncle's place to squeeze in with his cousin. Not that third uncle felt for him, but that he begrudged burning an extra share of firewood. Erling living in the pigsty also needed a fire for warmth, and the villagers wouldn't watch him freeze to death. So if not to save that share of firewood, Wang Salon would absolutely never have let him move back. That house was now transferred into their names. Ever since Erling married Comrade Feng, the whole man's gotten a lot more sensible. A man only grows up once he's married. I found accountant Su Shoshin to ask where to buy gray brick. The Li Kiln Brigade 5 Li to the southwest, but they only sell, no delivery. In those days brick was a hot commodity, and the kiln was the boss. It only handled production, not delivery, and you had to reserve in advance. Just showing up with cash to buy meant a wasted trip. Ordinary people had no way around it. But between production team leaders, it was no issue. After I eat, I'll go ask whether we can jump the queue. If there's stock, it can be hauled back tomorrow morning. Overjoyed, I pulled out 20 yuan and added another 10. Su Shoshin shook his head and returned the 10. Too much. 400 gray bricks is 20 yuan. This boy does things in a slapdash hurry. 10 yuan could buy over 60 pounds of white flour. I pushed it back again. Uncle, there's still the Kong slab and the bricks for building the Kong. Besides, jumping the queue can't be for free. You've got to spend a little goodwill. Bah, 2 packs of gray production cigarettes is enough. Uncle, hear me out. Autumn's nearly here. Lots of people fixing up houses. Brick and tile are tight, and the roof tiles have to be reserved ahead too. Who knows what day it'll turn cold. Better to get it all ready early for peace of mind. Su Shoshin thought it over and agreed. 10 years ago, who'd have thought it would snow in July and freeze the crops to death? Erling was orphaned that very year. All right. I also shouldered the carpentry tools to go find Lu Yishou. The tools were a man's livelihood. I couldn't keep hogging them, and I planned to spend money to set up a set of my own. Erling, I had a look at the furniture you made. Self-taught. Not bad. Who knows? Maybe our village will have a carpenter Sue down the road. Uncle Lu, I just fumbled around, far behind you. And I don't mean to be a carpenter. Making a few things for my own use is enough. After a few pleasantries, I brought up buying tools. Lu Yishou shook his head. Foolish boy, even with money you can't spend it like this. Use the tools freely. I've got another set at home, set up for your brother Ji Gang. In the end, on my insistence, he sold me the whole set of tools for 30 yuan. Back at the house plot, Feng Shui lifted the pot lid and pressed the buns on the steamer rack, then spotted the toolbox. Why'd you carry it back again? I patted the box. It's mine now. You're not going to be a professional carpenter. What did you buy it for? I countered. Feng Shui, you want a bathing tub or not? A big one, the kind you can sit inside. In winter, you couldn't get in the river, and crude conditions meant most people boiled a basin of water and wiped down sitting on the edge of the Kong. To wash thoroughly, you had to go to the commune state-run bathhouse. Over 20 li round trip, cold in winter, very inconvenient. Feng Shui's eyes lit up immediately. I want one, I want one. The corner of my mouth curled, and I snapped my fingers. No problem. Do a good deed to the end. I could even provide a hot water refill service when the time came. After lunch, I told Feng Shui to watch the gastrodia, slung on the bow, arrows, and rifle, and went into the mountains. Ever since I'd brought back a pile of game, the villagers had all gotten restless, going into the mountains to look around whenever they had a free moment. Hunting was a technical skill and also down to luck, so no one dared lightly become a full-time hunter. Most went into the mountains to try their luck in the spare time around collective production. Knock off at 11:30 in the morning, back to work at 2:30 in the afternoon, 3 hours enough to make a loop around the outer edge. Not long after I went up, I ran into a fellow villager on the outer edge. Erling heading up? Uncle Delu, trying my luck while I've got the spare time. A middle-aged man teased. Trying your luck? You've got real skill. Wild boar a few days back, a goat yesterday. Next to you, we're the ones trying our luck. A young man beside him laughed. Erling, think you could bag another boar today? I shook my head with a chuckle. Brother Shinmin, boar are hard to find. Running into one was a fluke. How could I run into them every time? Su Shimin hesitated. Erling, can we come with you? Sure, but I'm going into the deep mountains. Afraid you won't make the time. Big game was unlikely on the outer edge, and with so many people in the woods, the odds of running into animals were even lower. No need to fall out over game that didn't exist. Once we reached the deep mountains, they'd give up on their own. We walked over half an hour and found nothing, which was the norm. I acted calm, but the two behind me grew impatient. their footsteps unconsciously heavier. Crack, a branch snapped. Flap, flap, flap. Birds startled into flight. I was speechless. Even if there were game, it'd be scared off. What was more speechless making? This racket startled someone else. A booming male voice came from not far off. Who's there? Come out. And you still want to hunt boar? Dream on. I just slacked off and called, same trade. Walking over. The one who'd called out was the secretary's eldest son, Su Aigua, and beside him was, of all people, the female youth Tang Xiao lodging at the secretary's house, the two each holding a single-barrel hunting rifle, Su Aigua with a heavy back basket. Brother Aigua. Comrade Tang. Ahem, kindly don't point the muzzle at people. Tang Xiao holding the gun had no ill intent, but the muzzle's angle happened to point right at my crotch. If it went off, it'd be game over. And she's learning to hunt like this. Not causing a death would be a blessing. Besides, women not hunting in the mountains was an unwritten rule of Su family village, and Su Aigua knew it full well, yet still brought her. Not gender discrimination, but for her own good. Going into the mountains was physical, high-risk work. Women weren't necessarily calm facing off against beasts, and there was the fear the smell of blood would draw big beasts. Tang Xiao's pretty face flushed, and she lowered the gun, slinging it on her shoulder. Sorry. My eyes rolled toward the basket. Brother Aigua, we walked nearly an hour and bagged nothing. How about you? Su Aigua gave a smug smile and lifted up 2 rabbits. What luck? Picked up 2 not quite dead rabbits from a trap with no marker. Hunting had its rules. Game in a claimed trap belonged to the one who set it, and veteran hunters always left a marker. Taking game from a claimed trap without leave was a livelihood-wrecking breach of the rules that got you shut out. But if the game was still alive, a passing hunter would help finish it and then tell the owner, or take it himself and leave something as compensation. So they picked it up. I figured, loud and brash as you are, how could you possibly bag anything? My expression shifted. An unclaimed trap? Where? No way. I'd learned the skill, but I didn't know the rules. I hadn't left a marker when I set that trap. Su Aigua pointed in a direction. Over by Huangpa Ridge, probably a novice. But I didn't take it for free. I left a pack of cigarettes and carved a note explaining the rules. As for the extra, call it the tuition I charged. Damn, it really is the trap I dug, and I can't even claim it. An unclaimed trap? What gives you the right to call it your own? Are you trying to swindle me out of rabbits? I didn't mind it though, just let the 2 rabbits count as tuition. But I glanced at the small bulge at the inner thigh of that sturdy rabbit. So the doe wasn't going to mourn her husband. She was clubbing on his grave with her new lover. I looked at Delu and his son. Uncle, I'm going to keep heading deeper. How about you? You go on. We won't go in any further. About time we headed back. Aigua, you 2 heading back. Uncle, we'll look around a bit more. Delu took his son down the mountain by a different route. I waved to Su Aigua and the other and turned to leave. Barely a few steps on, Tang Xiao called from behind. Erling, can we come with you? I stumbled. Damn, didn't check the almanac before heading out today. Just as I was about to refuse, my peripheral vision caught. A few meters off under a red pine, several clumps of animal droppings scattered about. Boar? And by the looks of it, more than one. I picked up a twig and prodded the several clumps of suspected boar droppings, then walked over to a few other clumps, crouched, and prodded, before tossing the twig and rubbing my chin in thought. Ugh, ugh. Not far off, Tang Xiao's face went pale, and she dry-heaved a few times. Because of the angle, she hadn't seen me toss the twig, and thought I'd put it in my mouth. Did he eat it? Su Aigua was taken aback. Why would you think Erling would eat that stuff? Tang Xiao tapped her own head, meaning something's wrong with his brain. Su Aigua wiped its sweat and explained. I told you about Erling's situation, but that's just slow reactions from the high fever after effects. It doesn't mean he's an idiot. Whether that stuff's edible, he still knows. Then what was he just doing? No idea, but it definitely wasn't eating shit. With my back to them, my veins twitched. After the body remaking my abilities had soared all around. They assumed I couldn't hear, but I heard it crystal clear. Damn, I really want to beat the shit clean out of the both of them. But tracking was the priority right now. Judging by the freshness of the droppings, the boar herd had left no more than half an hour ago. Boar activity formed fixed routes around foraging water resting. And within 500 meters of the den, there had to be water and a foraging ground. From the scattered pinecone husks, this was a foraging ground. The boar were nearby. I turned and asked Su Aigua, how's your marksmanship? Marksmanship? Heh, not to brag. I was speechless. That means it's lousy. People habitually lead with not to brag before bragging, and what follows is 100% bragging. Boar charge when cornered, especially a herd. A boar, out of herd protecting instinct, will attack. One person against a whole herd. I wasn't afraid, but keeping a few extra alive would be a bit much, so I wanted to join forces with Su Aigua, except there was his not to brag, plus the clueless Tang Xiao who didn't know death from danger. Pity Delu and Sun had already gone far. Suigwa, anxious, scratched his ears and cheeks. Erlung, did you find a big one? Where? It's a boar herd. At least 3, just the 3 of us can't handle it. Brother Igwa, you go to the village. Suigwa cut in, overjoyed. Only 3? Come on, we'll wipe them all out in one pot. Forget 3, even a few more would be no problem. Tang Xiao was raring to go too, cracking her knuckles. Brother, quit messing around. I grabbed him. Boar have strong attack power. 1 or 2's fine, but more, and I can't be sure of it. You don't trust my marksmanship? If you weren't bragging, I might trust it a little, I said helplessly. You two wait here. I'll go confirm the boar's location and number. If it's not many, I'll make my move. If it's too many, I'll go back to the village for people. There was no hiding it now anyway, so better to do a favor and have the villagers remember me kindly. Humans are social animals. Since I'd come, I had to fit into Su family village. Su Igwa thought it over and agreed, but insisted on teaming up. More hands, more strength, we'll go with you. This time I didn't yield. Comrade Tang doesn't have your marksmanship. If a boar goes berserk and hurts someone, that's a responsibility we can't bear. Su Igwa hesitated. Comrade Tang, how about you wait first? Erlung and I will scout it out and come call you. I didn't want to dawdle, dropped a line and turned to go. The mountains are dangerous, she knows nothing. Brother Igwa, you stay and keep her company. I'll be right back. Tang Xiao stamped her foot in a huff. Humph, who do you look down on? I admit I've got no experience, but I can't even protect myself. Su Igwa smiled awkwardly. Bringing you into the mountains already breaks the rules. For hunting, Erling's the expert. Listen to him. Tang Xiao held the gun with a very capable air and asked blankly, the expert? Isn't he a novice? I remember he said he couldn't even set a trap and said he was an idiot who knew nothing. Wait, Su Igwa just said he's only slow to react, not an idiot. HSSS, was I conned? Su Igwa gave an affirmative. Erling's grandfather and father were both the most experienced old hunters in the village. The craft passed down generation to generation. He started learning at 5. Then his brain got fried and we all thought he'd forgotten. But just now he could judge boar tracks from the droppings, which means he remembers it solidly. I was wondering how he keeps managing to bag game. Looks like it's really as the villagers say. He wised up after marriage. Tang Xiao's eyes went wide, certain beyond doubt she'd been conned. That wretch isn't the least bit slow. Despicable. I asked him to teach me hunting before, and he said he knew nothing. Turns out he was hoodwinking me. Su Igwa's expression turned odd as he looked her over. Comrade Tang, that's a bit of an unreasonable demand. In our countryside, crafts are passed to sons, not daughters, and it also takes talent. Erling's grandfather had 3 sons, and the craft was passed only to Erling's father. You know why? Because the mountains are dangerous. Without talent, learning it half-baked would only get you killed. A craft isn't passed on lightly. That's what it means. You probably won't get the chance to learn it, but your son could. No, Erling's already married, so it's completely out of the question. On the other side, I groped along the tracks carefully for 10 some minutes and stopped, bending to gaze. By a waterhole dozens of meters off, a herd of black-maned boar were romping, and in the mud pit a big boar lay comfortably dozing. This one was a size bigger than the one I'd shot before, at least 300 or 400 pounds, its long tusks chilling just to look at. A beast this size you didn't run into easily. Beside the boar were 2 sows, and further out 6 or 7 half-grown boar drank water and frolicked, about 140 or 50 pounds each. Damn, I've struck it rich. I swallowed and backed away soundlessly. This mini wasn't something I alone could handle. I had to go down for people. The 500-pound quota's in the bag. What, how many did you say? Haha. Dad, a full 9 big boar. Erling says at least 1,600 plus pounds. The secretary didn't quibble over his son's wild talk, dropped his hoe, and trotted to the brigade office. No work this afternoon. Where's Erling? Observing the terrain in the mountains. Dad. Turns out Erling never forgot the hunting skills Uncle Shing taught him. Half an hour later, the villagers assembled at the brigade office. Su Shoren picked a dozen some of the best shots and a dozen some strong men, and had them follow Su Igwa up the mountain with guns, machetes, rope, and clubs, instructing them to follow Erling's arrangements and everything. The rest prepared pig slaughtering tools. The women boiled hot water, certain the whole lot could be netted in one go. After walking over an hour, 3 or 4 li, we finally reached the spot. Su Igwa wiped sweat and came to my side. Erling, everyone's here. I looked at these 30-odd people and pointed at those without guns. You wait here for word, no clamoring. Then I had those joining the encirclement check their rifles and machetes and split them into 3 teams, 2 to deal with the half-grown boar, 1 for the 2 sows. That big boar I'll handle. People wanted to question it, but recalling the secretary's instructions, swallowed it back, muttering inside. A 400-pound big boar, can he do it? Never saw him practice shooting before either. Don't let him miss and rile the thing up. The dozen-some riflemen exchanged glances. We'll fire to help him out once we've finished our own task. I didn't explain. Rest 10 minutes. We move in 10 minutes. I racked the gun, tightened the bowstring, and gave a big wave of my hand, advancing toward the boar herd. The whole way I walked extremely slowly, every step cautious. About 30 meters from the boar, I gave a pause gesture and pointed to both sides, signaling to spread out in a line. Each pick one target, the extras are backups. I leveled the double barrel at the dozing big boar and was about to fire when I suddenly sensed something off. 1, 2, 3, 8, 1 south short. I counted again, indeed 1 short, and a sweep to either side didn't find it. Forget it, can't wait, mustn't let a long night bring more dreams. Bang! The gunshot shattered the silence, the bullet striking the boar's head dead on, splashing up a spray of blood. Roar! It climbed out of the water hole and charged furiously. Thick hide, tough flesh bastard. One shot hadn't killed it. I decisively pulled the trigger again. Bang! Right between the brows. The charging boar's forelegs buckled and it pitched over, struggled a few times, and went still. Bang, bang, bang. Ear-splitting gunshots erupted in succession, the boar herd falling one after another like wheat under the sickle. I nodded with satisfaction, living up to being Sioux family village's best shots. I turned my head to look at Sioux Aigua, only to see him, face full of frustration, pound the ground once. Damn, missed the target again. Me. Knew I couldn't count on you. The frustrated Sioux Aigua's eyes lit up. There's still one. Holy crap, and a whole litter of piglets. He loaded fast. Nobody move, let me handle it. I looked back. A fat sow had run out from behind the boulder, 7 or 8 newborn piglets trailing her, fleeing in a frantic dash with her young. Wait. I pressed down his gun. Let them go. Why? Erlung, that thing's a menace if you keep it around. Why let it go? I shook my head. Don't kill them all off. That's the hunter's rule, especially the young and the females with young. Spare the females and the young, and there'll be more beasts in the mountains next year, so the hunting can continue. Unless they come down and ravage the crops. Though Sioux Aigua was glum about not getting to show off his skills, he knew it made sense, and seeing the boar littering the ground, his gloom vanished. Haha, a bumper harvest. Shimin, hurry, call people to carry the boar. I quietly went off to the side to check the reward. Killed 1 large wild boar. Acquired 35 essence points. Current total 86. Mid-tier package available for redemption. My spirits jolted. The earlier one was only 15 points. This one gave 35. Large wild boar, over 300 pounds, has a bonus. 86 points now. Save it or redeem. Rubbing my chin, I decided to save it for now. After several draws I'd more or less figured it out. The basic and mid-tier prizes were skills plus money, and right now I wasn't short on cash and had enough skills, so better to wait. Who knew whether the high-tier package might bring a qualitative change? The submission quota was met. From now on whatever I bagged was my own. Food square root. Dig out the man who hit me. Overfulfilled. Square root. House times. The 4th goal had to wait until the house was built before acting on it. So the focus was building the house as fast as possible. The 5th goal. Buy a watch. Next time in the county I'd swing by the black market to see if there were any watch coupons. Going up the mountain meant caution. Coming down, no need to hold back. Everyone joined forces to carry the board down, chatting and laughing. The village entrance was already packed with people who cheered the moment they saw boar after boar coming back and gaped as they took in the size, especially the lead one, which 8 strapping young men struggled to carry. Good heavens, this has to be 400 or 500 pounds, right? 1, 2, 3. A full 8 head. When are we ever going to finish eating it? Erlung, well done. It's got to be Erlung. Ordinary folk don't have this kind of ability. Sioux family village had 702 people. Last time dividing the goat meat was only 1 liang each. But this 1,000+ pounds of meat meant at least a pound for each person. In this era, the countryside was short on oil and fat, and a poor household might not see meat from year's start to year's end, so no one could stay calm at the sight. This was all Erling's doing. My face full of modesty, I credited it all to coincidence. I'd assumed no one would pay attention to how I found game from droppings, never expecting everyone not only asked but supplied the reason. Erlung, we all thought you'd forgotten your hunting skills. Turns out you still remember. Tracking by claw marks, droppings, and soil freshness was your grandfather's and father's specialty. What was that catchphrase they always had on their lips? Right. Read the mud traces, tell by the grass color. Read the mud traces, tell by the grass color? Holy crap, were my grandfather and father grave robbers? Probably not. Grave robbers wouldn't starve to death, nor keep a catchphrase on their lips all day. They're generally low-key. Amid the chatter I more or less gathered. Sioux Erling's grandfather and father were experienced old hunters in the village, the skills passed down generation to generation, until they reached Erlang's generation and his brain got fried into an idiot's. Erlang's father never leaked the skills to outsiders to his dying day, which left Su Sholi and Su Shotsai rather resentful of their elder and younger brother. I see. They shifted that resentment onto their idiot nephew. Heh, no need to make up tall tales now. Turns out, I knew how to hunt all along. The villagers carried the boar to the brigade office. Accountant Su Shoshin directed them to push out the platform scale from the grain store. A several hundred kilo class platform scale like this was only found in brigades near forest or mountain areas. After weighing, the 8 boar came to 1,663 pounds total, the largest male boar 482 pounds, the sow 309. Registering as a hunter meant turning in a set amount of dressed meat each year, the Su family village standard being 500 pounds, with the remainder one's own to handle. This time it clearly exceeded the standard. Though I'd found the game, it was the merit of a collective hunt, with work point rewards for all participants, and an extra reward for me as the one who found and organized it. After the leaders conferred, they decided. The 482-pound largest boar went to me personally, the rest to the collective, and my quota for the year would count as fully submitted. Su Shoshin worked the abacus a good while. These boar have a decent dressing percentage. Apart from the big boar, the rest can yield around 780 pounds of dressed meat, I estimate. Secretary, it's too much. Let's submit a portion to the commune, or the commune leaders will hear of it and criticize us for not putting the collective first. When a brigade bagged a large amount of game, it would submit a portion to the commune, an institutionalized hard requirement, with the commune settling cash to the production team at the purchase price. Translated, eating it all was too extravagant. Put out a portion to sell for money, and it also plugged the commune leaders' mouths. Su Shorin agreed. Keep the sow, and keep a few more fat ones to make up 800 pounds, submit the rest. Keep the high quality, submit the SOSO ones. This was a little rule each team tacitly understood. Once it's weighed, take a few people to cart it to the commune, and bring along the one allotted to Erlang too. Sell it at the co-op on the way. At this point, I was bragging to Feng Shui. Bagging that many boar, the brigades got to count a portion as my performance, right? From now on the game I bag is my own. Still want pheasant or not? Call me brother, and I'll get you some. Feng Shui shot me a sidelong glance. Look how pleased with yourself you are. It's not even been allotted, and you're that sure? All my running around's got to earn some perks. Erlang, come here. Su Shoshin beckoned. I trotted eagerly over. He relayed the result of their discussion. Come on, let's load the pig and go sell it at the commune. Uncle, is that appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? If you don't report what you bagged, it won't be any less. Igwa said your marksmanship's good, and you think of everyone, so naturally the team won't shortchange you. Load up the pig and come to the commune with me. This really was a pleasant surprise. I didn't stand on ceremony, joined in loading the boar onto the ox and donkey carts, and headed for the commune. A perfect chance to buy some wire and nails on the way. Passing Feng Shui, I asked, need anything? I'll bring it back for you. Feng Shui thought a moment and shook her head. She was already quite content with her current life. Nothing in particular she needed. Nothing I need. It's getting late. Go and come back early. It was about 5 by the time we reached the commune. Half an hour later, and the co-op would have closed. We decided to sell the big boar first, then deliver the rest of the pork to the commune compound. Whoa, what a huge boar. Haven't seen one this big in years. The purchasing clerk circled it, clicking his tongue in admiration, pressed on it to estimate the dressing percentage. Fat this thick has to be 70% at least. After weighing, the gross weight was 482 pounds, at the purchase price that came to 161 yuan 9, and he just wrote it up as 162. Not selling the others? Those are for submission, going to the commune compound. The clerk gave a discreet curl of the lip and muttered, submitted ones get sold to us too. A quantity this big, we can't take it all. Bringing it at this hour really puts me in a spot. Money collected, I didn't leave right away. Uncle, you all go submit at the commune first. I'll buy some things. The new room we're building is short on materials. Sure, no need to come over once you're done. Wait under that big locust tree at the intersection for us. Parting from the group, I walked into the co-op. With people still coming as closing neared, the staff was instantly displeased. What do you want? I was long used to it. I swept a glance around, my gaze fixing on a certain spot for a moment before withdrawing, as if nothing were amiss. 3 pounds of fruit candy. The server looked up in surprise. Raising the roof beam? Hard fruit candy was 1 cent apiece. No one bought that much at once unless they were raising a roof beam for a house. Yes, raising the roof beam was a happy occasion, so her expression eased. She weighed it out and handed it over. 2 yuan 4. After paying, I grabbed a handful of candy and handed it to each of the 2 staffers. Big sisters, come share in the good fortune. They'd refuse something given for no reason, but sharing under special circumstances was fine and could boost goodwill. Sure enough, they took it with a smile. Big sister, raising the roof beam. I'm still short on wire and nails. Here's the industrial coupons and money. Having taken something, the two warmed up considerably. I bought some more daily goods, then played my last card. Big sister, I see there are a dozen some panes of glass over there. Has anyone reserved them? Glass was scarce in those days. It needed industrial coupons, a legitimate reason, and stock someone was willing to sell. With the countryside's poor transport, the co-op brought in a dozen or 20 panes at a time, and once sold out you waited for the next batch. The moment I saw it I'd gotten ideas, which was why I'd done all that just now. The two servers exchanged a glance. 1 pane of glass per industrial coupon. You sure you want to buy? The glass was 60 wide and 80 tall, 2 panes per window. 2 windows in 3 rooms meant 4 panes. I handed over 4 industrial coupons with a smile, all exchanged at the county black market last time. All right, but can you carry it alone? Don't drop it. Each pane was about 8 pounds, for panes 32 pounds. Weight was secondary. The main thing was it was slippery and easily broken. It's fine. I slung the supplies over my shoulder, carried the dozens of pounds of glass out the door with ease, leaving the two clicking their tongues in amazement. I leaned the glass against the locust trunk and peered toward the commune compound, not spotting the villagers, but I wasn't anxious. I popped a fruit candy and idly scanned around. Damn, this is sweet. Fruit candy in this era was just white sugar plus flavoring and coloring, cloyingly sweet. I didn't care for sweets to begin with, and the cloying sweetness turned my stomach, so I spat it out. The candy rolled along the ground, right under the foot of a woman with a satchel passing by. Slip, Io. Her foot skidded, and she fell flat on her rear. I immediately looked away, gazing up at a 45-degree angle with an air of nothing to do with me. But the act was a flop, since I was the only person around. The woman climbed up, clutching her rear, and glared at me, fuming. What's the matter with you, spitting things all over the ground in a public place? Clearly she'd seen it. Well, caught red-handed. Just as I was about to apologize, 4 or 5 street loafers came diagonally across, cigarettes dangling, swaggering with a couldn't-care-less strut. One man nudged the leader. Brother Zhu, that woman's a real looker. The leader's eyes lit up. Come on, let's go have some fun. Cutie, you're pretty good-looking. Come take a stroll with your big brother. The bunch crowded over. The woman's face changed and she turned to run, only to be blocked. Don't rush off. Have a chat with us big brothers. Get away. She backed off in fright, again and again. They flung their arms out, circling her in the middle. Don't be scared. Your big brothers aren't bad people. Somebody, there's a molester. The woman folded her arms and yelled at the top of her lungs, looking at me as if pleading for help. The leader followed her gaze and grinned. Hey, I was just looking for you, you little bastard. The glass I reserved, you dared buy it too? Tired of living? He menacingly pulled out a dagger and gave it a wave. If you know what's good for you, leave the glass and get lost, or I'll let you see what Master Zhu of Xianyang Commune can do. Oh, please, begin your performance. I made a sweeping go-ahead gesture. Why you? The leader waved a hand in fury. Get him. Beat him half to death. As long as nobody dies, there's nothing in Xianyang Commune Master Zhu can't smooth over. A few underlings whipped out daggers and rushed in. A moment later, bending Master Zhu's fingers back, I said in a genial tone, I don't know about other things, but I have a feeling you probably can't smooth me over. The woman beside us, mouth agape in an O of shock, barehanded. In a flash, he'd beaten 4 knife-wielding strapping men to the ground, curled up wailing. Zhu bent over, baring his teeth in a grimace. Let go of me. You'd better watch yourself. I'll tell you straight, my dad's the captain of the Joint Defense Public Security Office. Be smart and let me go, or it'll go badly for you. The words barely out, the onlookers scattered. No one wanted to court trouble. Joint defense officers, though without formal law enforcement authority and under multiple chains of command, were quite forceful in practice. Routine patrols, night checks, mediating disputes, preventing theft, managing outside population, keeping order at major events. With so many duties came great power, and anyone who could make it to captain had some backing, capable of quietly putting the squeeze on you with ease. So his backing's the Joint Defense Public Security Office. No wonder he's so arrogant. I asked quietly, is your dad surnamed Yang by chance? Recalling that the middle-aged man surnamed Yang I'd accompanied Zhao Jinghua to the village with that morning seemed to be from the Joint Defense Public Security Office. Zhu puzzled. No, my dad's surnamed. No? Then never mind. Wait. Even if he is, so what? He could hardly arrest and charge me, a freshly decorated public order activist? Besides, I'm disciplining a little troublemaking hooligan. Even if it goes to court in the county, I'm not afraid. In worst case, the mountains welcome you. Ahem, doesn't matter. A few hundred meters off, the villagers were carting over. I wasted no more words and knocked him flat with one slap. Smack. Zhu staggered and fell, eyes rolling back, passing out cold. I glanced at the dazed woman and cleared my throat. You still not going? Oh, thank you. The woman came to, bowed in thanks, and turned to trot off. I shook my head, muttering, whose girl is this? Dopey as anything. When the little hooligans charged, she hadn't known to run or to shout, just froze in place. If that's not dumb, what is? Mid-reflection, the dopey girl came running back. Excuse me, how do I get to Sioux Family Village? I sized her up in surprise. 16 or 17. Fair skin untouched by wind and sun. Twin pigtails, a moon-white shirt, blue khaki trousers, white socks, cloth shoes. This getup didn't look like a country person's. Are you a freshly sent down youth? Aye. Before she could finish, she was cut off. Su Aigwa came running, out of breath. Erlung, what happened? You all right? Accountant Su Shoshin and the villagers arrived too. The little hooligans who hadn't passed out, seeing my companions arrive, all lay down on the ground playing dead. I spread my hands. It's fine. Ran into a few little hooligans. It's nearly dark. Let's hurry back. I bought a few panes of glass. Brother Aigwa, lend a hand. Coming. Erlung, you actually managed to buy glass. Not bad. When I built my house, I waited 2 months and never got any. Oh, right. These little hooligans, aren't we sending them to the Joint Defense Public Security Office? I pointed at the unconscious Zhu. He says his dad's the captain of the Joint Defense Public Security Office. Everyone frowned. Su Shoshin's heart skipped. He was a leader, but that was in the production team. At the commune it counted for nothing. Never mind facing the Joint Defense Public Security Office, which could quietly put the squeeze on you with ease, coming into the village to check for profiteering and unauthorized hunting. What mountain-backed village didn't do sidelines in the mountains? Investigate for real, and not one would come up clean. Su Shorin swept a glance around and immediately called out. Let's get going. Run, and it's all over. With no on-the-spot capture and lacking evidence, everything's manageable. Back home, he'd tell Erling to come to the commune, less from now on if there was no need. Everyone got the message and carted off briskly. Not far along, I turned and saw the woman following behind, and smacked my forehead. Uncle Shoshin, that one behind us seems to be a youth newly come to our village. Su Shoshin sized her up and frowned. I didn't hear the secretary say any youths had come recently. Girl, let me see your introduction letter. The woman, catching a chance to speak, hurriedly waved her hands. No, no, no. I'm not a youth. I came to seek relatives. Seeking relatives. In those days it was common, when a local famine struck, to go elsewhere to seek out relatives. As long as the relatives took you in, you could stay temporarily, but you didn't count as a formal commune member, couldn't be allotted rations or a house plot, and lived off the relatives. To become a formal member, you had to register residence, but the brigade only took in the young and able who could contribute, and you had to have rural household registration yourself. Su Shoshin sized her up once more. She didn't look like a country person any way you cut it. Sioux Family Village had been farmers for generations back, and he couldn't recall any household with city relatives. What's this relative of yours called? He's called Su Chung, my brother-in-law. Walking along, my foot stumbled and I nearly pitched over. Apart from the name I'd privately changed, no one in Sioux Family Village was called Su Chung, not even a homophone. Girl, are you sure it's Sioux Family Village, not Sioux Family Village? That's right, Xianyang, Xiangyang Commune, Sioux Family Village Brigade. The Sioux, that's Yenwu Sioux. Su Shoshin thought all around and couldn't come up with anyone named Su Chung, and asked the villagers uncertainly, is there anyone in our village called Su Chung? As accountant and workpoint recorder, he knew best who in the village was named what, and there was simply no such person. Everyone shook their heads. The woman grew anxious. How could there not be? The letter said it clearly, Su Chung. The Chung, that's Hiko Wang. I cleared my throat, my tone odd. Don't fret. Is your sister called Feng Shui? A female youth sent down a year ago. The woman's eyes lit up and she nodded hard. Yes, yes, yes. How do you know? You know my sister? Ahem. Well, the thing is, I'm the Su Chung you're looking for. I explained to the villagers. When Feng Shui wrote home, she changed it a bit. The name Erling. Heh, it's kind of, you know, a bit much. Everyone went, oh, in unison. Su Aigwa nodded. True, she's an educated person, and Erling sounds idiotic, not something you can put forward. Brother Aigwa. Yeah. Nobody'll take you for a mute if you keep quiet. Su Aigwa gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. The woman covered her mouth and stared blankly at me. So he's the Su Chung from Sister's letter. He's quite good-looking too, apart from being a bit dark-skinned, dressed a bit shabbily, a bit country, a bit thin, and he fights really well. I was speechless. They say a mother-in-law finds her son-in-law more pleasing the more she looks. But is it appropriate for a sister-in-law to stare at her brother-in-law like that? I wanted to ask how she'd turned up here, whether she'd escaped from Yunqing, but with the villagers around I swallowed it. What's your name? Feng Yu. Seeing her steps were unsteady, I pointed at her bundle. Want me to carry it for you? Thanks. Feng Yu handed it over without ceremony. She was worn out from the whole journey. If not for being anxious to see her sister, she'd have given out long ago. It was dark by the time we got back to Su family village. The cooking smoke from every household showing the pork had all been divided. The closer she got to the village, the sadder Feng Yu grew, recalling her family's recent state and the hardship of the road. She'd had a draft all prepared, meaning to hug her sister and cry her heart out. But at the village entrance, she was dumbstruck. The donkey cart stopped at the intersection, and I called my companions to carry down the glass and bring it toward a patch of open ground. In the open ground, a woman with a messy head of hair sat cooking by the stone stove. Hearing the noise, she turned, then stood with a smile to greet us. Erling, you're back. Her face was smudged black and white, the very picture of a rustic village woman, more down and out than a village woman, even. Carrying the glass, I jutted my chin at the dumbstruck Feng Yu by the roadside. There, your little sister's here. Ah, Feng Shui cried out and turned in disbelief. Xiao Yu, is it really you? She rubbed her eyes, hurried over, sized her up a moment, and threw her arms around her. Xiao Yu. Feng Yu came to her senses, buried herself on her sister's shoulder, and bawled. Sis, how did you end up like this? I missed you so much. Sis missed you too, boo-hoo-hoo. I set the glass down properly, said goodbye to the villagers, and walked to the stove. In the pot was pig head stewed with mushrooms and cabbage. I gave it a few stirs, surprised. Huh, where'd the cabbage come from? In this era, the production team allotted small private plots to commune members for growing vegetables. The two of us hadn't had one before, but after we married, the secretary allotted one. I turned to look at that 6-foot private plot on the south side. Before, it had been full of weeds, but now it was cleared and the soil even turned over. I suddenly heard Feng Shui, who had shown up without me noticing, explaining. The villagers helped clear the place this afternoon. Carrot and spinach seeds have been sown, and the cabbages were also donated by the villagers. I nodded in realization, shaking my head with a light laugh. It seems I've gained more than just money and energy points this time. I've earned the villagers' trust and acceptance. Looks like I've truly become part of the community. Feng Shui hesitated for a moment as she took the ladle. Su Cheng, I wonder if I could discuss something with you? I glanced at Feng Yu, who looked flustered with reddened eyes, twisting her fingers nervously. Go ahead. Can you ask the village head if he'd allow my sister to transfer her household registration to Su family village? She asked cautiously. Your sister escaped, didn't she? She can stay temporarily, but household registration. I trailed off, knowing the production team might not want to take such a risk. Even if the village head agreed, the paperwork wouldn't be above board. Feng Shui waved her hand dismissively. She didn't escape. Xiao Yu has an official household transfer proof issued by the local urban office. As long as the production team agrees, she can transfer her registration. I was puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to have been sent down to Yin City with her family? How did she end up with a street office document? What's the story here? Feng Shui took a deep breath and laid everything out. As it turned out, Feng Yu hadn't been sent down along with their parents. A friend of the family had managed to protect her, but she was classified as a strict surveillance case, too scared to even leave the house. Recently, government authorities had planned to send her into forced rural labor reform. Terrified, Feng Yu's situation shifted when she received a letter from Feng Shui. Learning that Feng Shui had married and transferred her registration to the countryside, the friend pulled some strings to change Feng Yu's designation from forced labor relocation to choosing to return to settle with a rural relative. This exploited a loophole in the policy. A married sister with rural registration facing hardship could apply to have direct family members transferred to help out. The friend sweetened the deal with a few scarce goods for the urban office staff, framing the move as Feng Yu voluntarily transferring to a poor area and cutting ties with her parents. The staff went along with it and issued the transfer proof. Feng Yu quietly boarded the train with the document and came here. Now, they just needed my approval to submit an application to the production team, proving that Feng Yu was dependent and incapable of independent living. With that, her registration would officially be transferred. I see, I said, finally understanding. It's doable, but are you sure about this? Once she transfers her registration, she won't ever be able to return to the city. She's not an educated youth temporarily sent down. This is a voluntary transfer, which means even if the educated youth return to the city, it won't apply to her. She'll have to stay in the countryside for life. The sisters exchanged glances, bitter smiles forming on their faces. What other choice do we have? We can't exactly let her head off to her death. All right, I agreed. I'll talk to the village head tomorrow. As I finished speaking, a peculiar thought crossed my mind. The younger sister's registration will end up under the brother-in-law's household. This world, there's no shortage of strange setups. The next morning, I took Feng Yu to meet the village head and explained her situation, emphasizing her willingness to stay long-term and farm. Instead of answering immediately, the head pulled me aside. Erlong, I know about Feng Shui's family. My heart goes out to them, but think carefully about this. That girl's frail. She's not suited for heavy labor. If we take her in, you'll be picking up the burden. No problem, village head. I'll support them by hunting. It's manageable, I reassured him. It's almost autumn. Don't overestimate yourself, he said skeptically. With the autumn harvest only a bit over a month away, adding Feng Yu to the registration now wouldn't get her much in the way of grain distribution. The shortfall would have to come out of the rations for just me and Feng Shui, effectively making it 3 mouths to feed instead of 2, going into the lean winter months. From February to April next year, there'll be a food shortage. People won't even have enough to borrow. Think this through. I understand, and I'll go into the mountains more often to make up for it, I said firmly. Seeing my determination, the village head didn't argue further. He called a meeting with the cadres, and after gathering consensus, issued a written approval. It still needs the commune's signature and a permission to migrate document from the county public security office for her registration to be completed. I'll handle the commune side. It should take a few days. Thank you, village head. As I left the team office, I started calculating. To avoid hunger, each person would need a minimum of 30 pounds of grain per month, 90 pounds for 3 people. For 8 months, that's 720 pounds total. Based on last year's standards, as a male laborer, I was allocated 210 pounds and Feng Shui 150 pounds, totaling 360 between us. That's a big gap. Rationing alone wouldn't cut it, but families had private plots and could supplement with side hustles or foraging vegetables. Eating bitter vegetable patties was a typical hardship meal for poorer families. Given that we can't rely on this year's private plot, supplemental sources are a must. This is why the village head was cautious. But I could buy grain. I had enough ration coupons for 100 pounds, plus the public security office would reward me with another 100 pounds. In the meantime, I'd go hunting and would dry some gastrodia for sale when I went to finalize Feng Yu's registration in the city. Brother-in-law, I can earn work points too, Feng Yu said timidly, sensing my silence. I promise I won't slack off. I'll go to work with the group right away. I couldn't help but chuckle. Work points don't apply until your registration is done. Don't worry, you won't go hungry. Back at our house, I was just about to head into the mountains when team leader Su Shuyi arrived with 6 young men and 3 carts. Erlong, time to haul bricks for your heated bed. Let's go. On the way, I remembered something awkward. I'd only planned enough bricks for 1 bed. With Feng Yu's sudden arrival, where was she supposed to sleep? It wouldn't be appropriate for her to squeeze in with us, and I didn't mind, but she might. Worse, what if Feng Shui decided to sleep with her sister instead? After some internal debate, I decided to leave it to fate. Uncle, can we temporarily buy some extra bricks and bed panels? I asked Su Shui. He paused, then smirked knowingly. Makes sense. You two are newlyweds. It wouldn't be right having the sister-in-law in the same room. I'll ask and see if we can get some extra. If not, you can arrange it later. Thanks, uncle, I said, inwardly cringing. Destiny? No, let's stick to planning ahead. Li Kiln team was 5 miles southwest. At the kiln, Su Shui offered a smoke to Li team leader, Li Dishing. Old Li, I need to trouble you with something. We're practically family. No need to call it trouble, Li Dishing replied. Their children were actually married, so the two were in-laws. After some small talk, Su Shui brought up the extra brick request. A relative suddenly came to live with us, and these two just got married. Old Li, think you could spare us a bit more brick stock? Li Dishing hesitated. There wasn't much kiln inventory left. The delivery date for this batch has been set. The buyer is coming to pick it up today. Old Su, autumn is approaching, and the northwestern wind will bring a sharp drop in temperature. Many families are taking advantage of the farm downtime to repair houses, so demand is high. The buyer is coming to load the goods today. Tiles are easy to handle, but I'm completely out of green bricks. How about we make an order now, and as soon as I produce the next batch, I'll notify you immediately. Funny how this year, the demand has doubled compared to the same time last year. I thought to myself, well, that's just fine. If I can't get any, I'll just make do. Guess that's fate. But what came next showed me that Su Shui wasn't about to let fate dictate his course of action. Old Li, you've been looking so tired. You really need to take care of yourself and eat better, he said, handing me a wrapped piece of pork from a sack on his cart. Old Su, this really isn't appropriate. Take it. This is from Xiangrong and Xiufang as a token of appreciation for you. You should really thank the second lad. Yesterday, he found a whole group of wild boars in the mountains. Xiufang just gave birth and has been quite weak, and I've been worried about finding enough nutritious food for her. This was a godsend. By the way, this is Erlong. Call your Uncle Dishing. Uncle, hello. Su Shi gave me a pat on the shoulder and said earnestly, this kid is so kind, even though he's living out in the wilderness himself. If something good happens, he always thinks of the villagers first. Li Dishing, the kid's been through a lot. All right, I'll see what I can do. How much do you need? Me. Uncle, let me just say thank you. But since you've agreed, we'll take extra. In the end, I added 400 more green bricks to the original order, along with enough tiles for 3 houses. The carts were so full they were practically bursting by the time we headed back to the village. By the time the bricks and tiles were unloaded, most of the morning had passed. I decided to skip going into the mountains for now. Instead, I got my woodworking tools and started making 2 cabinets, cut the panels first, and then headed to the supply co-op to buy tung oil to make them durable. Around 11:30, some villagers finished their morning work shift and promised to help tamp the earth foundations after lunch. By afternoon, the foundation was in place. Still having some free time left, I decided to take Feng Shui and her sister to the supply co-op for shopping. Feng Yu had just arrived and was missing some basic necessities. Originally, Feng Shui was going to take her, but thinking about those hooligans from yesterday, I decided it was better if I went with them. As we shopped, Feng Yu kept sneaking nervous glances at me, only daring to pick the bare essentials like towels and a toothbrush. She seemed worried I'd be upset if she bought too much, even though she was using her own money. Last night, she'd already handed over her only remaining $30 to her sister. I didn't explain much, but I pulled out some money and tickets to buy her everything she needed based on Feng Shui's current standards. We'll hold off on buying blankets for now. We'll get them once the house is finished. I also picked up some paint brushes and tung oil, as well as 2 sets of clothes for each of them. The shop assistant joked, building a house and buying clothes. What's this? Are you planning a wedding? Her eyes swept over the 2 sisters. These 2 girls sure are lovely. I exchanged a few casual remarks before we took the goods and left. By the time we got back to the village, it was already dusk. Feng Yu, from now on, consider this your home. No need to feel uneasy. Our family doesn't rely on work points to survive, so don't stress yourself out. Just be like your sister. She's been slacking in farm work for ages, and if I depended on her, I'd starve by now, I teased. Feng Shui, who was busy cooking, responded without even turning her head. Who's slacking? I've just been watching over things and making clay bricks. I've earned way more work points than you. And how much food do your work points earn? Feng Shui glared at me. Huh, you think you're so great. Xiao Yu, eat as much as you can later. Eat till he goes broke. Feng Yu looked back and forth between her sister and me and suddenly relaxed. It felt like the comforting bickering she'd only seen her parents doing at home. She even felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time. Brother-in-law, let me help you, she said with a smile, stepping forward to help me carry the tung oil-brushed wood planks. We've got plenty of food and money in this house. You don't need to worry about not getting enough to eat. Just follow your sister's work schedule, no pressure. Okay. Dinner time. Feng Shui called, setting the food on the table. Xiao Yu, after we eat, I'll take you to bathe. This late? All the way to the township station. Feng Yu exclaimed, thinking of the bathhouse there, which was too far away to want to go. Feng Shui pointed to a small creek nearby. What township? Over there, there's a clean, refreshing creek. Bathing there is super comfortable. What? An open-air bath. So what? Just walk a bit further from the village. People hardly come out at night. Besides, your brother-in-law can keep watch for us. Hey, Su Cheng, why is your nose bleeding? Nothing. Just the heat. It's the heat. The next morning, I looked down at myself and muttered, this heat isn't letting up. I climbed out of bed, sprinted to the reed field, and emptied my bladder. Only then did I finally start to feel some relief. No, I've got to get this house built as soon as possible. This is pure torture. After breakfast and washing up, I grabbed my gun and bow and headed into the mountains, ready to take out my frustrations on some unsuspecting wildlife. Big sis, where's brother-in-law going? Why isn't he working in the fields? Your brother-in-law's a professional hunter. He earns work points by hunting, not by working in the collective fields. Lately, he's been bringing back all kinds of good stuff, game and medicinal herbs, to sell to the co-op. Our family really doesn't depend on farm work for survival. Really? I thought brother-in-law was just trying to make me feel better by saying that. Seeing her younger sister's pleased and surprised face, Feng Shui smiled and ruffled her hair. Of course it's true. Your brother-in-law's a good man. He'd never let us suffer. Feng Yu nodded eagerly, her curiosity blossoming. Big sis, you're so amazing. You even changed brother-in-law's lifestyle so quickly. How'd you do it? Changed his lifestyle? What are you talking about? His living habits. Big sis Xianyuan told me to make sure I respected rural customs, but I swear brother-in-law's habits are just like ours. In fact, he's even more fastidious. He never uses bad language, is polite to everyone, and takes hygiene and self-discipline way more seriously than we do. Last night, even though he came back so late, he went to the river to wash his clothes himself and wouldn't let you help. How did you get him to be like this? Feng Shui blinked in surprise. Not because of his habits, she was already used to them, but because she was wondering why he didn't let her help with the laundry last night. Beforehand, she'd been doing it for him. Weird. I didn't change him. He's just like that. In short, your brother-in-law is a strange one. So make sure you keep taking baths, or you'll get on his nerves. Ah. In the forest, I loosed my arrow, hitting a hazel grouse directly as it searched for food. A chicken down, gaining 2 vitality points, bringing my current total to 88. Damn it, finally caught you. I walked over, pulled out the arrow, and playfully slapped it. Now, tell me, where's your family? Got any siblings? Whimper. A low cry took me by surprise. I froze. How could a dead chicken let out that sound? Instinctively, I scanned my surroundings. My expression hardened when my eyes landed northwest, about 100 meters away. A massive gray wolf stood like a ghost among the trees, its piercing gaze locked onto me. Wolves are typically active at dawn and dusk, not during the day when they rest deep in the forest. With summer's end providing ample prey, it shouldn't have been out, unless… Crap, could this be wolf territory? One wolf wasn't an issue. A pack would be trouble. I packed up my bow, gripping my hunting rifle tightly, and scanned the area. No other wolves in sight. A lone wolf, banished from its pack. The giant wolf, wary of my hunting rifle, didn't attack immediately. Instead, it circled me cautiously, seeking an opportunity. Oh, think I'm prey, do you? I stepped closer. The rifle had a 50-meter effective range, and at this distance, I'd missed the mark. This wolf was cunning. As I advanced, it retreated, and when I stepped back, it pursued, always keeping just outside my rifle's range, unwilling to give up. Huh, so you want to fight, huh? I couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. I'm taking you down today. My mind whirred as I acted. I feigned throwing down my rifle, but instead, I willed it into my spatial storage at the last moment. I mimicked the same move with my bow and arrow, then pulled out my hunting knife, waving it at the wolf. Come on, bring it. The wolf stared fixatedly at my hands, eyes burning with both greed and caution. Its front paws pawed the ground pensively. Seeing my brazen approach, its hunger overcame its hesitation. With a low growl, it lunged forward. It thought it was moments away from a feast, but as soon as it closed the gap to 10 meters, my knife disappeared, and a hunting rifle materialized in my hands. Bang! A loud shot rang out. A bloody hole now adorned the wolf's head, and it crumpled to the ground without so much as a final cry. Gotcha! Didn't think I'd outsmart you, huh? I walked over and began bleeding it out. The wolf's most valuable asset was its pelt. An unblemished, glossy wolf pelt like this could fetch a decent price, maybe a few dozen bucks. The meat, while tough and gamey, was still a valuable commodity in these times when fresh meat was scarce. Guess the villagers just had pork recently. Wonder if they'd be up for some wolf meat. With that thought, I stored the wolf in my space. Killed 1 wild wolf, gained 10 vitality points. Current total, 98. Only 2 points to go. I was determined to hit 100 today. I foraged a dozen pounds of wild mushrooms and caught a den of wild rabbits, finally rounding out the 100 vitality points I needed for a high-level loot box exchange. High-level loot box successfully redeemed. Received 1 Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with 2 magazines, 200 rounds of ammunition, the skill Masonry Mastery, 500 pounds of seasonal vegetables, 200 square meters worth of cloth tickets, 500 paper currency units. Holy crap, jackpot! I nearly jumped for joy. The semi-automatic rifle alone made the wait worth it. It was impossible to buy through legitimate means and significantly boosted my combat abilities. Now, I wouldn't fear encountering large predators in the forest. Plus, the magazines resolved the hunting rifle's shortcoming of low, sustained firepower. Gotta use those 200 rounds wisely, though. Stick with the hunting rifle unless absolutely necessary. Maybe I can figure out a way to get more ammo. I shook my head, something to worry about later. The 500 bucks meant I wouldn't worry about money for a while. The cloth tickets came at the perfect time. I needed fabric to make winter quilts and warm clothes. Now I just needed to find cotton tickets on the black market. The Masonry Mastery, skill, and the 500 pounds of vegetables were unexpected but welcome. I could now build or repair stoves, walls, or even Kong beds myself without relying on someone else. And the vegetables? A godsend. Meat I could hunt as needed, but fresh greens were irreplaceable. This would easily last the entire winter. Still got daylight left. Time to head down. With newfound loot, my footsteps felt noticeably lighter as I left the forest. Reaching the outskirts of the village, I pulled the wolf from my spatial storage and carried it on my back. The villagers, heading home after the day's work, gathered in small groups. Hey Feng Shui, did Erlong head into the mountains again today? An elderly woman called out. He did, Annie. The harvest is coming soon. Wild beasts, especially boar and wolf packs, will be out looking for food. Warn him to be careful. During the day maybe, but tell him to avoid the mountains at night, someone else added. The team will be organizing patrols to protect the fields soon. It was a long-standing tradition for villages near the mountains. Before harvest, teams of villagers armed with guns, torches, and gongs would patrol at night to ward off wild animals. If boar caused repeated damage, they'd organize hunts to ambush and eliminate the lead male, scattering the herd. Wolves, however, never received such active attention. Villagers mostly avoided direct confrontations with the cunning predators. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a startled shout. Look! Look over there! A wolf, it's coming! Everyone whirled around, their faces turning pale. Sure enough, a tall, hulking figure was emerging from the forest at the foot of the mountain. Its menacing wolf head came into clearer view, with what looked like a bloodstain on its forehead. The wolf's walking on two legs, like some sort of demon. Don't be ridiculous. Animals aren't allowed to become demons anymore. A middle-aged woman with a timid disposition let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. The rest of the villagers instinctively backed away. The village's party secretary stepped forth, shouting boldly, "Who's there?" Upon closer inspection, he noticed a human-like shape beneath the wolf's head. I shifted slightly to reveal my face. "Secretary, it's me." The party secretary's eyes bulged, almost popping out of his head. "Erlung, is that really you?" From 100 meters away, I threw the wolf to the ground and pretended to lean on my waist with fatigue. The wolf's body, easily 1.5 meters long excluding its tail, had obscured my face completely when I slung it over my shoulder. From afar, its ferocity paired with its head made it easy to mistake for a monster. "Ah, yeah, it's me. I ran into a lone wolf up in the mountains and took care of it," I said, panting for effect. The villagers sucked in cold breaths, their faces mixed with shock and awe. Evidently, they were deeply impressed. In no time, the entire Su family village was abuzz with news. Su Erlong had taken down a giant wild wolf. Villagers, intimately familiar with wild animals' behaviors, knew the danger that lay in confronting wolves. Each harvest season, organized teams might fend off wild boars or regroup to kill the leading boar, scattering the group. But confronting wolves, known for their viciousness and ability to act as a pack, that was something they generally avoided at all costs. Stay in your lane, and I'll stay in mine. So when I took down a wild wolf all by myself, it shocked everyone. "Look, Erlung took out a wolf. Oh my gosh, what a huge one. Mom, I'm scared," a child hid behind an adult. "Don't be scared. Uncle Erlung will protect us." "Erlung, way to go." But the compliments soon started to veer off in a different direction. "Erlung is really something. Carrying a 100-pound wolf down the mountain like it's nothing. Makes you wonder, how could Feng Shui's small frame handle him in bed?" "Shame on you for saying such things, Widow Li. Erlung, your clothes are all dirty. Take them off, I'll wash them for you. Oh, and you might as well take off your pants too. Feng Shui is still here. Watch your mouths. What's the big deal? We're just inspecting the goods for her early." A group of married women surrounded me, teasing and joking, while Feng Shui's face turned beet red. I quirked an eyebrow, thinking, married women sure know how to spice up a conversation. Before things spiraled out of control, I quickly pushed through the crowd to find the village secretary. "Secretary, I just need the wolf's skin. You can decide what to do with the meat." Truthfully, I had better ingredients at home. But my gesture earned something extra. Since wolves are considered a dangerous threat, handling it saved the village from potential harm, so the brigade awarded me an additional 10 work points. The secretary called over Old Chun, the village leather worker, to skillfully skin the wolf. He was paid 10 pounds of wolf meat for his effort. After deboning and skinning, there were about 30 pounds of meat left. With so many villagers, it wasn't enough to share equally, so it was decided to give it to the elderly and disabled who couldn't work. The younger folks murmured amongst themselves, "Can you even eat wolf meat? I heard it tastes super gamey." An elderly man thumped his cane and scolded them. "What do you know? Boil it with lots of ginger, spicy peppers, and seasoning for hours. It'll smell and taste amazing." The villagers, having just had pork recently, weren't too envious and quipped, "Secretary, make sure you cook it well. Don't let my grandpa Ye lose his last good tooth on it. You little brat, keep it up and I'll knock a tooth out for you myself." As the elderly received their portions of meat, they showered me with heartfelt thanks. Back home on our private plot of land, Feng Shui tugged me aside and checked me over carefully while mumbling, "Everyone in the village says wild wolves are ferocious and travel in packs. They don't even fear tigers. Don't go into the mountains anymore. Let's just work in the fields together. It's tougher, but at least it's safe." "It's fine. Look, I'm perfectly okay. Plus, I've got this," I reassured her, patting the gun in my hand. "It was just a fluke today. This one was probably kicked out of its pack." I comforted her while asking her to get me some water to wash my hands. They were covered in dried blood and smelled unpleasant. Nearby, Feng Yu, her younger sister, ran over with a face full of excitement and admiration, quickly offering her help. "Brother-in-law here. How did you manage to take down that wolf? Can you tell me? The books say wolves are super cunning." I chuckled. This little sister-in-law was a gem. her admiration boosting my mood immensely. Most men love showing off in front of younger girls, so I embellished the story a bit while leaving out any mention of the special abilities I had. Instead, I said I cleverly hid the gun and ambushed the wolf. Once done recounting my tale, I grabbed my clothes and soaked ahead to the stream for a quick wash. Feng Yu watched my retreating figure, recalling something her sister had told her earlier. Make sure to bathe regularly, or your brother-in-law might dislike you. Looks like Feng Shui was right. Clearly, her husband liked cleanliness. Over the next several days, I ventured into the mountains daily. My findings were usually smaller game like rabbits, pheasants, wild herbs, and mushrooms, no more large predators. Most of my time was spent building the house. The foundation for the first 2 rooms had set, and now I was focused on laying bricks and constructing smoke vents. Progress was steady, and I'd built up 15 points of stamina by then. 5 days later in the morning, as I worked on the chimney for the 3rd adobe house, the village secretary arrived with paperwork in hand. The commune signed off on it. Once we file this at the public security office, Feng Yu's household registration will officially be transferred. Old Lu will drive the truck to the county later to pick up the returning educated youth. You can go with him to handle the paperwork. I carefully pocketed the document. Wait, more educated youth are coming? Didn't the educated youth housing close down? The secretary snorted. They aren't new. They're the troublemakers from the last group who made mistakes, but their behavior has since improved, so they're being sent back. They'll need new housing. And guess who's footing the bill? The commune refused to allocate any subsidies because of their past misconduct. We're scraping by with bricks and repurposing old foundations, but the tiles have mostly shattered. We might have to make do with thick straw roofing. After venting a bit, he spun on his heel and went to inspect the fields. Secretary, can you help me call Feng Shui over? I'll need her help to pick out some cotton cloth in the county for making bedding and winter clothes. Got it. Meanwhile, Feng Yu seemed caught between joy and sorrow, happy to have her registration solved, but worried about what might have happened to her parents. I called out to her, Feng Yu, come help me harvest the dried gastrodia plants. We can sell them when we're in town. Coming, she replied, quickly shaking off her emotions and rushing over. For this trip to the county, I prepared some dried gastrodia, a few wild animals I'd hunted, and the wolf pelt, hoping to strike a deal with the state-run restaurant for a higher price or even a long-term supply agreement. After buying some bricks and tiles, I'd barely have 20 yuan left on me. Good thing I had that premium starter pack with its 500 yuan fund, or we'd all starve. By this point, the white flour we'd bought last time was gone, and there were still 3 sets of winter clothes and blankets to buy. 500 yuan didn't go far. Money is the courage of heroes, but without it, you can't take a single step. Securing a deal with the state-run restaurant would give me a stable income stream, so I made sure to bring several types of hunted goods to showcase. As the truck neared the county, old Lu suddenly pulled up and exclaimed, Erlong, look over there. Did something happen to that person? He pointed toward a figure sprawled on the ground near the edge of a dense cornfield. I had already noticed them. An elderly man in a gray shirt was lying motionless at the field's edge. A bicycle was parked by the road, and he clutched a freshly plucked ear of corn in his hand. It looked like he had been stealing corn. I hesitated for a moment before moving closer. This era wasn't plagued by scams like later on. Helping someone would earn you praise rather than suspicion. Not helping could even lead to criticism for being selfish and cold-hearted. The man looked to be in his 50s, his hair mostly gray. His eyes were shut tight, his face pale and bloodless. Feng Shui and a few others gathered around me. Did he suffer heat stroke? I checked his pulse near his neck and frowned. His heartbeat is weak, but very rapid. This is serious. Quick, let's get him on the truck and rush him to the county hospital. Pinch his philtrum, someone else suggested. Pinching the philtrum was about the extent of rural first aid knowledge. Wait, don't panic, I think. The situation is unclear, and severe jolting could make things worse. Step back and allow for more ventilation. I carefully laid the elderly man flat and checked him over. No visible injuries, though his skin was clammy, and his body temperature was slightly low, likely from cold sweat. Suddenly, I noticed his lips twitching slightly. My eyes shifted to the half-eaten cob of corn in his hand, and a suspicion started to form in my mind. Feng Shui, bring me that rock over there. Feng Shui handed it to me hesitantly and asked, What are you doing? Saving someone rarely involves a rock, though hurting someone might, that much she knew. Her eyes instinctively darted to my forehead, now uncovered since the bandage was removed, and noted it looked more in place that way. I rolled my eyes, placed the rock on the ground, and pulled out 2 pieces of hard candy. Positioning them on the rock, I used a knife to crush them into small bits, still wrapped in their crinkled wrappers. Uncle, may I borrow your water bottle? Most cart drivers carry water bottles. I poured the crushed candy bits into his bottle, shook it to dissolve the sugar, and gently held up the elderly man's head, carefully feeding him small sips to avoid choking. After some cautious feeding, I gave him about half the bottle. Checking his pulse again, his heartbeat had noticeably stabilized. Relief washed over my face as I exhaled deeply. All right, he should wake up soon. But to be safe, let's get him to the hospital. Uncle, help me load him into the cart. Feng Shui, do you know how to ride a bike? Of course. Brother-in-law, I can ride too. Piped in Feng Yu. Me. So what now? There's only one bike. Should I ride on someone's back? On the way, I explained that the man likely experienced hypoglycemia, which the sugary water helped ease. How did I figure that out? I learned it from Dr. Who? Or actually, from reading medical books he'd introduced me to. Doctor Who is indeed a useful source of knowledge. While we were discussing this, the elderly man slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, hungry. In these times, hypoglycemia was often a result of going without food. Presumably, he hadn't eaten breakfast and was so hungry he stopped to strip raw corn off a cob. After all, fresh corn can stave off hunger and contains a bit of natural sugar, making it a practical choice. I handed him another candy. We don't have much food on us, but here's a piece of candy to tide you over. Accepting the candy weakly, the man expressed heartfelt thanks. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died out here in this desolate countryside. He introduced himself as Zhao Bingzhou. He worked for the Provincial Meteorological Bureau and had been rushing out to rural areas to verify local weather conditions. In his haste, he skipped breakfast and didn't anticipate a hypoglycemia attack. From the Meteorological Bureau? Conducting field investigations? Rural areas aren't the same as cities. Is it necessary to leave urban data collection sites to monitor the countryside? Zhao Bingzhou chuckled wryly, explaining, our country's equipment is lacking. Much of our work relies on manual observations and experience, monitoring cloud layers, wind direction, atmospheric phenomena, and even animals' behavioral shifts. The countryside is crucial because animals sense weather changes more acutely than humans. I suspect we may be headed for an early winter, which is why I was heading to remote mountain villages for additional insights. Early winter? I froze. That's far from a good omen. I'm getting more and more convinced, he said gravely. Low atmospheric pressure peaks increase the risk of hypoglycemia attacks. What just happened to me serves as further proof. His theory wasn't baseless. He'd visited many areas and observed unique phenomena. Chickens were returning to their coops well before dark. Pigs seemed unusually restless, rooting anxiously. Cattle and sheep huddled together for warmth. And the leaves of corn stalks were yellowing and developing brown spots prematurely. Are there any hunters in your village? Animals in the mountains will often exhibit abnormal behaviors too. Wild rabbits and field mice may become hyperactive, appearing far more frequently than usual. Instinctively, my eyes shifted to our cart. Truth be told, wild rabbits and pheasants had been unusually abundant recently. Could an early winter truly be upon us? The last occurrence was 10 years ago, a harsh year of reduced harvests, insufficient firewood, food shortages, and snowbound isolation. That winter claimed the lives of many, including the parents of Su Er Long, and it left deep scars on our village. If this repeats, we're in for big trouble. My expression turned solemn. No, I can't risk complacency. It's time to speed up construction projects and stockpile winter essentials, especially items for warmth. I'm a hunter, and I haven't been out in the mountains as much lately to confirm anything definitively, but there have definitely been upticks in wild rabbit sightings. Zhao Bingzhou nodded and furrowed his brow in deep thought. Upon reaching the hospital, I carried him inside for registration and admission. Luckily, he had his own money, so there was no need for melodramatic, who'll cover the costs antics. As we left, he thanked me profusely, to which I waved dismissively. It's only right to lend a hand when someone's in need. After that, the three of us hitched a ride to the local public security office, where we were reunited with Captain Li a few days after our last encounter. Erlong, what brings you here? I gestured toward Feng Yu and explained, we've wrapped up the necessary paperwork at the commune. I'm here to help her finalize the household registration. Let's go. I'll take you there personally. Thanks to Captain Li's connections, things went smoothly without a hitch. No questioning, just a stamp and done. Before we left, Captain Li hesitated briefly. Erlong, do you think you could estimate someone's height and weight based on their footprints? Recently, a theft occurred in the county. The finance office of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative lost 500 yuan worth of goods revenue overnight. Aside from 2 footprints, there wasn't much to go on. The lack of prying marks on cabinets suggested insider access, but all suspects had alibis, and footprint comparisons yielded no leads. The county gave a strict 3-day deadline to solve the case. With little progress and only a day left, tensions were high enough to risk disciplinary consequences. Captain Li recalled my previous tracking skills in the mountains, where I deduced someone's movements based on their trail. Perhaps I could identify something their investigation missed. After all, techniques for examining footprints weren't as advanced during these times. While the officers here were experienced ex-soldiers adept at apprehending criminals, mastering technical expertise was a longer learning curve. Scratching my head, I replied, I think I can. Determining footprints is a core skill of a hunter. Foot size, impression depth, and even stride can give a clear picture of an animal's height, weight, and behavior. The same principles apply to humans. Overjoyed, Captain Lee clasped me by the shoulder and led me to the meeting room. Hey, wait, can I at least explain things to my wife and her sister first? Xiao Wang, take them to the waiting room and make sure they're comfortable. The sisters exchanged glances. Feng Yu raised an eyebrow. Sis, is brother-in-law this tight with the security bureau? Her sister responded. He's assisted them before, even helping track down a wanted fugitive once. I didn't realize how deep their friendship runs either. Xiao Wang, one of the officers who'd witnessed a previous black market sting, grinned toothily, chiming in, your brother-in-law's got guts. He floored Sun Jiqiang with just one punch. Inside the meeting room, a patchwork desk displayed 2 plaster footprint molds. About a dozen officers, including the unit's deputy captain for criminal investigation, sighed in frustration. Deputy Captain Zhou held one of the molds and lamented, we're at a loss. They're both men's prints, size 42, common rubber-soled shoes. The tread patterns are identical, but half the impressions were smudged by another officer stepping on them. Extraction blurred the edges, so all we know is that they belong to an adult man. If you don't use some tricks, he won't talk. Quiet. Investigating relies on evidence. This isn't about catching spies. Bring the mold here. Captain Lee entered, gave a quick reprimand, and handed it to me. Erlong, see if you can figure out any clues. Everyone in the meeting room turned simultaneously to look. Captain Lee, who's this? His name is Su Erlong. He's a hunter and very skilled at identifying footprints. One man looked unimpressed and said, Captain Lee, even if you're grasping at straws here, bringing in a hunter? Animal tracks are easier to identify. Humans and animals are not the same thing. What's he going to do? Tell us by footprints which rabbit is male and which one's female. Old Zhou wasn't holding out much hope either. After working in criminal investigations for so many years and being one of the best at footprint analysis across several counties, he didn't think some kid from the countryside could figure out something he couldn't. Captain Lee raised his hand to signal for silence. What do you see? I shifted my gaze away from the stone mold, thought for a moment, and said, the outer edge of the heel bears more weight, and there's wear on the inner edge of the front sole. It looks like a pigeon-toed stride, but it's not. This is likely from someone who often tiptoes. Seeing their confused faces, I pointed to the heel. Look here, the outer edge of the heel has twice the wear of the inner edge. Meanwhile, the front sole only has wear on the inner edge. The outer edge is untouched. This isn't natural pigeon toe, it's a learned habit. For instance, someone who spends years standing behind a counter, tiptoeing to reach items, could develop a walk like this over time. Old Zhou leaned in and stared for a long time. He noticed I was right. He had been too focused on the pattern itself and missed this detail. Suddenly, his confusion cleared, while the others clustered around still looked blank. That's how it is with niche expertise. If you don't understand it, it doesn't matter how much is explained. Those who know get it instantly. Captain Lee straightened up, energized. See anything else? This person is between 5 feet 7 inches and 5 feet 9 inches and weighs around 130 pounds. I pointed to a part of the mold near the toes. Look here, the position of the right pinky toe leaves no indentation. That's odd because the whole foot should make contact unless. Old Zhou's eyes lit up. Unless what? Unless the person is missing part of their right pinky toe. The room fell silent. What kind of voodoo was this? Zhou inspected the mold up close and was stunned. Sure enough, that area was flat with no indentation. Chun and Lu, come with me to the supply store. We're looking for someone 5 feet 7 inches to 5 feet 9 inches, about 130 pounds, with part of their right pinky toe missing, who spent years working behind a counter and wears size 8 rubber-soled shoes. Captain Lee clicked his tongue in amazement. Erlong, you're incredible. I scratched my head. I'm not sure if I'm right. I think you're spot on. Half an hour later, Old Zhou burst back into the room, barely able to suppress his excitement. We found the suspect. He confessed. It's Wang Guifu, a clerk at the supply store. Last year, he broke part of his pinky toe in an unloading accident. Since it wasn't work-related, it wasn't covered as an injury, and he was bitter about it. He used his access to make a copy of the financial office's key. Erlong, you're a damn genius. You ever think about joining the local police station? Deputy Zhou even said they could push through an internal recommendation to hire me. However, when he found out I was just an ordinary hunter and not even part of the militia, his enthusiasm waned. Sure, I had the ability, but I didn't meet the formal requirements. Then he started grumbling about how useless my village and township were for not making the most of such talent. Learning that I'd previously received a public security activist award for catching Sun Jiqiang only made him curse more. I just smiled and said nothing, politely excusing myself. I had more pressing matters. My new house construction wasn't going to wait. If Captain Li hadn't dragged me into that meeting room, I wouldn't have gotten involved anyway. Outside, Louis Shou was taking the young intellectuals to the post office and supply store. After Sun Jiqiang was caught, the remaining stolen money was returned to the intellectuals. It was their legal property, after all, regardless of whether they had told the truth or not. Feng Shui and her sister were also heading to the post office to send word to friends and continue inquiring about their parents. I entrusted them to Louis Shou and set a meeting place for later. Then, I shouldered my mountain goods and headed to the state-owned restaurant. It was lunchtime, and as I entered with my goods, a waitress stopped me. "Wait, you can't bring those in here." I chuckled. "I'm not here to eat. I heard you've been looking for rare mountain goods recently and brought some to show you. If no one buys them, no big deal. These are high quality, and I won't have trouble selling them elsewhere." She hesitated, then went to ask someone. Soon, the restaurant manager came back with her. He scanned my goods briefly, introducing himself as Han Jingming. "I'm the manager." "Young man, these goods—" "Wait, it's you. Comrade Liu." He lit up when he recognized me, shaking my hand warmly. "Comrade Liu, I've been looking for you everywhere." I was confused. Other than one previous encounter, we didn't know each other. No need for such enthusiasm, right? "Do you buy mountain goods here?" "Of course. We're desperate for these right now." "Comrade Liu, you're a godsend. Please, come inside." He pulled me in as he continued. "Which township are you from, Brother Liu?" Last time, I didn't want to attract attention and randomly told him my name was Liu Rinjia, a generic pseudonym like John Doe. Yet he remembered it. I didn't correct him. What mattered was whether they'd buy my goods, not what they called me. "I'm from Xiangyang Township, Su Family Village. I'm a licensed hunter. Everything I brought is legally obtained." Manager Han poured me a cup of water before taking me to the backyard. "Oh, I'm not questioning the source of your goods. If you're openly selling them, I'm sure they're legitimate." It turns out he wasn't trying to verify where my goods came from. He was asking because of the little girl I had saved last time. She came from a family with significant background. Since the incident happened at their restaurant, me saving her had also saved their reputation. Now that the child is safe, her family wants to thank you in person. But they couldn't find you and asked me to keep an eye out. I finally understood. Politely waving it off, I said, "That won't be necessary. It was just a small thing anyone would have done. Helping others is part of the spirit we promote anyway." "Manager Han, let's focus on the goods." I was pressed for time with a long to-do list. Buying tickets on the black market, selling medicinal roots to the recycling station, and picking up supplies at the co-op. Lingering here felt like a waste. Plus, blatantly waiting around for people to thank me felt awkward. Manager Han finally turned his attention to the goods: 2 mountain goats, some wild chickens, and rabbits. At first, he seemed ready to quote a higher price just to make me happy, but upon closer inspection of the goods, his expression changed. Usually, sellers came. The game was caught yesterday or even earlier. With the hot weather, meat left overnight usually isn't fresh. But this batch is different, from live rabbits to freshly slaughtered mountain goats and wild pheasants. The blood-drained parts are bright red, and when I took a whiff of the pheasant, there wasn't even a hint of spoilage. Instead, it had a faint, grassy aroma, a clear sign it's fresh from the wild. I gave a thumbs up. "Good stuff. How much for it?" "To be honest," he said, "we buy fresh goods for just this reason, and we usually pay 10 to 20% more than the supply and marketing co-ops rates. This batch of yours is top-notch. Live rabbits, skin and meat together, go for 60 cents a pound. Pheasants are 65 cents a pound, and mountain goat meat is 1.5 yuan a pound." I nodded in satisfaction. "Let's weigh it up. The supply and marketing co-op pays 38 cents for wild rabbit meat and 50 cents for the skin. The most you could sell a 4-pound rabbit for is about 2 yuan, but here it's 2.4. It's not as high as selling privately at a yuan per pound, but at least it's legal and safe. Selling privately might get you arrested for speculation and profiteering. Han Jingming's offering top rates. I can't complain about that. The 3 pheasants totaled 9 pounds 2 ounces, 8 rabbits came to 31 pounds 5 ounces, and 2 mountain goats gave about 114 pounds of meat. A total of 195.88 yuan. Han Jingming, generous as always, rounded it up to 196. Before I could say anything, he proactively offered a partnership. "If you've got more high-quality goods like this in the future, just bring them over." "You got it." Transaction complete. I was in a great mood. I turned down the invitation to stay for lunch or to wait for that mother and daughter to come thank me. Instead, I headed straight for the black market. I brought some food with me and munched on a bun stuffed with shredded rabbit meat as I made my way to the black market. About half an hour later, I found Xiaobo, the ticket vendor I'd dealt with before. "Xiaobo, what tickets do you have on you?" Xiaobo froze for a second, surprised I called him by name and got straight to the point. He glanced around uneasily. What tickets? Do I even know you? Cut it out, I said. Last time, you sold dozens of pounds of grain tickets to a fugitive. You think the Public Security Bureau hasn't caught you because they didn't notice? Xiaobo's face turned pale, and he immediately tried to run. I grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Relax, if they wanted to nab you, it would have already happened. I'm just here to buy tickets. When they caught Sun Jiqiang last time, it caused quite a scene. Plenty of people saw me drag him out onto the street. Instead of betting Xiaobo didn't recognize me, I figured it was better to be upfront. Besides, he had accomplices. If they recognize me and avoid me, where am I supposed to buy tickets next time? Xiaobo stammered in despair. Big bro, I swear, last time was my first and only time. I've got an 80-year-old mother at home and a baby who's barely weaned. Please, let me off. I gave him a side eye. How old are you? 20, he muttered. Your mother had you at 60? He froze before mumbling. I misspoke. It's my grandmother who's 80. Enough with the nonsense. If I wanted to turn you in, you and your buddy Zhao Gu would already be locked up. That's not my job. I'm here to buy tickets. Got any for watches or cotton? Xiaobo nervously swallowed. Big bro, you're really not public security. If I were, would I be buying tickets from you? Criminal speculation is a major offense. I'm not going to ruin my future over a few tickets. Besides, public security officers hardly even use up their quotas, so why would they need to buy? Xiaobo scanned around before leaning closer. What tickets are you looking for again? Watch tickets, oil tickets, industrial tickets, cotton tickets, and grain tickets too. Watch tickets are 15 yuan each. Oil, grain, and industrial tickets are the usual prices. As for cotton tickets, he hesitated. They're hard to come by at the end of summer. None at all. I asked. I didn't say that. But they'll cost extra. I pulled out a few 10 yuan bills and handed them over. I'll take everything except fabric tickets. When can you get the cotton tickets? 2 days max. How many do you need? For 3 people's winter clothes, hats, bedding. I wasn't entirely sure how many. Start with 50 pounds. If that's not enough, I'll come back. Xiaobo gawked. Big bro, what do you need that much cotton for? For my sister-in-law's wedding, putting together her dowry. Man, no one's as big-hearted as you, he said, clearly sucking up. Respect. As expected, still scared of his wife. I left the black market and rushed to the supply and marketing co-op. By the time I arrived, it was past 1 p.m. In the courtyard, under some shade, only Lu Yishou and the Feng sisters were waiting. The rest of the educated youth were nowhere to be seen. Uncle Lu, sorry for the delay. Have you been waiting long? No worries. Those educated youth haven't come back yet either. They all went for lunch. I turned to Feng Shui. Did you sell the Gastrodia? Her mood seemed off as she replied softly. The recycle station said they're good quality and offered 4 yuan per pound. We sold 27 pounds and made 108 yuan. That's a lot of money. Why the long face? Next to her, Feng Yu puffed out her cheeks angrily. It's because of those selfish educated youth. From their explanation, I pieced together the story. Sun Jiqiang stole over 500 yuan and spent a little over 40 before the remaining 458 yuan was recovered and returned to the educated youth. But public security overlooked one person, Tang Xiao. She wasn't at the scene when it happened, and in the chaos of taking statements, her loss wasn't recorded, so they forgot about her when returning the money. None of the educated youth came forward to say anything. Since no one mentioned it, most of the money Sun Jiqiang spent was effectively pinned on Tang Xiao. While the others weren't out too much, Tang Xiao didn't get a single cent back. And with Sun Jiqiang being executed, there was no way she'd ever recover her money from him. A short while back, Feng Shui brought it up with the group. They dodged the question, and when pressed, they claimed her share had burned up in the fire. But from their guilty expressions, it was clear the truth was being twisted. No wonder Feng Shui was fuming. I shook my head. That's human nature. Getting mad won't help. Tang Xiao wasn't there at the time, and with Sun Jiqiang taken away, if the educated youth stick to the same story, it's a weak guess with no hard evidence to back it up. Saying the money burned is plausible. Without proof, you can't report it. One option, though, would be to have Tang Xiao go to public security herself and demand compensation. It was their oversight, after all. Feng Shui sighed. Tang Xiao's parents haven't sent her anything, and she's mailed several letters with no reply. That money was her only survival fund. I'm scared she won't make it through the winter. I tried to reassure her. Don't worry, she's staying with the party secretary's family. He won't just let her starve. Come on, let's buy fabric. Old Zhao said winter might come early this year. It's better to prepare now. Okay. Su Erling, where'd you get so many fabric tickets? On the way back, educated youth Li Lisan looked at the dozens of yards of fabric in the truck with a puzzled expression and asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, the others in the group also turned their attention to the truck's contents. Aside from the fabric, There were also 2 sacks totaling 100 pounds of white flour and other supplies. Things like these couldn't be bought with money alone unless you had the right ration tickets.